Chapter 1387. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Epona, in the royal family's room, Sylvia sat in front of her desk. She took out the scroll she had just received from the postman and carefully tore it open. Night King, Eoward? Lormont. As soon as this name was mentioned, as long as it was a citizen of the Knight's Kingdom of Loria, there would be no one who would not be in awe. However, only those who were truly familiar with Orvard would know that this Night King in name was actually quite disappointing when they actually met him. It's not that Eoward is incompetent as the Night King. He's not an incapable ruler either. On the contrary, he's very amiable and considerate towards the knighthood. However, compared to his wife, dead son, and 4 daughters, Eoward is too mediocre. Not only is his appearance mediocre, there's nothing special about his personality. As the Night King, he doesn't have the demeanor of a royal family. He doesn't have the temperament and cultivation that he should have. His ability to handle political affairs is much weaker than others. His strength isn't as strong as Veronica's. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's just an ordinary person. Moreover, he's not a dragon cultivator like Sylvia. He's simply mediocre. He doesn't look like a king at all. Instead, he looks more like an amiable old man. Thus, as the current Night King, although Eoward has real power, he knows that he's not a king. He's not an outstanding king. Thus, Eoward simply handed over most of the political affairs to his outstanding subordinates. He also gave almost all of the real power of the Night royal family to Veronica. He himself is living a leisurely life and can enjoy it very much. Because of this, Sylvia, who knows what kind of person her birth father is, treated Eoward's letter so seriously. With Eoward's lazy personality, he actually gave up on his enjoyment and spent so much effort to write a letter to Sylvia. Thinking about it, it must be something urgent or important that Sylvia has to be careful. After reading Alvard's letter in detail, Sylvia was even more certain of her suspicions. This was indeed a very important matter. Sylvia threw the letter on the table and leaned back in her chair as if she lost all her strength. Her icy blue eyes looked at the ceiling in a daze. She muttered to herself, "Participate in the Continental Conference." That's right. Night King Orwald's letter clearly told Sylvia that Sylvia was to participate in the Continental Conference. The Continental Conference is a conference held every 5 years. It gathers the leaders of all the top factions in Eluxtran. During the Continental Conference, Lormont Knighthood, Shepron Kingdom, Sepharo's Empire, Rovlock Merchant City, and Espadar Hall will unite. These 5 forces that each held a place in the Eruxtran continent would send their own representatives to gather together for an important summit that would determine the future of the Eruxtran continent. The Continental Congress was a tradition of the Eluxtran continent. Back then, of the Lormont Knighthood of Lormont Knighthood Empire. The conference Amon continent Amon of the conference. Amon Amon the of Amon Amon of knighthood of Amon the continent had. Was Amon Amon one could only imagine how important the continent's congress was to the various peak powers of Eluxtran. Now, the Continental Conference that is held every 5 years is finally going to be held again. Thus, Night King Eoward ordered Sylvia to return to the capital of Lormont Knighthood, Fantion City, and attend the Continental Conference. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that every Continental Conference is hosted by Rosa Maria Church. The core of the Church of Mary, the Espada Basilica, was in charge of hosting the event. Furthermore, the location of the event was decided by the current pope of the Espada Basilica through divination. The current pope of Espadar Hall has already divined a location of this year's Continental Conference and announced it to the entire Eluxtran continent. It is the capital of Lormont Knighthood, Fantion City. Fantion City, which is located in the center of Fantion City's capital, must be in a state of chaos. They must be preparing for the Continental Conference, right? In other words, it won't be long before the representatives of the top factions of Eluxtran arrive at the capital of Lormont Knighthood. They might even gather in the capital of Lormont Knighthood. This matter could not be said to be small. However, Sylvia was only annoyed. She wasn't in a hurry. Originally, Sylvia had been troubled by a certain matter during this period of time. Now, before the matter had been resolved, her home had become the venue for the Continental Conference, and even her student had to attend the conference. How could Sylvia not be annoyed? Moreover, Eoward didn't only ask her to go to Fantion City. There are others apart from her as well. Sigh. With a sigh, Sylvia walked to her bed in a mess and fell down. Her skirt flew up, and the lower half of her fat two-suit was completely exposed to the air. "Your Highness, you're being too rude." Corset, who had prepared black tea for Sylvia, happened to walk in and saw this scene. "You don't look like a princess at all, don't mind me," Sylvia said in a muffled voice. "There's no one else here anyway. Let me relax for a bit." Corset shook her head with a smile, but didn't say anything else. Putting the black tea in his hand on the table, Corset glanced at the letter written by Albert on the table and asked, "What did the Night King say in the letter?" Sylvia's voice became even more muffled. "He ordered me to return to Fantion City and attend the Continental Conference." "Really?" Corset's eyes lit up. "Congratulations, Your Highness." The Continental Conference is a conference that only the representatives of the top factions in Luxtrin can attend. It will decide the future of the continent. Such an important meeting also meant that those who could attend would definitely become the most important figures in their respective factions in the future. The fact that Sylvia was present proved that the royal family of knights really intended to push her up the ranks. How could Corset not be happy for Sylvia? However, Sylvia was still in a bad mood. "But with my abilities, attending a conference like this is too much of a burden." "Your Highness, how can you think that way?" Corset raised an eyebrow. "Did you forget? Lord Loon hates it when you give up before you do anything. If he finds out, he will be very disappointed." I know." Sylvia couldn't help but care. Although she still looked unhappy, she sat up from the bed and tidied up her messy skirt. Seeing this, Cosette secretly heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, Sylvia had always looked as if she had something on her mind, which really worried Cosette. But now, Corset was a little relieved. At the very least, no matter how depressed Sylvia is, she still cares about Wu Yen, right? "Then forgive my rudeness." Corset politely informed Sylvia and immediately picked up the letter from the Night King on the table and began to read it. Oh! It didn't take long for Corset to raise her eyebrows and laugh out loud. "Bring Loon with you when you return home? With Randall? Is this a meeting with the parents?" Sylvia was stunned for a moment before her pretty face turned red with a bang. What nonsense are you talking about?" Isn't that right?" Of course not." Sylvia didn't hide her wavering. "Father's letter also said to bring Yashur and Yak. How could he mean that?" "Well, this only means that the Night King doesn't mean that." Corset gloated. "But Your Highness, don't you want to bring Lord Loon to see your father?" Shut up." Sylvia's face flushed red as she grabbed a pillow and threw it at Corset with all her might. Corset hurriedly caught the pillow thrown by Sylvia, and the smile on her face grew wider. The princess has finally returned to her normal self. Chapter 1388. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Student Council Office. That's it for the details. In a meeting with all the members of the Student Council, Wu Yin rubbed his eyebrows. He explained the report of the reconstruction of the academy, as well as its progress and arrangements before exhaling deeply. He sat down and gave his closing remarks. "So if there are no accidents, the reconstruction work of the academy should be almost done in about 10 days. Although it can't be said to be completely restored to its previous functions, it shouldn't be a problem if it's just for classes. We should also arrange for the start of the school term." "That's great." Yashur was the first to rejoice. "It's been so long since we've had classes, and we've been staying in a hotel. I'm not used to it." "Well done, Roland." Lebecca praised him. "It's all thanks to you that the Academy's reconstruction is going so smoothly. You've contributed greatly this time. It would have been hard for me to do it alone." Wu Yin rolled his eyes. Without Luca, Sylvia, and Yashur's help, let alone being successful, even the progress might have been delayed quite a bit. "I don't dare to take all the credit, especially Luca. She helped me a lot. It's nothing. It's my duty to help Master Roland. Luca was a little shy as she lowered her head regretfully. What a pity. I can't stay with Master Roland anymore. Ma. Luca's voice is a bit soft, but Wu Yin, who is sitting beside her, heard it. He quickly covered it up. You'll have a chance in the future. Luca's expression eased up a bit. It seems like the people around them didn't hear what Lucas said. Wu Yin sighed in relief. One must know that the matter of him eating, living, and sleeping together with Luca was only known to Yashu at present. The other girls still didn't know. If the rest of the girls found out about this, they would not be able to do anything. Wu Yin didn't even need to think to know how he would be treated. So, it's best to keep a secret for now. It's for my own good. Regardless, without your help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lebecca smiled at Wu Yin. At the same time, he said apologetically, as the president of the student council, I didn't help much in the rebuilding of the academy. I'm really ashamed. Guild leader, please don't say that. Yashur comforted. The guild leader also has his own matters to attend to. We understand. Yak was the one who had nothing to do. She had nothing to do. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a muffled sound reverberated clearly from under the table. At the same time, Yashur's face turned completely green as he howled in grief. Oof! Aika snorted coldly. She silently retracted her foot that was stepping on Yashur's foot and drank her tea. That nonchalant look of hers, as if nothing had happened, really made one's heart tremble. Rebecca, how are things on your side? Wu Yin shook his head and looked at Lebecca. When the corpse dragon army attacked the academy, did the royal family of knights not do anything? I'm also troubled by this. Lebecca frowned and rubbed her chin. I've sorted out the details many times and had a lot of discussions with the city council. The report should have been sent to Fantion City, but the royal family of knights' response left me scratching my head. Oh? Wu Yin looked at Lebecca with everyone's gaze. How should I put this? They said. Lebecca met Wu Yan's gaze. How about we wait for Roland? We can talk face to face after Randall arrives at Fantion City. Wait for me to arrive at Fantion City? Wu Yin was stunned. Lord Roland, Luca, and the others were also confused. Are you going to Fantion City? How is that possible? Wu Yin was confused. I've never thought about going to Fantion City. Then what's going on? Lebecca tilted her head in confusion. Why would they give such an answer? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. None of them could make sense of what was going on. It was also at this moment that Sylvia raised her hand submissively and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Actually, I can explain, Everyone was stunned for a moment. They looked at Sylvia suspiciously, causing Sylvia's face to stiffen. You can explain? Wu Yin asked in confusion. Sylvia, did you receive any news? That. Sylvia's ears turned red, and her gaze drifted around, causing everyone to be surprised. Though they didn't ask, they all saw Sylvia's recent state of mind. They knew Sylvia had something on her mind and wasn't in a good mood. It wasn't convenient for them to ask, and Sylvia didn't say anything even if they asked. They could only wait and see. Now that Sylvia was like this, could it be that her problem had been solved? Thinking of this, everyone also released a kind smile. Take your time. Wu Yin handed Sylvia a cup of black tea. Have some tea first, thank you. Sylvia blushed and took the black tea. She took a sip and looked around at everyone. When she saw the kind smiles on everyone's faces, Sylvia mustered up her courage. Actually, my father sent a letter saying he wants to meet Rune. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Then, loud gasps of surprise echoed throughout the student council office. Meet me? Wu Yin flinched at her words. Is that what he means? Yashur asked hesitantly. Meet the parents? Meet the parents? Wu Yin was even more shocked. Meet the parents? Luca gasped. She grabbed Wu Yan's arm out of reflex. No, I can't. I can't? Sylvia's face was starting to redden, but when she heard Luca's words, her body tensed up. Why not? Because... Luca stuttered. After a while, she spoke with tears in her eyes. Even if you want to meet the parents, Lord Rune has to come with me to the village to meet my godfather first. What kind of twisted logic is this? Sylvia's aura was slowly becoming more and more imposing. You want to ignore the Night King's summons and go somewhere else? How unbelievable. In the face of Sylvia's imposing manner, Luca met her head-on, out of the ordinary. Status doesn't mean everything when it comes to love. What did you say? Sylvia's face reddened. I don't want to use my status to date anyone. Then it's first come, first served. Luca tightened her grip on Wu Yan's arm. Lord Rune, you have to come with me to Yekablad to meet my godfather. You? Sylvia's fingers trembled in anger. Well, what's going on? Wu Yan couldn't bear to watch and turned to Rebecca. President, are you going to leave them in the lurch? Well, personally speaking, I can understand their actions. Rebecca's words caused the entire place to fall into silence once more. After all, the people from my family also said that they wanted to see you and asked me to bring you back. Even Rebecca. Luca looked at Rebecca in disbelief. No way. Sylvia was also confused. What's going on? Wu Yan couldn't help but ask. I've never heard of it. That's because I don't think there's a need. Rebecca glanced at Wu Yan with a half-smile. The people of the Randall family want to see you because you, who is my guard and given the surname Randall by me, have defeated the strongest Captain Ursula. This made the people of the family ecstatic. Each of them expressed that they want to see you, an outsider who has the surname of the family. I think they want to try their best to rope you in, so I didn't think about bringing you back. I see. Wu Yan was relieved. Sylvia and Luca also let out a sigh of relief. However, reality proved that it was still too early for them to be relieved. However, putting aside my family, I actually want to bring you back home to meet my family. Rebecca's words shocked everyone. No matter what, you're the only person of the opposite sex who has moved my heart. For a moment, Sylvia and Luca emitted a deadly aura of resentment. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Chapter 1389. The next day, early morning. Today, the reconstruction of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was almost complete. Other than some of the less important and less practical buildings, basically everything that should have been there had been restored. On the main street of the academy, uniformed students were chatting and laughing while taking a stroll in the rebuilt academy. This scene was very reassuring. Currently, the reconstruction of the academy was still in progress and the classes had not yet resumed. However, the students had already received news that in about 10 days at the latest, the Ansari Dragon Academy would once again welcome classes and the students would resume their own classes. Therefore, even though the students were looking forward to the arrival of classes, there were also many who wanted to play as much as possible before classes started. Therefore, students could be seen everywhere in the academy enjoying the last period of their holiday. In the open space in front of Epona's dormitory, Wu Yan, Yashur, and Yak were standing there. Moreover, they weren't wearing their usual uniforms. At this moment, Wu Yan was wearing the academy's dragon riding uniform. The hem of his coat was fluttering in the wind. This caused the entire space to reverberate with the fluttering of his coat. On the other hand, Yashur was wearing a nice-looking uniform. The uniform was embroidered with the insignia of the Night Palace and had a bow tie. It looked very stylish. However, those who were in the know knew that the uniform was stylish, but it was actually a servant's uniform in the palace style. Not only was Yashur wearing a palace-style servant's uniform, even Yak, who was standing next to him, was wearing a palace-style servant's uniform. Wearing such clothes, Wu Yan, Yashur, and Yak stood together. It was as if some royal family was about to bring their two servants out for an inspection. This caused Yashur to be embarrassed and Yak's expression to be a bit unsightly. Not long after, Yak angrily complained in a loud voice. They actually made a noble dragon wear this kind of servant's uniform. Is this how the Night Kingdom treats dragons who are connected to their lives? Just bear with it for a while. Yashur finally heard Yak's complaint and showed an expected expression. He made a pre-prepared appeasement. Look, aren't I also wearing servant's uniform? Unfortunately, Yashur's consolation only brought about the opposite effect. You're a servant to begin with. Yak retorted matter-of-factly. How can a mere watchdog compare to the honorable dragon clan? Ashu immediately choked. All right, Yak, stop complaining. At the side, Yak said. Wu Yin shrugged. This is also for Sylvia, isn't it? Needless to say, the fact that Yashio and Yak had dressed up like this was naturally not their own will. In fact, this was Cosette's proposal. Although Finchon City wasn't too far away from Ansari City, it wasn't a place where one could go whenever they wanted to. If he used the usual method of moving, he might not be able to reach it even after an entire day. Therefore, in order not to waste time, the only way to travel to Fantion City was to ride on a dragon. However, this was where the problem came from. Yashure's foal was Yak. Although she was a dragon, with Yak's form, not to mention whether she was willing to let Yashure ride on her head. From a physical point of view, even if she was willing, by the time Yak ran to Finchon City on foot, the Continental Conference would already be over. Yak was also in human form, so she couldn't move as fast as a dragon. Naturally, she was reduced to a spectator. In this way, Yashure and Yak could only choose to ride on Lancelot and head to Fantion City like Sylvia. However, for the princess of a country to ride together with a male student, who was even her classmate at that, it wasn't strange for there to be some kind of ridiculous rumors, right? After all, the thing that attracted the curiosity of the reporters the most was the love affairs of the royal family. It was commonly known as gossip and privacy. Even if Sylvia and Yashure were innocent, the reporters could still write something black out of something white. In order to prevent rumors from spreading on the way to Fantion City with Sylvia, Cosette suggested that Yashure and Yak dress up as servants. It was a very common thing for the royal family to bring their servants out to travel. This way, they could avoid the gossip of others. Yak knew this very well, so she didn't yell directly. However, she still complained more or less. I'm also a dragon princess. Why do I have to be treated like this? Yak's expression was unbearably sour. She pointed at Wu Yin, who didn't seem to care at all. Also, even I, a girl, dress up like this. You also don't ride your own dragon. Why don't you use it? You should be like Yashure. If you ride with Sylvia, there will be rumors, right? Don't ask me that question. Wu Yin rolled his eyes. I don't really care what I dress up like. It's fine as long as I can meet people. Cosette said I don't need it. Why? Yak couldn't get over it. Why don't you use it? Because even if there are rumors between Lord Roan and Her Highness, it won't be a big deal. Sylvia and Cosette appeared in front of Epona Lodge's door and walked over. Lord Roan defeated Commander Ursula. That's enough for the reporters to not write anything unsightly. Cosette winked at Yak with a smile. Moreover, if there really is a rumor, my princess will probably be very happy. Don't talk nonsense over there. Sylvia glared at Cosette. Wu Yin and the others could clearly see that her white ears had turned slightly red. Today, Sylvia also had her bright blonde hair coiled up. She was wearing a dragon riding robe embroidered with the insignia of the royal family of knights. Her neck and ears were completely exposed under the sunlight, and it wasn't strange for everyone to see that her ears were red. Well, Your Highness, don't be shy. Cosette seemed to be in high spirits. She didn't stop after Sylvia's reprimand. Instead, she attacked again. Your Highness, this is a meeting between the parents. Don't you dare deny that you're not excited at all. I am ready to go. Sylvia hurriedly summoned Lancelot. A wide-range magic formation rippled beneath her feet. Heed my summons and come here. Lancelot, roar. A loud and clear roar echoed from the magic array, gradually becoming louder and louder. Lancelot's silver body also appeared in the magic array, majestically making his appearance. Sylvia flipped over and leaped onto Lancelot's back. You guys get on as well. Then let's go. Wu Yin shook his head. He didn't say anything else. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped up lightly. He landed on Lancelot's back. Cosette also took the laced apron of her maid uniform and flew up like a flower. Yashure and Yak stood in place. They stared at Wu Yin and Cosette's suave way of mounting their horses. After a long time, Yak gave an order. You, hurry up and fly up as well. Don't force me. You know I can't do it, right? TSK, you're so useless. I'm just an ordinary person. Don't compare me. Then I'll give you the holy knight armor. Don't lose the scene. Give me a cool entrance. You're willing to give me the holy knight armor, just for a cool entrance? Isn't your holy knight armor too cheap? What do you mean by present? It's just a replica. It's not a present. Then what should I do? After saying that, Yashio and Yak once again stared at each other with their small eyes. Anything is fine. On Lancelot's back, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but yell. Anyway, get on first. Don't waste my time. Yashur and Yak looked at each other and fell silent. In the end, they obediently went under Lancelot's body and climbed up the dragon's back along with Lancelot's reins. You're ready, right? Sylvia smiled bitterly and pulled on the reins in her hand. Then let's go. Roar. Lancelot faced the sky and let out a long howl. Like an arrow, he soared into the sky and flew towards the distant horizon. Chapter 1390. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling down dazzling rays of sunlight that illuminated the entire land and the bustling city below. Phanteion City, the capital of the Lorman knighthood, where the royal family of knights and the royal palace were located. Compared to Ansari City, regardless of importance, in terms of land area and prosperity, Phanteion City was several levels ahead of Ansari City. The tall city walls drew a path in a very regular pattern, surrounding the entire city of Phanteion. There were streets, urban areas, and rivers inside. It was just like a small country. There were a lot of people in Phanteion City. Although it wasn't a sea of people, it could still be a sea of people if they gathered together. The buildings were more elegant, like small courtyards. It was said that they were all built according to the style of the Shepron Kingdom, the suzerain of the Lorimon Kingdom of Knighthood. If one looked down from the sky above Phanteion City, they would discover that the city walls that surrounded Phanteion City formed a pattern. That pattern had traces of the royal family's emblem, as well as the shadow of the star carving of the dragon nurturer. Similarly, it also had a part of the flag of King Siapulon. Although the overall combination couldn't be described as beautiful, it was more than enough to say that it was exquisite. By the way, Phanteion City also had city walls. It seemed to separate the entire Phanteion City into regions. Because of this, it looked more like a small country. However, the regions were connected to each other. There was no priority. If one had to say which region was more important, then only the central region was more important than the other regions. That was because the royal palace of the Lorman knighthood, the castle that was shaped like a tower, Phanteion City, was located here. Originally, Phanteion City was a metropolis with Phanteion City as the center. Therefore, it was understandable that the central region of Phanteion City was more important than the other regions. Phanteion City, which was located in the central region of Phanteion City, was about to become the venue for this continental conference. The representatives of the top forces from all over the continent would gather and decide the future direction of the continent. Such an important conference was held here. It also made the atmosphere of Phanteion City tense. Of course, it was only the central region with Phanteion City as the center that was nervous. This was the real venue for the Continental Conference. Therefore, on normal days, the rarely seen dragon knights seemed to have gathered in one place today. They rode their respective holy dragons and circled back and forth above Phanteion City. The dragon knights were all armed, and their faces were solemn. These dragon knights, they were all dragon knights of the Lorman Holy Dragon Knights. During the Continental Conference, the venue and the safety of the representatives of the top forces naturally became the most important. Under such circumstances, the knighthood couldn't afford to be careless. Thus, during the limited time the Continental Conference was held, Lorimon's Holy Dragon Knights would gather and be in charge of guarding before and after the conference. When Lancelot brought Wu Yin and the others to Phanteion City, the vigilant dragon knights all rode their holy dragons and adjusted their magic power, causing a whirlwind of magic power to sweep up above Phanteion City. However, these dragon knights all seemed to recognize Lancelot. They knew that Lancelot was Sylvia's fall. When they confirmed that it was Lancelot and Sylvia on the dragon's back, the magic power in the sky gradually calmed down. Your Highness Sylvia. A moment later, All the dragon knights in the sky above Fantion City lined up neatly and bowed to Sylvia in unison. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Sylvia responded to the dragon knights in a loud voice. With a serious expression, she slowly landed in Fantion City. The dragon knights dispersed and continued to be on guard. Phew. Yashur, who had been holding his breath since the beginning, let out a long sigh and wiped away the cold sweat that had dripped down from his forehead without him knowing. What a tight security. It's the beginning of the Continental Conference, after all. It's necessary to be on guard. Wu Yin looked around at the holy dragons circling in the sky and nodded. With such a scale of security, I'm sure even the big countries wouldn't dare to act recklessly, right? Of course. Sylvia couldn't help but straighten her back proudly. The Lorman Knighthood is a famous knight order even in the entire continent. Although the Lorman Knighthood is only a small country, in terms of military power, the knighthood is definitely not weaker than the big countries. That's because of the dragons. Yak quickly took the credit. Without the dragons, how could the knighthood be so mighty? The knighthood and the dragons are one. Sylvia retorted with some dissatisfaction. You're being too unreasonable by separating the dragons from the knighthood, aren't you? I didn't mean that. Yak immediately turned her head away in embarrassment. I'm just reminding you not to forget the contributions of the dragons. None of the knights will forget what the dragons have brought to us. Sylvia was very serious when she said this. So, Yak, I hope you don't treat us as outsiders. All right, it's my fault. Yak was helpless. As they spoke, Lancelot landed in front of Fantion City's gates and laid down on the ground. Everyone dismounted from the dragon's back and began to examine the city. It looked like an ancient castle with layers of buildings stacked on top of each other. The top of the building had a sharp shape, so it looked like a large tower. It flashed with a steel-like luster under the sun. Obviously, in terms of sturdiness, it was definitely not bad. The gates slowly opened as the group dismounted from Lancelot's back. The two majestic dragons carved on the gates were imprinted in everyone's vision. They could faintly see the light in the eyes of the two dragons. It was very vivid. Under Sylvia's lead, Wu Yin, Cosette, Yak, and Yashur walked up the stairs and entered the city. A moment later, a magnificent hall appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone could clearly see that around the resplendent hall, there were statues of knights and dragons arranged in an orderly manner as if they were guarding something. Along with these statues, there were also 2 rows of maids dressed in the style of the palace. In the center of the hall stood a bespectacled head maidservant who looked much older than Cosette. Welcome back. In the hall of Fantion City, the maidservants lowered their heads and bowed deeply. Your Highness Sylvia, looking at the 2 neat rows of maids saluting in unison and their loud and clear voices echoing in the surroundings. Yashio and Yak seemed to be shocked and were unable to react for a long time. Sylvia nodded calmly and looked at the bespectacled head maidservant in the center. Long time no see, Frida. Yes, Your Highness Sylvia. The maid named Frida took a step forward. The Night King has been waiting for Your Highness for a long time. Let the guests familiarize themselves with the environment first, Sylvia said, but Frida insisted. Greet the Night King first. All right. Sylvia hesitated and nodded helplessly. Frida looked at Wu Yin. She sized up Wu Yin for a bit before opening her mouth. This should be Roland? Sir Randall? Wu Yin paused for a second. What is it? The Night King has orders, Frida said concisely. He wants Sir Roland and Her Highness Sylvia to greet him together. Me? Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. So soon? Sylvia seemed surprised as well. Is Imperial Father in such a hurry to see Roland? Please, Sir Roland. Frida didn't answer. Instead, she turned to the side and made an inviting gesture. This maidservant is quite arrogant. Wu Yin nodded nonchalantly when this thought popped up in his mind. I can do it any time. There's no other way. Sylvia sighed. Then let's go. Chapter 1391. Under Corset's care, Wu Yin and Sylvia changed out of their dragon riding clothes and put on formal attire before heading to the Night King's residence. Walking along the endless corridor, Wu Yin stretched his body that was restrained by the formal attire and spoke in a bored tone. "Why does the Night King want to see me so soon?" Sylvia frowned in confusion. "With my father's personality, he shouldn't be the kind of person who is thirsty for talent just because someone is more talented than him. To be honest, I don't really understand." "Even you don't understand?" Wu Yin continued to stretch his body while asking curiously. "Speaking of which, the Night King, who is your father? What kind of person is he?" Sylvia's face turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. She seemed to have recalled something that she didn't want to recall. She sighed. "You'll find out soon enough." "Is that so?" "Ah, I hope you won't be too disappointed. Now that you mention it, I'm curious." Wu Yin has heard rumors about the Night King. Of course, they aren't all that good a rumor. However, Wu Yin only knew that the Night King was an unqualified king. As for what kind of person the Night King was, Wu Yin didn't know. Seeing Sylvia like this, the Night King didn't seem to leave a good impression on others. What kind of person is he? With that thought in mind, Wu Yin and Sylvia arrived at the Night King's hall. Wu Yin soon found out why Sylvia didn't want to talk about her father. "Oh, I've been waiting for you for a long time, my dear daughter." Along with such a horrifying voice, a black shadow suddenly rushed from the front. Halfway through, it jumped up and drew a perfect parabola in the air. It pounced on Sylvia, who just entered the hall. Wah! Wu Yin didn't expect this. To think that they would be attacked when they came to the hall where they had an audience with the Night King. So, it was a conditioned reflex. Wu Yin sent out a flying kick. It hit the face of the charging black shadow. Oh! The black shadow let out a miserable cry. He flew out at a speed faster than when he came, leaving a trail of blood behind him as he landed on his back. It smashed into the floor not far away. Its two legs twitched and straightened, then it stopped moving. Only then did Wu Yin see the full appearance of the attacker. It was a man in luxurious clothes with a cloak behind him. He had an extremely mediocre face and a large beard. It was hard to tell if he was middle-aged or old. At this moment, this uncle, who seemed to be relying on his clothes to support his image, had his face on the ground. Blood was crazily spurting out from his nostrils, and there was a footprint on his face. His eyes were circled, and he looked like he had fainted. It was extremely embarrassing. Where did this guy come from? That's the first sentence Wu Yin uttered with his mouth agape. Even if he wanted to attack someone, he should have sent someone more decent, right? He didn't want to attack us. On the side, Sylvia's eyebrows twitched and the corners of her mouth twitched. He wanted to attack me. Attack you? Wu Yin didn't know what to say. As if she couldn't bear to look at it, Sylvia no longer looked at the uncle who was bleeding profusely on the ground. She turned her head away and squeezed out those words with all her might. "He is my father, the current Night King of the Night Kingdom of Lorman, Alvard." "Night King?" Wu Yin was stunned. "I know you don't want to believe it," Sylvia said with a sorrowful expression, "but it is the truth." Wu Yin's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but look at Alvard. He looked at the Night King, who was bleeding from his nose and covering his face with circles in his eyes. "In other words, I sent the current Night King flying with a kick, right?" "Yes. Why don't I feel fear? Instead, I feel good all over?" "Don't mind. Why?" "Because I feel the same way." The two of them looked at Alvard in silence. Wu Yin's heart was in turmoil. He finally understood why Sylvia would always have a look of disgust on her face whenever the Night King Orwald was mentioned, and why she would always try to brush him off. If Wu Yin had such a father, don't even talk about being a prince. Even if he was given the throne, he wouldn't feel that he's lucky enough to be the ruler of this world. He was simply the best of the best. Then, Wu Yin suppressed the turmoil in his heart and rubbed his forehead. Why'd he suddenly lunge at me? Sylvia lowered her head and didn't say anything. However, the answer still echoed in the spacious hall. "Do you even need to ask?" Like a person on the verge of death, Night King Orwald suddenly raised his head. His hand that was covered in blood from his nose trembled as if he was about to die, and he extended it towards Sylvia. "To give my beloved daughter a hug of love. After saying that, Alvord tilted his head and his eyes started to draw circles again. Wu Yin and Sylvia looked at each other and saw the speechless expression on each other's face. Sigh. Wu Yin sighed and looked at Sylvia. What should we do now? Let's go back. Sylvia replied without hesitation. When he wakes up, he will naturally summon us again. Is that so? Wu Yin laughed dryly. Then let's leave it at that. Although I can understand your situation, let's wait a little longer before leaving. Just as Wu Yin and Sylvia were about to turn around and leave, a metallic clanging sound entered their ears. Along with it came the sound of footsteps that reverberated through the entire space. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned their heads at the same time to look at the source of the sound. Wearing a heavy and revealing armor, she slowly walked over from the direction of the throne. Her sharp eyes stared at Wu Yin and Sylvia. Her lips curled into a small grin. Long time no see, Roland, Sylvia. Wu Yin and Sylvia were stunned. When they realized who it was, they were shocked. Veronica, royal sister. The newcomer was the first princess of Lorraine's Kingdom of Knights, the iron-blooded Valkyrie, Veronica. Behind Veronica, Gulian, the captain of her personal guards, followed closely behind her. He was wearing the cold, holy knight armor, and his eyes were equally cold. You're early. Veronica had a rare smile on her face. I thought you two would be late. When Sylvia saw Veronica's smile, she felt as if she was a prey being watched by an eagle. She instinctively shrunk her neck. It's mainly because Sylvia thinks it's better to be early. Wu Yin glanced at Sylvia. He knew Sylvia wouldn't be able to answer and could only helplessly answer. But Your Highness Veronica, why are you here? You just called me by my name, and now you're calling me Your Highness. Veronica pursed her lips. She looked at Alvord as if he was a piece of trash and snorted. I didn't want to see him either, but since you're here, I thought I'd come over to say hello. Me? Wu Yin gasped. Huh? You're here because of me? Isn't that a matter of course? Veronica's lips curled into a smile. After all, I'm the one who told him to write a letter to Sylvia and have her bring you here. Wu Yin and Sylvia looked at each other. What? Veronica frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Is that strange? Not that it's weird. Wu Yin scratched his cheeks, and he asked in an uncertain tone. But why did you ask me to come over? After I left Ansari, something big happened in Ansari, didn't it? Veronica's hawk-like eyes narrowed. Let's have a good talk about this. Wu Yin finally understood why Leibeka got that kind of response when she reported to the knighthood about the Corpse Dragon army attacking the Ansari Dragon Academy. It was all part of Veronica's plan. Chapter 1392. That was a pretty heavy kick. Holding a handkerchief, Dahua wiped his face as if he was washing his face, wiping away the nosebleed and the footprints on his face. At the same time, he added a regretful sentence. If possible, I wish it was my dear daughter who kicked me. Do you wish for your daughter to kick you that much? Veronica lifted her foot coldly and stomped on the ground. Her iron boots collided with the ground and stirred up a small circle of dust. I don't mind giving you a hand. Alvord shuddered and looked at Sylvia with tears streaming down his face. I just want to take a good look at my daughter's face after not seeing her for a long time. Is this too much? I don't mind letting you see, Sylvia said with a conflicted expression. Can you please do it in a normal way? Yes, my way is very normal, Alvord said solemnly. As a father, I want to take a good look at my daughter's face after not seeing her for a long time, right? That's true. Then carefully touch every hair and facial features on that beautiful face and rub my face against it twice. That's not wrong, right? If you dare do that, I won't mind giving you another nosebleed. Wu Yin turned his head away. He didn't want to see Alvord's smitten expression and Sylvia's clenched fists. Night King Alvord is definitely a daughter con. Furthermore, he was a daughter con who only had eyes for Sylvia. What's more, he was a super daughter con. Wu Yin has seen daughter con kings before. For example, Sylph's father, Emperor Kite of the Ailu Empire, is also a daughter con. However, Kite at least has the demeanor of a king. His actions are normal, and he even has the strength of a Tier 9 knight. No one would think that he doesn't look like a king. But this Alvard, demeanor of a king? None at all. Actions? Disgusting. Strength? So weak. How did this guy become the Night King? Did he rely on his royal bloodline? Fortunately, he didn't have any siblings. Otherwise, with the Wang family's power struggle, this fellow would definitely be cheated to the point that he would blame himself for not wearing his underwear properly. Wu Yin ignored Alvard, who was entangled with Sylvia, and shifted his attention to Veronica. What about Ursula? Why didn't he see her? During the Continental Conference, Yuzura was the commander of Lorea's Holy Dragon Knights. He must be responsible for the security of Fenshin City. He should still be arranging manpower now, right? Veronica looked at Wu Yin with a faint smile. Ever since he lost to you in the Ansari Kingdom, Ursula seems to have become more energetic than before, but he also works harder than before, especially during training. He works harder than anyone else. He even said that he would defeat you the next time. That's really something to look forward to. Wu Yin licked the corner of his mouth, a hint of interest appearing in his wine-red eyes. Let's hope Ursula can be stronger. You're the only one in the Kingdom of Knights who can say something like that. Veronica shook her head with a chuckle. I see. You're the divine horseman who defeated Commander Ursula? Alvard, who had been fooling around in front of Sylvia, turned around with a serious expression on his face. When I learned that someone defeated Commander Ursula, I wanted to meet him. She was still thinking about when to meet him, but she didn't expect that. He came so quickly. Wu Yin didn't know what to say when he saw Eoward's serious expression. It was the Night King who wrote a letter to Sylvia asking her to bring him here. Even if it was Veronica's idea, she should at least know his identity, right? Could it be that he didn't know who the person Veronica wanted him to write to Sylvia was from the very beginning? Then why did that arrogant headmaid say that it was the Night King who sent him and Sylvia to greet her? There are too many things to complain about. I'm sorry. Wu Yin resisted the urge to sigh and nodded at the Night King. Then, the reason for summoning me is Her Highness Veronica's idea. The reason for summoning Sylvia is because she wants Sylvia to attend the Continental Congress. Then, why did you summon Yashur and Acker? Yashur? Blake and Acker whelp? Veronica frowned when she heard Wu Yan's words. She looked at Alvard coldly. I didn't hear anything about this. This is my idea. Being stared at by Veronica's terrifying gaze, Alvard remained unmoved. I can't help it. My daughter is too outstanding. She took care of everything in the Continental Congress while I, as her father, had nothing to do. Besides, everyone is busy with work, but I have nothing to do. It's too boring. Wu Yin was speechless. In other words, Sylvia's pretty face also became powerless. You're just looking for someone to kill time with, aren't you? I'm also very curious about humanoid dragons. Alvard laughed out loud, causing Veronica, who was standing at the side, to explode in anger. Boom! The iron boots kicked up a gust of wind and mercilessly lashed out like a whip at Alvarez. Alvarez screamed as his body was sent flying like a giant piece of trash. He smashed into a nearby wall and was embedded into it with his face facing the wall. Sylvia couldn't help but recall the miserable days she had spent under Veronica, and her pretty face paled as she looked at her father's pitiful fate. As expected, Sister Veronica is still as violent and terrifying as ever. Forget about that bastard, Veronica said in an unquestionable tone as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Actually, Roland, I called you here because I have a favor to ask of you. Favor? Wu Yin and Sylvia both turned to look at Veronica. Is it about the Corpse Dragon Army attacking the Ansari Dragon Academy? It's currently a busy time for the Continental Congress, even though I'd like to hear the reason behind it. Let's put it aside for now. Veronica waved her hand. I'm looking for you because of the Continental Congress. The Continental Congress. Wu Yin took a deep breath and adjusted his attitude to be serious. Looks like it won't be that easy. It's actually quite easy, provided that nothing happens. Veronica smiled in satisfaction when she saw Wu Yin turning serious. Actually, I want to ask you to attend the Continental Conference with us as a guard of the Wong family when Sylvia, that bastard, and I attend the Continental Congress together. Sylvia cried out in shock. Guard? Wu Yin focused on another word. What? There's danger in attending the Continental Congress? That's not it. It's not strange to bring a guard to the Continental Congress. It's just that there's a limit to the number of people attending. Veronica raised her hand to indicate that there's no need to worry. I have no choice but to ask you to attend as a guard. After all, there are many restrictions during the Continental Congress. One of the restrictions is that participants are not allowed to bring their dragon partners with them. There's even a magic barrier set up to prevent people from summoning dragons. Veronica narrowed her eyes at this point. But there's no rule that participants are not allowed to bring weapons. I see. Wu Yin immediately understood. The true strength of the Chivalry Kingdom lies in their dragons. The Continental Congress prohibits participants from bringing their dragon partners with them. There's also a magic barrier set up to prevent people from summoning dragons. However, it doesn't prohibit participants from bringing weapons with them. It's really unfair to the Chivalry Kingdom. Under such circumstances, even if Veronica was a powerful warrior, she wouldn't be able to provide a capable guard if something happened to her. Ursula was powerful, but without Galahad, she was just an ordinary girl. That's why Veronica asked Wu Yin to be her guard. After all, not only could Wu Yin fight evenly with Gu Yin, who was equipped with the paladin armor, but Fall was also in his body. He didn't need to bring it or summon it. It could be released from his body at any time. It's not against the rules of the Continental Congress. As a guard, he's the best choice. I'm fine with it. Wu Yin smiled. It's just that I'll change from being the guard of the cowardly princess to the guard of the two princesses. Veronica smiled when she heard that. Then, we'll leave our two princesses to you. Chapter 1393. After making up her mind about the guards, Veronica asked about the Corpse Grey Dragon Army's attack on the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy in detail. It had to be said that Veronica was indeed very concerned about Ansari. Be it the previous time when the Corpse Ash Dragon attacked Ansari City, or this time when the Corpse Ash Dragon Army attacked the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. The princess had expressed her concern and treated it with caution. If not for this, Veronica would not have personally gone to Ansari City to check on the situation. This time, she also chose to get a direct description from Wu Yin instead of the whole story from the report. This also made Wu Yin admire Veronica's serious and careful attitude. It's rare for him to be so serious as he explained the entire incident from start to finish. This included the conversation with Mikaz. When Wu Yin mentioned Mikaz, Sylvia returned to her absent-minded state from a few days ago. She even ignored Veronica's occasional attempts to talk to her. Veronica's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. The person Sylvia was most afraid of was Veronica. Now that Veronica tried to talk to Sylvia, Sylvia fell into a state of absent-mindedness and ignored her completely. This proved that Sylvia had something on her mind. It had reached a very serious stage. Veronica did not express much concern for her sister, but in terms of understanding of Sylvia, even Alvard, who was obsessed with his daughter, could not compare to Veronica. Therefore, Veronica looked at Sylvia deeply for a while before ending the conversation. Before leaving, Sylvia's footsteps were a little hesitant. His gaze also frequently shifted to Alvard, who was embedded in the wall. His ice-blue eyes were like rippling water, and his expression was very uncertain. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and walked out of the hall. Roland! Wu Yin was about to follow her when Veronica suddenly called out to him. Can you help Sylvia with her matters? It sounded like a plea. Gu Yin, who was following behind Veronica, was shocked. Valiant and skilled in battle, with the title of Iron-Blooded Valkyrie, as the current pillar of the Knight's Kingdom of Lormon. When has Veronica ever spoken to others in such a tone? At least, Gu Yin had been protecting Veronica for so many years, but this was the first time he heard Veronica use such a tone. Furthermore, could Sylvia help them? What's going on here? Gu Yin was confused, but Wu Yin understood what Veronica meant. Come to think of it, Sylvia's condition must have worried Veronica as well. She's such a dishonest sister. Wu Yin smiled. Don't look at me like that. I've done a lot to enlighten Sylvia. He left this sentence without even turning his head. Wu Yin walked out of the hall. What a reliable man. I want to take him as my subordinate more and more. Veronica looked at the door. She narrowed her eyes. But isn't he a bit too close to Sylvia? When Veronica said this, her words were full of jealousy, completely forgetting that she was the one who asked for it. Even though Gu Yin's heart was frozen, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Your Royal Highness. Cosette, who was waiting in the corridor, greeted Sylvia with his usual smile when he saw her walking out of the hall. However, Sylvia acted as if she didn't see Cosette. She walked past Cosette and continued forward. Your Royal Highness? The smile on Cosette's face disappeared and was replaced by a trace of worry. Her Royal Highness seems to have returned to how she was before. Lord Lune. Wu Yin walked out of the hall and was greeted by Cosette's worried face. Patting Cosette's shoulder to tell her not to worry, Wu Yin took a step forward and caught up with Sylvia, walking side by side with her. Wu Yin, Sylvia, and Cosette's footsteps echoed clearly in the hallway. The atmosphere between the three of them was rather heavy and oppressive. At the same time, Sylvia's heart felt oppressive as well. Sylvia felt a sense of loss as she listened to the footsteps beside her that seemed to be synchronizing with her footsteps. At the same time, her depressed heart also eased a little. Come to think of it, regardless of whether it was during the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack on Ansari, when Royal Sister came to the Academy, or when he faced Makawas on the top floor of the Templar Bell Tower, this person was always by his side. He even helped him a lot and became his spiritual pillar. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to obtain Fall and become a dragon cultivator. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to realize the weakness in her heart and bravely face the enemy. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to defeat Wall and obtain Royal Sister's approval. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to get a little comfort when Mikao's disturbed her heart. Now, he must have noticed her abnormality and worried him, right? Only now did Sylvia realize how much trouble she had caused for him and how much she relied on him. When would he be able to take charge of something on his own? Did anyone tell you that you're not good at hiding things? Just as Sylvia started complaining to herself, Wu Yin abruptly blurted out such a sentence that made Sylvia stunned. She couldn't help but turn around and look at Wu Yin. Wu Yin didn't look back. He walked forward and spoke as if he was talking to himself. As the princess of the Knight's Kingdom, I'm sure she must have a lot of worries. However, having worries and hiding them are two different things. Even Veronica has been looking for capable assistants and has been sending invitations to Lebecca, Cosette, and me, hasn't she? His meaning was clear. He wanted Sylvia to learn to rely on others. Sylvia lowered her head, and her expression changed again. Not long after, it turned into bitterness. Why are you able to pull me back in time, every time? I can't help it, Wu Yin shrugged, because I'm the cowardly princess's guardian. Cowardly? Sylvia couldn't refute him. Lifting her head, her clear blue eyes gazed at Wu Yan's side profile. Sylvia's eyes finally showed a pleading expression. Recently, I've been troubled by something. Wu Yin stopped and turned around to face Sylvia. Cosette also looked at Wu Yin with gratitude. She then focused on Sylvia. Mikaos. Sylvia didn't hide anything. She directly told Cosette what had been troubling her. That man gave me a familiar feeling. I haven't seen him in a long time. A very familiar feeling that I haven't felt in a long time. Cosette raised her eyebrows. You mean? Wu Yin asked with uncertainty. You suspect that Mikaos is someone you know? I suspect. Sylvia clenched her teeth. Mikaves is most likely my royal brother, Julius. Loriman. Wah. Cosette sucked in a breath of cold air. Julius? Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. Julius? Loriman. Although it was only a rumor, Wu Yin knew this person. The eldest son of a Knight royal family, a former prince who violated a taboo by killing his own Fall and was sentenced to death. In other words, this was someone who was supposed to be dead. Your Highness. Cosette couldn't help but speak. But Prince Julius should have been executed already, right? That's why this is only my intuition. Sylvia replied with a heavy tone. But I don't understand. If my brother isn't dead, why would he become a pawn of the Empire? Why would he bring disaster to the Night Kingdom time and time again? Sylvia bit her lips. A pained expression appeared on her face. After all, Julius wasn't just Sylvia's brother. He was also someone she had always admired since she was young. If such an existence stood on the opposite side of her, the pain in her heart would be unimaginable. Your Highness. Cresset worriedly held Sylvia's slender shoulders. Wu Yin looked at Sylvia's pained expression and lowered his head. His eyes flickered with a thoughtful light. Chapter 1394. Night. There was no such thing as darkness in the night sky of Fantion City. This was because every night, the entire Vatian city would be lit up with all kinds of colors. The colorful lights illuminated the entire Vatian city and the night sky of Vatian City. In this world, dragons that could fly were almost everywhere in the knighthood of Lorimon. Because Fantion City was the capital of the knighthood of Lorimon, some airships would visit from time to time at night. Therefore, in order to distinguish whether a visitor was a friend or a foe, the illumination of the night sky became a necessary measure. In the night sky of Fantion City, countless lights moved back and forth in the sky like beams of light. The dragon knights of the Lorimon Knight Legion who were patrolling would occasionally ride on their holy dragons and expose themselves to the lights. Then, they would flash past and continue patrolling. Usually, there would be lamps in Fantion City that illuminated the night sky at night, but there weren't as many as there were these days. Now, due to the Continental Congress, there were more lamps that illuminated the night sky, almost exposing the entire night sky to the light. Under the illumination of the lights, in the distance, an extremely large airship was slowly moving towards Fantion City. It was an airship that was much larger than Veronica's Sylvanus. Its appearance wasn't as prominent as Sylvanus's. It was just an extremely ordinary ship shape. However, the appearance of the ship was very luxurious, like a luxurious airship that had been greatly enlarged. It was also covered in layers of steel. Although it didn't look as elegant as Sylvanus, it had its own aura. At the top of this airship, a flag was fluttering in the wind, causing those who had discovered the whereabouts of the airship to gather. After the spotlights on the airship shone on this flag, it was as if the alarm had been lifted, and all of them returned to their posts. It continued to wander in the sky. Clearly, Fantion City had tacitly approved of the airship's entry, because this flag was the flag of the Cypheros Empire. Below the flag, on the side of the airship, a large family crest was engraved there. That was the crest of a famous noble family in the Cypheros Empire, the Witthausen family. The emperor of the Cypheros Empire declined to attend this year's Continental Conference, citing his old age. Let the current head of the Witthausen family attend the Continental Conference as the representative of the Cypheros Empire. At this time, in front of the deck of this airship, a handsome man with blonde hair and a pair of gray eyes stood side by side with a silver-haired man wearing a silver mask. He looked down at the city of Fantion. The silver-haired man with the mask was Makawos. As for the handsome man with blonde hair, he was the current head of the Witthausen family, the representative of the Cypheros Empire who was about to attend the Continental Conference, Klaus. At the same time, Klaus was also Makawos' protector. In other words, Mykator's was helping Klaus, and Klaus was Mykator's superior. The capital of the Knights' Kingdom of Lorraine, Klaus held a glass of red wine. A leisurely smile hung on his face. She does look pretty, but unfortunately, she doesn't fit my taste. Klaus raised his head and looked at the holy dragons hovering in the sky. A blurry color appeared in his eyes. On the contrary, the dragons are the ones that fit my taste the most. Look at how they fly, their majestic bodies, their powerful strength. It's really irresistible. Enough with the nonsense. Mykator's withdrew his gaze, turned around, and coldly said, "Have you prepared everything?" Klaus sighed when he saw that Mykator's didn't show the slightest bit of respect towards his superior. "Still as cold as ever, but this is also a beauty that belongs to you." Klaus chuckled with a somewhat disgusting comment. The Arcanitech device, excavated from the ancient ruins, is already being adjusted inside the airship. The experts are adding Millennium Chi Hua crystal to it, preparing to activate it. Millennium Chi Hua crystal? Micah Torres nodded. The so-called Millennium Chi Hua crystal didn't refer to the Dragon Chi Hua crystal that the dragons secrete regularly, but a type of fossil. It's a precious fossil formed by a dragon's corpse after thousands of years underground. Just like the Dragon Chi Hua crystal, the Millennium Chi Hua crystal is also a type of crystal that contains mana. However, compared to the Dragon Chi Hua crystal, the Millennium Chi Hua crystal contains a lot of mana. Some of it is even comparable to the mana of a holy dragon. Because of that, the Millennium Chi Hua crystal is usually used as fuel for Arcanitech ships or airships. It's very rarely used in Arcanitech devices. If a magical device required the use of the Millennium Chi Hua crystal, it meant that the magical device's function was definitely not ordinary. Based on the conversation between Klaus and Micah Torres, it seems like there's a device that requires Millennium Chi Hua crystal in the airship. So, how's the progress? The assembly is almost complete, and we are now entering the final inspection stage. However, because that device uses the 1,000-year Chi Hua crystal as its power source, we must pay more attention. The final inspection will definitely take a lot of time. A lot of time? Micah Torres frowned. You should know that we don't have much time left. We can afford to wait for a night, right? Klaus shook his head with a smile. We should be able to officially activate the device tomorrow afternoon for the experiment. Is that so? Makawo's expression relaxed. He looked down at the city of Finchen again. That's good. Why are you so worried? Klaus swirled the wine in his glass. I also need the help of that devil Dao device, although I still have a dubious attitude. Klaus looked at Micah Torres with a smile on his face. However, the look in his eyes gradually turned strange. Can that device really awaken the last descendant of the Holy Dragon royal family, the young dragon yak, and reveal her true form? Hearing that, Mikhail shot a cold glare at Klaus. Are you doubting me? No, of course not. Klaus quickly waved his hand. Of course I believe you, my dear Micah Torres. You don't have to worry so much, Klaus. You just have to believe in me. Micah Torres snorted. As long as you do as I say, it's only a matter of time before you obtain the power of the Dragon Clan. With the Dragon Clan as your backing, the throne of the Emperor that you've always dreamed of will be within your reach. Klaus' eyes flashed with greed when he heard the words throne of the Emperor, but he quickly hid it. I look forward to the day you fulfill your promise. Micah Torres. Klaus looked up at the holy dragons dancing in the sky. His smile widened, and he seemed to be in a trance. Truly beautiful to the point of being speechless. Just that powerful posture alone has already conquered me, not to mention that strength that far surpasses that of a human. Dragon Clan, you'll become mine sooner or later and help me ascend to the throne. Seeing that Klaus was in a trance and intoxicated by the soaring holy dragon, Makawo silently turned around and walked towards the interior of the ship. My dear Micah Torres, Klaus asked without looking back. Where are you going? Prepare the materials for the experiment. Mika's reply was short and concise. How are you going to conduct the experiment without the experiment materials? Klaus immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Then I'll have to trouble you to capture the experiment materials that are jumping around. Micah Torres ignored Klaus and walked out of the deck. He entered the interior of the airship that was slowly descending. Walking along the dimly lit corridor, Makawo gently raised his head. On the mask, the pair of eyes that were exposed in the eye sockets suddenly flashed with a fierce glint. Shortly after, the pupils in his eyes completely changed. They looked like a snake, a tiger, a wolf, a fox. They were a pair of dragon eyes. The corners of Mikavez's mouth curled up slightly. That cold temperament suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a ghostly, extremely evil smile. The last descendant of the Holy Dragon Clan of Avalon and that white dragon. Yak Loon, wait for me. Chapter 1395. Phew. Lying on the bed of a certain VIP room in Fantion City, Wu Yin sprawled out on the bed. He gazed at the luxurious ceiling, and he exhaled. He didn't know if he was tired or relaxed. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock sound echoed in the quiet room. It's so clear that it caught Wu Yan's attention. Wu Yin reached out his hand and rummaged around in his clothes. He found the source of the sound and held it in his hand before raising it in front of him. It was a silver pocket watch with the emblem of the royal family of Lorimon carved on it. It wasn't very luxurious, but it was obviously not ordinary. It was the Dragon Knight's proof. Only the rider of the Holy Dragon, who had the title of Dragon Knight, could receive this gift from the royal family of Lorimon. The initial goal of all the dragon breeders of Lorimon was to let their fall evolve into a holy dragon and obtain this silver pocket watch. Back then, Veronica visited Ansari and made a duel with Wu Yin. In the duel, Wu Yin defeated the captain of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights, who was once known as the strongest Holy Dragon Knight, Yujura Sarver. With Veronica's approval, Salvin received the Dragon Knight certificate and became a true Dragon Knight. But it wasn't strange. Even if one didn't talk about strength, the White Dragon's burning flame was far stronger than the holy dragons of the dragon race. It was different from the other holy dragons in terms of form. It was very elegant. However, the mana released at that time was definitely more powerful than that of an ordinary holy dragon. Holy dragon riders could receive the Dragon Knight's proof and become Dragon Knights. Just exposing the White Dragon's burning flame to others was enough to give Wu Yin such a reputation. Not to mention, the White Dragon's burning flame was stronger than any other holy dragon. Plus, he defeated Yujura. In fact, Wu Yin was called Dragon Knight. That was a bit inappropriate. After all, Yujura, who was defeated by Wu Yin, also had the title of Holy Dragon Knight. No matter what, Wu Yin should at least have the same glory as the Holy Dragon Knight. It's a pity that the title is reserved for those who received the Holy Knight armor from the Holy Dragons. Wu Yin didn't use the Holy Knight armor from start to finish. That's why, no matter how strong the White Dragon's burning flame was, Wu Yin couldn't get the Holy Dragon Knight title. Of course, Wu Yin didn't think much of it. Titles and whatnot. Once he leaves this world, what's the use of them? It's better to get this pocket watch. He thought so. Wu Yin also opened the lid of the Dragon Knight certificate so that he could see the structure clearly. With the passage of time, minute by minute, the operation of the dial was imprinted into his eyes. It's already night time. Looking at the time, Wu Yin put away the silver pocket watch and looked at the ceiling again. The Continent's conference was about to start. There were still 2 days left. On the night of the day after tomorrow, a group of representatives from the top factions of Luxtrin would be holding a conference in Fantion City. They would be discussing the future of the continent. At that time, Wu Yin would also be attending the conference as a personal guard of the royal family. As a guard, Wu Yin naturally didn't have the right to speak. He also couldn't be like Sylvia, who would become a key figure of the kingdom in the future. However, if news of Wu Yan's attendance at the conference spread throughout the Knights' Empire, it would be a boost to his reputation. The conference was so important that only a limited number of guards could attend. Knight Lorimon's royal family choosing a guard was equivalent to picking one or two out of the millions of citizens of the Knight's Kingdom. It indirectly proved that the person had the most outstanding ability among the millions of citizens of the Knight's Kingdom. At that time, Wu Yan's reputation would spread even wider. One day, he might even surpass the silent Saintess Ursula. However, that was also meaningless to Wu Yan. It was still the same thing. He would leave this world sooner or later. Reputation wasn't as important as a silver pocket watch. As he thought about it, Wu Yan felt a bit sleepy. He blinked twice and gradually closed his eyes. However, before he could completely close his eyes, a knock on the door woke Wu Yan up. Wu Yan got up from the bed and patted his cheeks. "Come in." "Excuse me." The door was silently opened. The next moment, Corset's cute and playful appearance appeared outside. "Corset." Wu Yan turned his head and looked at the door. "What is it?" "Lord Lune." Corset smiled calmly. "Tonight, the Night King will be holding a banquet. I am here to invite you to attend." "Banquet?" Wu Yan felt a headache coming on just by listening to this line. "Can I not attend?" Hearing this, even Cosette didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since the Night King had already given the order to meet him, there was probably only one person in the entire Lorraine knighthood who would reject him with such an impatient expression. Apart from Veronica, Sylvia, and the others who knew everything about the Night King Orwell, there was probably only one person in the entire Lorraine knighthood. I don't think so. Cosette lowered her posture and rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. The Night King personally summoned him. Even if Lord Lune is impatient, he has to go up and play along. Like you said, it's perfunctory. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. There is no other way. I have to go, yes. Cosette smiled from ear to ear. But before that, please take a bath in the bathroom. Taking a bath for a meal? The Wang family sure has a hard time. Wu Yan shook his head and stood up. Then, let's go. Yes. Cosette bowed and led Wu Yan out the door. Wu Yan didn't notice that the moment Cosette turned around, a mischievous look appeared in her purple eyes. Inside the city of Fontaine, in a bathhouse the size of a lake, steam filled the space. The fragrance of the bath lotion rose from the steaming water and mixed with the air. The entire bathhouse was filled with the refreshing scent of a forest. At this moment, a young girl was lying in the bathtub that was as vast as a lake. She was completely naked. More than half of her voluptuous upper body was floating in the water. Her fair body was faintly discernible in the water. Under the influence of the steam, a faint blush appeared. Her long golden hair was coiled up, and her pure white neck shone with a pearl-like luster in the bathhouse. She was extremely beautiful. Leaning against the pillar under the statue of the first Night King in the middle of the bathhouse, Sylvia didn't wash her body. Her icy blue eyes were unfocused and unfocused. It was clear that Sylvia was still thinking about Mikhails and Julius. Sylvia's mood was very complicated. She hoped that Mikhails was Julius, but she also hoped that Mikhails wasn't Julius. She was conflicted to the extreme. If Mikhails was Julius, then her brother wasn't dead. That was definitely something to be happy about. But at the same time, if Mikhails was Julius, then it proved that the person who repeatedly sabotaged Ansari and worked for the Safar's empire was her brother. That was something Sylvia didn't want to see. But Sylvia also hoped that her brother wasn't dead. Because of this, her mind kept drifting back and forth in this conflicted state, tormenting Sylvia's nerves. Sigh. Sylvia let out a complicated sigh. She turned her body to the side, and her voluptuous breasts rippled through the water, making people uneasy. At this time, a voice echoed outside the bathhouse. We're here. Cosette? Sylvia came back to her senses and stood up. It's time to go out. However, another voice rang out, causing Sylvia's alluring body, which was half exposed above the water, to freeze on the spot. I say, Cosette, don't tell me you want to serve me in the bath. This voice. Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief. Sylvia had only known the owner of this voice for about 3 months, but whether it was the voice or the owner, to Sylvia, they were both deeply etched in her heart. Therefore, it was impossible for Sylvia to be mistaken. That was clearly Wu Yan's voice. Chapter 1396. Rune? Sylvia was confused. Why is Wu Yan here? That's not right. There's a dinner party tonight. Alvarez probably invited Wu Yan as well. Sylvia can guess that much. It's not strange for him to bathe before a dinner party with the royal family. But why would the other party come here when she was bathing? There's more than one bathroom in Fan City. This bathroom is reserved for the royal family. Logically speaking, Wu Yan shouldn't be here. Did I hear wrong? It was a pity that the conversation that followed completely shattered Sylvia's fantasies. Lord Rune, the dinner party is about to begin. You should hurry. I know. Can you please leave first? Why? Isn't it obvious? Don't you know the difference between men and women? Ah, Lord Rune, don't you want me to serve you in a bath? Although it sounds very good, isn't this a male bathroom? This bathroom is special. Not only is it the largest bathroom in Fan City, there's no distinction between men and women. Lord Rune, don't worry. Huh, then I won't see a girl bathing in there, right? Since this bathroom is so special, it's naturally not a place anyone can enter. Then can you let me in? It's fine. I don't think so. Why don't you take me to a normal male bathroom? Lord Rune is a VIP. How can you go to a normal bathroom? But, all right. Lord Rune, leave it to me. Forget it. Do as you wish. This time, Sylvia finally understood. It's all Corsette's doing. Sylvia trembled with anger. As Sylvia's personal maid, Cosette was naturally the one who helped Sylvia take off her clothes when she bathed. In other words, Corset knew that Sylvia was bathing in the bathroom. She even brought Wu Yin here. Despicable Corset. Sylvia gritted her teeth. Then, Lord Rune, please go in. Yes. The rather helpless voice traveled into the bathroom from afar, causing Sylvia to finally react. Looking at the blurry figure in the white mist that was getting closer and closer to the bathroom door, Sylvia panicked. Without a second thought, Sylvia stomped her feet like a mermaid in the bathtub. Drawing a beautiful arc, it swam past the central stone pillar and hid behind it. At the same time, Wu Yin also entered the bath. He swam to the pillar and leaned against it. She breathed softly. It smells good. It doesn't seem like a bath gel, Wu Yin said when he smelled the fragrance in the air. Could it be that a girl just took a bath here? His careless words had hit the nail on the head. Sylvia's heart skipped a beat, and her heartbeat sped up. Her pretty face turned red with a pump. Now, Wu Yin leaned on one side of the pillar, while Sylvia leaned on the other. The two of them were separated by a pillar and had their backs facing each other. They were even bathing in the same bath. Sylvia blushed at the thought of this. She couldn't help but start imagining Wu Yan's body. Unfortunately, Wu Yan once bathed with Sylvia on Sylvanus. When Sylvia thought about it, Wu Yan's body became clearer and clearer in her mind. Sylvia was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She, as a princess, was actually fantasizing about the naked body of a man. She was too shameless. Sylvia couldn't help but imagine Wu Yan's body. The blood in her body is boiling due to her embarrassment and anger. Sylvia's pretty face is getting redder and redder. It's worrying if she's going to faint just like that. What happened next made Sylvia faint. Wu Yan, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, heard the sound of someone entering the water. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked towards the source of the sound. Wu Yan's eyes widened, and he subconsciously covered his nose. An extremely beautiful and curvy figure appeared in front of Wu Yan without the slightest bit of concealment. Wu Yan's eyes were imprinted on it. Her skin was as white as powder. Her curves were alluring. Her full and round breasts swam through the water and gradually sank into the bath. However, they couldn't be covered by the water surface. She was clearly holding a towel in her hand, but she did not use it to cover her body. Instead, she gently rubbed it against her face as if she was wiping her sweat. This kind of action caused her perfectly round eyes to undulate, causing one's face to tighten and one's heartbeat to accelerate to the limit. Cosette, Wu Yin raised his head. He tried to avoid the sudden shock that might have caused him to overreact. This perk is too much. Lord Lune, you didn't do this when you bathed with Her Royal Highness in Sylvanus. Cosette shook her smooth shoulders as if she was about to cry. Is it that uncomfortable to bathe with me? Uncomfortable. It is indeed uncomfortable. Wu Yan began to take deep breaths to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. This stimulation is too strong. Is that so? As if she changed her expression, Cosette's sobbing expression was replaced by a flower-like smile. Lord Lune, there's something even more exciting. Something even more exciting? Wu Yan instinctively froze. At the same time, the sound of water splashing entered his ears. Cosette came to Wu Yan's side without any explanation. Before Wu Yan could react, her body suddenly fell into his arms. Her pair of plump breasts pressed against him without any hesitation. Her red lips exhaled a sweet breath. Her purple eyes flickered as she whispered in a blurred voice. Lord Lune, let me give you a massage. Wu Yan subconsciously hugged the petite figure that threw herself into his arms. Feeling the soft touch at such close distance, his taut heartstrings snapped in an instant. Gently sliding his hands on Cosette's soft back, one hand down and the other hand up, Wu Yin looked into Cosette's blurred eyes. Traces of evil thoughts appeared in his eyes. "How about letting me give you a massage?" Before she finished her words, Wu Yin had already begun his massage. Cosette suddenly gasped for breath. In the silent bathroom, Cosette's seductive panting continued to reverberate and became louder and louder. Wu Yin and Cosette's bodies were getting closer and closer. Just as the two of them were about to merge together, a voice that was filled with shame, anger, and hysteria resounded like thunder. "Stop!" Sylvia couldn't bear it any longer and rushed out from behind the stone pillar. In a moment, she arrived beside Wu Yin and Cosette and forcefully separated them. Shameless! Shameless! Her pretty face was as red as a bright rose. Her fair body trembled violently. She grabbed Cosette's shoulders and shook her. "I didn't expect my personal maid to be such a person, Your Highness." Cosette's expression was one of astonishment. But if one looked closely, one would discover a trace of a smile in her clear eyes. "Why are you here? Why am I here?" Sylvia was enraged. "Isn't it because—" Before Sylvia could finish her sentence, Cosette pushed Sylvia with a smile. "My hand slipped." Sylvia cried out in surprise. Her naked body fell back, and in the next second, she fell on a robust body. It's Wu Yin who still hasn't recovered from Sylvia's appearance. Of course, this wasn't the most coincidental thing. What was truly coincidental was that their lips just so happened to be overlapping at this moment. Sylvia's eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Wu Yin's mouth was wide open and his jaw almost fell to the ground. But when he opened his mouth, it just happened to open Sylvia's lips. Sylvia's tongue slid into Wu Yan's mouth like a snake released from its cage and tangled with Wu Yan's tongue. Sylvia's eyes opened even wider. Wu Yan's mouth also opened even wider. Just like that, the two muddle-headed started to entangle their tongues. Ugh! In the bathroom, new gasps turned into ripples in the air. Chapter 1397. Fantion City in a luxurious lounge. In a vast area, circular pillars were arranged along the walls in an orderly manner, all the way up to the high ceiling. In the lounge, sofas, tables, and chairs, as well as a thick fireplace, occupied an insignificant corner of the lounge. In front of him, a tall door stood. The dining hall of the royal family of knights was right behind that door. William was standing in the lounge. Cosette was helping him tidy up the collar of his tuxedo-like suit. Yashur was also doing the same. It seemed that he was not used to this suit. Only Yak was still staring at the door of the dining hall with full spirit, saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, this gluttonous dragon was already itching for the food at the banquet. Sigh. Wu Yin let Cosette sway his body. His shoulders drooped down as if he was exhausted. He scratched his cheek. Dining with the royal family is really tiring. It had been 2 to 3 hours since Cosette had informed him that he needed to attend the luncheon and had come out of his room. In these 2 to 3 hours, Wu Yin was not only asked to take a bath in the bathroom, but he also had to pick out the clothes to wear at the banquet. After much difficulty, he finally picked out a set of clothes from the pile in the lounge. Because of his appearance, he was swayed by Cosette for nearly half an hour. "It's just a meal. Is there a need to go to this extent? Does the royal family have to prepare 2 to 3 hours in advance every time they have a meal? That will shorten my lifespan, right?" Really, Yashur couldn't help but complain. But, after all, it's a meal with the royal family. It's only right to be cautious. Master Yashur was right this time, Master Loon. Cosette replied with a smile, while tidying up Wu Yan's clothes. There's a saying that goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. In the past, there were people who left a bad impression on the royal family because of their appearance. Because of this, the royal family was angry and ordered to punish them. So, it's necessary to be cautious. Do you have any impression? Wu Yin couldn't help but recall Alvard's attitude and behavior towards Sylvia in the audience hall. He immediately rejected the idea. No, I think so. This night, King won't feel the slightest bit of displeasure because of his appearance. Hearing Wu Yan's very certain statement, Yashu and Yak were somewhat startled. Only Cosette chuckled softly. As Sylvia's personal maid, Cosette naturally knew what kind of person Alvard was, and also understood the meaning behind Wu Yan's words. Was it the Night King, or were the most important person to pay attention to his appearance? Before long, in the corridor beside the lounge, an icy blue figure slowly walked in, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. It was as if an ice blue lotus had bloomed in the lounge. Almost instantly, everyone's eyes were attracted to that figure. She was wearing an ice blue dress. Her smooth shoulders were exposed, and under the illumination of the lounge's lights, there was a slight arc of light. Her slender thighs rubbed against the hem of her dress, faintly discernible. It made one's blood boil and their heartbeats quicken. Her long golden hair was tied into a bun, and the cold color of the dress set off the luster of her golden hair and her fair skin, making her dazzling and moving. As the other person approached, her presence in the air gradually increased, and her intoxicating figure was reflected in everyone's eyes. So beautiful! The person who came was Sylvia. See, Sylvia. Yak opened her mouth wide in astonishment. Was this person who was as beautiful as a daughter of a wealthy family, Sylvia, who had always been strict, aggressive, and strict in her actions? So beautiful. Yashur was also stunned by the sight and gave such a comment without hesitation. Even Wu Yin was stunned on the spot. Looking at the flower-like Sylvia, he couldn't react for a long time. What are you all doing? Sylvia glanced at herself awkwardly as everyone stared at her blankly. Is there a problem with my dress? It's not a problem with the dress, Your Highness. Cosette, who appeared behind Sylvia, grinned and whispered into Sylvia's ear. Everyone thinks you're too beautiful. Beautiful? Sylvia stared blankly for a moment. Then, just like the Sylvia that everyone knew, her pretty face instantly blushed because she couldn't bear the shyness that surged into her heart. It's really not bad. Coming back to his senses, Wu Yin didn't hide his praise. Were it often in the future, hearing that. As if cooked, Sylvia's cheeks were dyed red. When she saw Wu Yan's gaze, even her ears were red. She wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Seeing Sylvia blushing like a rose and wanting to run away, Wu Yin found it funny. Not long ago, the two of them were naked in the same bathroom, in the same bath. Wu Yin already expected Sylvia to act this way. Thinking of this, the memory of the bathroom also came back to Wu Yan's mind. Because Cosette pushed her, Sylvia kissed him like a dog's blood. In the end, because both of them were immersed, the two of them unknowingly kissed in the bath naked for nearly 10 minutes. In the end, when they finally reacted, Sylvia's face was already red as she screamed and ran away. This ripple finally came to an end. Given Sylvia's personality, being able to stand face to face with him should be her limit, right? Thinking of this, Wien also looked at Sylvia. Seeing Sylvia's blushing face, he helplessly spread his hands. All right, let's stop the small talk here. The Night King is already waiting for everyone. Cosette arrived at the door in front of the lounge and pushed it open. Your Highness, Lord Rune, Lord Yashur, Ike-chan, please come with me. Fantion City, Wang family's dining hall, at the head of a long table that was more than 6 to 7 meters long. Night King overgrinned as he watched Wei Yan's group enter the hall and laughed out loud. You're finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Night King. Yashur's body stiffened as he looked at Alvarez, who was laughing in an amicable manner. Now, the person who was laughing in front of him was the king of this country. As an ordinary civilian, Yashur's nervousness in front of the king of the Night Kingdom of Lorea is unimaginable. Don't be so reserved. Overd seemed to have seen through Yashur's nervousness and nodded as if comforting him. This is just a banquet. Relax. Yashur, relax. Sylvia opened one of her eyes. Your submissive behavior is the real disrespect. As a student of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy, you should be more at ease. Sylvia, you're here too? Before Sylvia could finish her reprimanding words, a voice as steady as steel rang out from behind her. This voice, Sylvia's body stiffened as if she was a clockwork doll. Her neck made cracking sounds as she turned around. Then, her entire face turned pale. Should I say it's an unexpected reaction? Behind Sylvia, Veronica, who was dressed in her usual armor, stared at Sylvia with her eagle-like eyes. She curled her lips in dissatisfaction. As expected of a cowardly princess. Why? Sylvia took a few steps back and stuttered like a mouse that saw a cat. Royal sister. Oh, you. Wu Yin covered his eyes as he couldn't bear to look at Sylvia. Weren't you saying something about being at ease? Sylvia lowered her head awkwardly and couldn't say anything. All right, the banquet should begin. Overt, who was sitting at the head of the table, spoke up. Everyone, take your seats. Wu Yin, Sylvia, Veronica, Yak, and Yashur looked at each other and sat around the table. Chapter 1398. Actually, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time now. At the start of the banquet, Alward said this sentence. Roland, Yashur, Miss Yak, it's all thanks to your efforts that Ansari was able to survive the invasion of the Corpse Ash Dragon. Without you, the entire Ansari would have been razed to the ground. Alvard stood up and bowed deeply to Wu Yin, Yashur, and Yak. As the Night King, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the entire Ansari. Imperial Father, Veronica and Sylvia were both stunned. Night King. Yashur was shocked as well. Even Wu Yin and Yak were shocked. As the king of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon, the Night King's status was undoubtedly the highest in the kingdom. And now, this king was bowing to a group of students who weren't even nobles and could only be considered as commoners. This impact left Veronica and Sylvia flabbergasted. Look at you. Is this how a king should behave? Veronica frowned. No matter what, you are still the Night King. Do you think others will be happy to see a king who lowers his head so casually? This isn't a casual matter. Faced with Veronica's accusation, Alvarez retorted. Roland has the ability to defeat Commander Usula and will be our bodyguard in the future. His abilities have been praised by you, and his future achievements will not be below Commander Usula's or even yours. Miss Ai Ku is the Dragon Clan's empress. Her status is at least equal to us. Furthermore, Yashu is Miss Ai Ku's master. Don't tell me that these three people are not worthy of my salute as the Night King to express my gratitude. Veronica was speechless. Those who are eating at the same table with us can be said to be the future of our chivalry nation. It was rare for Alvard to display the attitude of a king, as he solemnly warned. I also hope that you can put down your pride and improve together with the future pillars of our kingdom. Do you understand? Veronica didn't say anything else. Sylvia nodded in agreement with Alvard's words. Seeing this, Wu Yan's impression of the Night King rose by several levels. No matter how much Alvarez praised the three of them, other than Yak, Wu Yin and Yashur didn't have high statuses. This was a fact. In this world, Wu Yan's identity was said to be Rebecca's bodyguard, but to put it bluntly, he was just a servant of a noble. Yashur was even more of a commoner. Under such circumstances, Alvarez was still able to put down his colored glasses to look at them and put down his pride. It was hard to judge whether or not he had the bearing of a king by bowing and thanking them. But from an individual's point of view, this kind of performance was definitely enough to win the favor of others. This Howard, although he was mediocre, he was not muddle-headed. There are still some advantages. You're being too courteous. One doesn't hit a smiling person. Wu Yin nodded in response. Just like Her Highness Veronica, as a princess, she should protect the kingdom. As students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, we should protect Ansari. Her Highness Sylvia also stood up when the Corpse Gray Dragon attacked the academy. Shouldn't she be rewarded? Of course, I won't forget how active my daughter is. Alvarez first looked at Wu Yin with praise before laughing out loud. I already knew how much effort Sylvia put in to protect the academy from the report. She will definitely be rewarded. No such thing. Sylvia lowered her head in embarrassment. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and smiled. He seemed to be teasing or joking when he said that. The Night King really dotes on his daughters. Of course. Alvarez puffed up his chest and replied in high spirits. My daughters are the most outstanding existences in the world. Of course I dote on them. This guy. Sylvia felt even more embarrassed. She even gritted her teeth. Even Veronica felt uncomfortable. She stared at Alvard with her sharp, eagle-like eyes, wishing she could peel off a layer of flesh from his body. On the other hand, Wu Yan's smile deepened. I really envy Her Highness Veronica and Her Highness Sylvia. With such a doting father, no matter how grave the crimes they committed, the Night King would take responsibility for them, right? They're my most complacent children. Which father in the world wouldn't take responsibility for his children who caused trouble? Alvarez spoke without hesitation, as though he was floating in the air. No matter how grave the crimes they committed, as long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to them. Hearing this, Veronica and Sylvia couldn't help but smile despite their embarrassment. Yashur and Yak also had a whole new level of respect for this seemingly amiable uncle. Only Wu Yan's smile slowly faded. That's true. Which father wouldn't take responsibility for his children who caused trouble? Wu Yan mumbled to himself as if he was chewing on those words. His words sounded like a thunderclap. So, even if Prince Julius didn't kill his own dragon, but someone else's, with the Night King's love for his children, he would still protect him, right? The air in the entire venue seemed to freeze when these words were spoken. It sank and instantly caused a cold current to surge in everyone's heart, causing everyone present to freeze on the spot. Alvard's smile froze on his face. Veronica, Sylvia, Yak, Yashur, and the others were also stunned by the sudden shocking words, frozen in their seats in a daze. Looking straight at the frozen Alvarez, Wu Yan's eyes slowly narrowed. It seems that Prince Julius isn't dead. Wah! Veronica's expression changed. Father. Sylvia finally understood the meaning behind Wu Yan's words. She looked at Alvarez with a complicated expression. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Alvarez completely lost his cool. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but he pretended to be angry and slammed the table as he stood up. Are you doubting the fairness of the Royal Knight family? Rather than saying that I'm doubting the fairness of the Royal Knight family, it's more accurate to say that Your Majesty, I'm just doubting that with your personality, you wouldn't be able to mercilessly sentence your own son. Wu Yan ignored Alvarez's barely maintained dignity and once again spoke words that shocked everyone except Sylvia. Do you know that your son, Julius, might have already become a citizen of the Cypheros Empire? He might even be the mastermind behind the Corpse Dragon's attack on the Ansari state, almost destroying the Ansari state. What? This time, Veronica, Yashur, and Yak all lost their composure and cried out in shock. That's impossible. Alvarez also lost his voice. I've already banished Julius. Exile. Wu Yan raised his head. In other words, Prince Julius isn't dead? Only then did Alvarez realize what he had said. His face paled. Royal brother. Sylvia was dazed. He's really not dead. You bastard. Veronica abruptly stood up and walked in front of Alvard. She grabbed the Night King's collar and shouted loudly. Do you know that you're giving the Royal Knight family a chance to suffer heavy losses? Just the fact that the Dragonslayer Julius was still alive was enough to cause a huge uproar in the Night Kingdom. If others were to find out that the Night Kingdom's king was biased and didn't execute his own son, allowing the Dragonslayer to live in this world, the Night Kingdom might descend into chaos. The Cypheros Empire, which was dissatisfied with the Night Kingdom's ruling position and was eyeing the Night Kingdom covetously, could use this as a pretext to cause a heavy blow to the Night Kingdom. Everyone present could imagine what kind of crisis the Knight's country would face at that time. Alvarez was already in a state of confusion. I'm not condemning your actions, Your Majesty Night King. As a father, you are undoubtedly the greatest. Wu Yan stood up. However, as a king, you're not qualified to do so. Excuse me. Wu Yan turned around and walked out of the hall. TSK. Veronica left Ervard behind and walked out as well. Sylvia hurriedly brought Corset along as well. Only Yashur and Yak were left in the hall, not knowing what to do. Alvarez sat on the ground with a dazed expression. After a long while, he sighed. Chapter 1399. Outside the hall, in the hallway. Guillen stood there like a statue, waiting for Veronica. As the captain of Veronica's personal guards, Guillen had to protect Veronica 24 hours a day. Even when Veronica was sleeping, Guillen had to stay close to her and pay attention to her surroundings at all times. Currently, the royal family was entertaining guests. Although Guillen didn't need to stand guard at this time, he still had to be on standby in case Veronica needed his help. Not long after, the doors to the hall opened, attracting Guillen's attention. Under Guillen's gaze, Wu Yin walked out of the hall. He didn't even look at Guillen as he walked forward. Sensing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Guillen reflexively raised his vigilance. Then, the door of the venue was open again, and Veronica, Sylvia, and Corset walked out with very serious expressions. "Your Highness Veronica?" Guillen asked in confusion. Veronica shook her head at Guillen. She turned around and quickened her pace. She caught up to Wu Yin with Sylvia and Corset. "What's going on here?" Veronica asked straightforwardly. "Not only is Julius not dead, but he's also the mastermind behind the corpse dragon. Where did you get this information?" "What? Julius isn't dead? He's the mastermind behind the corpse dragon." Before Wu Yin could respond, Guillen's expression changed. Guillen's cold expression collapsed first, and his expression changed drastically. What are you talking about? How could Julius not be dead? How could he be the mastermind behind the corpse dragon?" "Sir Guillen, please calm down." Sylvia tried to calm Guillen down, but this only made him more agitated. "Stop joking. How could Julius?" "Calm down, Guillen," Veronica scolded. "I'm going to ask about it now. Are you trying to hinder me?" Yes, I know I was wrong." Guillen took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart. However, he still stared at Wu Yin, who was walking at the front. Obviously, he also wanted to know how the whole thing started. That was to be expected. Not only were Julius and Guillen good friends, they were also close friends who had gone through life and death together when they were students. Back then, it was because Julius had been executed that Guillen had become so cold and emotionless. One could imagine how good their relationship was. It was no wonder that Guillen was so excited when he heard such news. Wu Yin only glanced at Guillen once before ignoring his gaze. As he walked, he spoke in response. "I only said that Julius might be the mastermind behind the corpse ash dragon. I didn't say that Julius was the mastermind." "Really?" Veronica nodded subtly, her face tensed up. "Tell me in detail, royal elder sister." "Let me tell you." Sylvia pursed her lips. "Actually, the reason why Roland thought that the mastermind behind the corpse ash dragon was because of me. Because of you." Veronica turned to look at Sylvia. "What's going on?" "The mastermind behind the corpse ash dragon is called Mikhaos. I met him once." Sylvia lowered her head. Her pretty face changed a few times. "I don't know why, but that Mikhaos gave me a very familiar feeling. He gave me the same feeling as Royal Elder Brother. That's why I started to suspect that he might be Royal Elder Brother." "Feeling?" Guillen couldn't help but ask. "Just based on your feelings, how could that be? Just based on your feelings, you can't prove that Mikhaos is Julius." Wu Yin coldly interrupted Guillen. "But at least now, we can prove that Julius isn't dead." "Not dead?" Guillen clenched his fists. "At the dinner party, that guy admitted it himself. Back then, he didn't execute Julius. Instead, he exiled him." Veronica explained, gritting her teeth. "So that's how it is." That Mikhaos gave Sylvia a sense of familiarity and made her suspect that he was Julius. Then, Sylvia told Lone about it, and that's why Lone tried to get information out of that guy at the dinner party. "Even though I'm a little sorry to the Night King, the current situation doesn't allow us to dilly-dally." Wu Yin confirmed Veronica's words and calmly explained. "The reason why Sylvia and I suspect that Julius isn't dead is because Mikhaos gave Sylvia a similar feeling to Julius. So if we can prove that Julius isn't dead, then the possibility of Mikhail's being Julius is very high, right? Veronica's tone became heavy. It seems that before we find out Mikhail's true identity, we can't let more people know about this. Compared to that, I'm more concerned about something else. Wu Yin suddenly changed the topic and looked at Sylvia. Sylvia, do you still remember what Mikhail's said? There will be an even bigger feast in the near future. Sylvia nodded, causing Wu Yin to smirk coldly. Then, if the Continental Congress is the stage, the feast that Mikhail's mentioned should be big enough, right? Wah! Sylvia, Veronica, Guillen, and Corset all sucked in a breath of cold air. You're saying that Mikhail's, who might very well be Julius, will attack during the Continental Congress? Veronica sneered and shook her head. That's impossible. All of Loriaman's holy dragon knights have gathered in Fantion City. Even the Empire would have to think twice before attacking, let alone some corpse ash dragon. They wouldn't even be able to cause a stir. Veronica's tone was full of confidence when she said that. She silently affirmed the strength of Loriaman's holy dragon knights. Yet Wu Yin said that. Of course, it won't be easy to attack from the outside, but what if they attack from the inside? From the inside, Veronica was stunned. Don't forget, Mikhail's is from the Empire. Wu Yin sighed. The Empire's airships should have entered Fantion City by now, right? Everyone understood what Wu Yin meant. If Mikhail's managed to sneak into the airships of the Sepharo's Empire's representatives, then entering Fantion City would be a piece of cake. That's not right. Sylvia suddenly remembered. Even if the airships of other factions entered Fantion City, they would have to be checked before disembarking. It's impossible for anyone to sneak in. Sylvia, don't you understand what Lune is trying to say? The one who answered Sylvia wasn't Wu Yin, but the gloomy Veronica. What Lune is trying to say is that the Sepharo's Empire's representative might be the one who's shielding Mikhail's and allowing him to control the corpse Ash Dragon to attack Fantion City from behind the scenes. Sylvia was speechless. As long as they are guards or attendants, the participants from the Sepharo's Empire will be able to openly bring Mikhail's into Fantion City and let Mikhail's attack. Veronica clenched her fists in hatred. Once the attack succeeds, it'll deal a heavy blow to the Chivalry Empire. Even if it fails, the Sepharo's Empire can use the excuse of betrayal as an excuse. Furthermore, if that person is Julius, they can even expose his identity and accuse the Chivalry Empire of being unfair. No matter what, it's a win-win situation. Then, Sylvia didn't know what to do. Then what should we do? Don't panic. This is just our guess after all. Wu Yin waved his hand, gesturing for Sylvia and Veronica to calm down. If this guess is correct, then the Empire's representative will probably bring a guard or follower to the masquerade ball tomorrow night. When that time comes, we just need to confirm if the guard or follower is Mikhail's, and we can come up with a plan. That's right. Veronica nodded solemnly. Apart from the representative and his guard and follower, the rest will not be allowed to step out of the airships under the Chivalry Empire surveillance, even if they're brought into Fantion City. Therefore, if Mikhail's really wants to attack, someone will have to bring him out. Tomorrow's masquerade ball is a good opportunity. As Veronica's words fell, a sense of foreboding washed over everyone's hearts. It took a long time for them to calm down. Chapter 1400. Time quickly passed by as everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. As expected, the masquerade ball was about to be held. The masquerade ball, as the name suggested, was a ball where all the participants had to wear masks to attend. The purpose of holding the masquerade ball was to promote the relationship between the representatives of the various top forces before the Continental Conference. Every force was inextricably linked to other forces, but these relationships were not all good. Some forces had a very good relationship with each other, while others had a very bad relationship with each other. Take the Lorimon Kingdom as an example. The Shepron Kingdom was the sovereign state of the Lorimon Kingdom, so the relationship between the two was naturally very good. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were wearing the same pants. However, the relationship between the Lormon Kingdom and the Cypheros Empire was very bad. After all, the Shepron Kingdom and the Cypheros Empire had fought before and killed each other. The Lormon Kingdom was also a vassal state of the Shepron Kingdom and was the most indispensable fighting force of the Shepron Kingdom. The Night Kingdom that controlled the dragons was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the Cypheros Empire. The Cypheros Empire wished that they could get rid of the Lormon Kingdom. Without the Lormon Kingdom, the Shepron Kingdom's strength would be greatly reduced, and they would be wantonly invaded. The Lormon Kingdom also wished that they could get rid of the Cypheros Empire and protect their sovereign state, the Shepron Kingdom. They did not want the Cypheros Empire's ambitions to succeed. Under such circumstances, how could the relationship between the three be good? In this way, once the Continental Conference was held, two or more forces that had a good relationship with each other would work together to make the content of the conference go towards a situation that was beneficial to them. This would be unfair. Considering this point, in order to let the participants eliminate the gap between the forces, the masquerade ball was held. Wearing a mask and hiding their identity, there would be no difference between the forces that they belonged to. Interacting with each other would be more or less beneficial for the upcoming Continental Conference. In other words, this masquerade ball was like a prelude to the Continental Conference. It could protect the real situation and also build a good relationship. The Continental Conference only allowed the representatives of the various forces to attend. At most, they could bring guards in attendance. But the masquerade ball was different. Anyone related to the leader's camp. Everyone was qualified to participate. Therefore, Wu Yin and the others concluded that if Machaos really wanted to launch an attack from the inside during the Continental Congress, then the participants of the Cypheros Empire would definitely bring Machaos to this masquerade ball. At the end of the day, the various forces that came to Fanteon City could enter Fanteon City. However, for the sake of the safety of the participants of the Continental Conference and the various powers, and to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation, apart from the participants and their recognized guards and attendants, no one else was allowed to leave the airships of their respective powers. Based on this point alone, it was certain that Machaos would participate in the masquerade ball with the participants from the Cypheros Empire. Unless Machaos didn't want to use the Continental Congress as a stage to attack. Instead, he wanted to attack the participants of the various forces. In that case, Maikavez might hide in the airship and not participate in the masquerade ball. He would wait until the Continental Congress officially started and then be led into the meeting place by the attendants. But this would create a contradiction. That was because the participants from the Cypheros Empire were also among them. As a citizen of the Empire, Machaos shouldn't have attacked the participants of the Continental Congress, right? In that case, regardless of whether Maikavez betrayed the Cypheros Empire or not, the Cypheros Empire would be jointly pressured by the other forces. Therefore, the only possibility was that Maikavez wanted to launch an attack before the Continental Congress. In other words, he wanted to launch an attack at the Masquerade Ball. After all, apart from participating in the Masquerade Ball, the participants didn't care about leaving the airships until the Continental Congress officially started. The Night Kingdom had the right to let them stay in their airships and not go out. Therefore, the Masquerade Ball was the only opportunity to move freely and launch an attack. Of course, all of this was based on the condition that Maikavez wanted to use the Continental Congress as a stage to realize the bigger banquet that he spoke of. If Maikavez didn't have any intention of launching an attack at the Continental Congress, then all of this would be directly shattered, causing Wu Yin and the others to worry for nothing. However, that also proved that nothing would happen during the Continental Congress. Therefore, this was still worth Wu Yin and the others to do. Fanteon City, in a hall dedicated to the ball, the Masquerade Ball was held at the highest level of Fanteon City. Fanteon City was famous for its resolute and simple characteristics. Only this hall, dedicated to the ball, used the design style of the Shepron Kingdom. The entire ballroom was grand and magnificent. Even the chandelier used Dragon Chi magnificent crystal as a power source. Once the incantation was chanted, the light would shine down, warming the heart like sunlight. At this moment, the vast ballroom was filled with people, and the scene was quite lively. Everyone present was wearing a mask of different shapes, colors, and styles. However, all of them could only cover their noses and reveal their mouths and eyes. In addition to the orthodox masks that could only cover the eyes, there were also some strange headgear mixed in. The people wearing headgear all had outstanding features and were easily recognized. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice their looks and dress up as clowns. The royal orchestra played a lively tune on the opposite side of the door to lighten the atmosphere. Couples of men and women held hands on the dance floor in the center of the ballroom and danced elegantly to the rhythm of the music. There were also people gathered around the bar, tables and sofas around the dance floor, chatting and laughing as they chatted with each other. Looking at the noble-looking gentlemen and ladies with masks covering their faces, Wu Yin is also wearing a tuxedo-like suit, wearing a mask that looks like a pair of wings that can only cover the area around his eyes. Wu Yin is slowly moving around the venue. Beside Wu Yin was Sylvia. Her dazzling blonde hair was tied into a mature bun, with a dark red ribbon tied on top, reflecting the golden strands of her hair. She wore elbow-length gloves on her hands and a blue evening gown on her body. It was as dazzling as the surface of a lake in midsummer. The gown was tied around her waist, and the fluffy and wide skirt was very eye-catching. In fact, from the beginning, there were always some men who couldn't help but cast their gazes on Sylvia. The butterfly-shaped mask on Sylvia's face couldn't hide her temperament and beauty at all, and it had already made the hearts of many men restless. It was also because of this that Sylvia suppressed the shyness in her heart and held onto Wu Yan's arm like a noble woman. In the eyes of outsiders, they looked like a couple and dispelled the stirring hearts of many men. As for Wu Yan, his heart was also beating fast. Sylvia's figure was already explosive, and her breasts were extremely voluptuous. When she held onto his arm, it was like pressing his arm into the cleavage between those voluptuous breasts. The incomparably soft touch touched Wu Yan's nerves, causing Wu Yan to involuntarily recall the scene of Sylvia's seductive body and the kiss in the bathroom yesterday. For a moment, his mouth became dry. Sylvia also seemed to be recalling the events of that day. Her heart was beating so fast that Wu Yan could clearly feel the frequency of her heartbeat through his arm that was in her embrace. If this continues, it won't be good. Feeling that he was becoming more and more unable to control his desire to take advantage of Sylvia, Wu Yan shifted his attention and asked softly, "Where's Veronica?" Royal sister didn't participate in the masquerade ball. Sylvia seemed to have been waiting for a long time and couldn't wait to respond. Royal sister usually doesn't participate in this type of ball. Why? Because Sylvia stuttered as she explained. Royal sister, it's impossible for her to wear a dress. Hearing this, Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. Indeed, with Veronica's concept of armor as aesthetics, she would rather go on the battlefield and chop off the enemy's head than wear a dress to the ball. Among these people, there are participants from the Cypheros Empire and Mikaos. Sylvia solemnly looked around at all the masked people in the ballroom. Mikaos usually wears a mask, and he has silver hair. It shouldn't be hard to recognize him. Wu Yan nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a figure appeared in his field of vision and blocked his words. That person, silver hair, wearing a cold steel mask. Chapter 1401. In the middle of the ballroom, which was filled with lively music, two men walked in with steady steps. The man in front was dressed in a pure white, luxurious outfit with golden trimmings. He had a head full of blonde hair and wore a mask that only covered his eyes. Every movement of his revealed an elegant temperament, just like a noble young master. The other man was someone Wu Yan and Sylvia had only met twice, but he was no stranger to them. His silver hair was tied into a ponytail that hung behind him. His fringe was dyed a bright red, and he wore a silver mask on his face. His entire body was surrounded by a cold aura. Shockingly, it was Makawo's. Just as Wu Yin and the others expected, Mikitas had openly entered Vantion City and attended the masquerade ball. Even though it was only a guess, Mikitas wanted to use the continent's conference as a stage for the so-called greater banquet that he spoke of. It was highly likely to happen. A fine luster flowed through his wine-red eyes. Like a sniper rifle, he aimed at Mikitas. Wu Yin's lips curled up. Looks like we don't need to search anymore. Don't need to search anymore? Sylvia was startled at first, but she soon realized something was amiss. Obviously, they were wearing masks, and their identities were fully concealed, but the presence of the noble-looking man and Makawo's seemed to suppress all the representatives of the various forces present in the ballroom, causing the gazes of the people in the ballroom to stay on them. Their extremely strong sense of presence made the people around them involuntarily open up a path for them to pass. Moreover, at the end of the road, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional. Wu Yin and Sylvia happened to be there. Thus, the scene of Mikitas walking towards Wu Yin and Sylvia became the focal point of the entire scene, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone here was a representative of one of the few major factions in Eluxtran. Apart from the guards and attendants, everyone else was at least a noble. Thus, they keenly sensed the change in the atmosphere. Everyone's gazes were focused on this side, and their eyes were filled with interest. As mentioned before, the masquerade ball was the prelude to the continent's conference. For the people here, the clash between the two factions would more or less give them some idea of the situation. However, they never would have thought that. This prelude to the war wouldn't have any effect. No matter how they talked, Mikitas was destined to stand on the opposite side of the chivalric kingdom. Oh! The noble-looking man who was talking to Mikitas only noticed the two people in front of him now. He turned his head and looked over. He had a perfect smile on his face. For a moment, I thought I saw a goddess, the noble-looking man said in an exaggerated yet polite tone. He then quickened his steps and walked towards Wu Yin and Sylvia. However, he ignored Wu Yin, who was holding Sylvia's hand. He placed one hand on his left chest and bowed to Sylvia. Isn't this the fourth princess of the chivalric kingdom, Her Highness Sylvia? Hearing this, Sylvia's heart tightened. She was already wearing a mask. Was she still recognized? Although you're wearing a mask, your unique aura isn't something a mere mask can hide. The noble-looking man smiled elegantly, as if he saw through Sylvia's thoughts. However, this is a masquerade ball after all. Let's put aside the constraints of our identities and have a friendly chat. You're right. Sylvia suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She lightly nodded her head, as if she agreed with the noble young master's words, but she also lightly returned the other party's compliment. To be able to have a friendly chat with the current head of the Wethausen family, Sir Klaus, one of the most famous nobles in the Sepharo's empire. I'm deeply honored. Oh my, so I was still seen through. The noble-looking man called Klaus shrugged helplessly. The smile on his face didn't change at all. It was clear that Klaus didn't intend to hide his identity. Then, Klaus turned his head and looked at Wu Yin. And this is... me? Wu Yin turned around and met Klaus' gaze. He grinned at Klaus with a meaningful smile. Mikitas and I are old friends. Old friends? This time, Klaus didn't expect Wu Yin's answer. He was stunned for a moment. Indeed, Sir Lune and I are old acquaintances. Mikovez raised his head from behind Klaus and said emotionlessly, Long time no see, Sir Lune. It has indeed been a while. Wu Yin smiled faintly. I've missed you, Sir Mikitas. What a coincidence. I have the same feeling too. Although Makawo's said so, his tone was filled with coldness, causing the temperature in the surrounding air to drop a little. At this moment, Wu Yin and Makawo's only have eyes for each other. One has a leisurely smile on his face, while the other has a cold expression on his face. They don't look like they're old acquaintances at all. Instead, they look like they're arch-nemeses, giving people the feeling that the situation could take a turn for the worse at any moment. I believe that even if Wu Yin and Makawo started fighting in the next second, no one here would be surprised. As though sensing the brewing storm, Klaus took a step forward as though he had put an end to the confrontation between the two of them and smoothed things over with a smile. I didn't expect the two of you to be old friends. What surprise. I'm the one who is surprised. Wu Yin grinned as if he's hinting at something. Sir Klaus, my friend's character isn't that good. He seems to be your follower. Please protect him and don't let him get into trouble. Hearing this, Mikovez lowered his head, hiding the change in his gaze. Klaus' eyes flashed with a strange light, but the smile on his face didn't change. I'm very satisfied with my follower. I know what I'm doing. Please don't worry, sir. Good. Wu Yin shrugged and held the silent Sylvia's hand. Well then, we'll be taking our leave. Please enjoy your time. Klaus didn't ask him to stay. Instead, he gave him a polite greeting. Then, Wu Yin and Sylvia went into the crowd. Oh, my good friend, Klaus chuckled as he looked at the direction Wu Yin disappeared in. That person isn't simple, yes. Mikatas's eyes flickered with an unknown light. He's a very troublesome person. What's wrong? Klaus asked without turning his head. Will I get in the way? It's fine. Mikatas replied coldly. Anyway, the plan is about to start. Hearing this, Klaus smiled. You're right. What should we do? Sylvia spoke as soon as they left Klaus and Mikatas' sight. Now that we've confirmed that Mikovez has entered Fanteon City, or even Fanteon City, if he launches an attack now, don't worry. Wu Yin tightened his grip on Sylvia's hand. Even though we can confirm that Mikatas has appeared, we can't be sure that he'll attack. Maybe he's only here as a follower? That's impossible, Sylvia retorted. Mikatas knows that his identity has been exposed, but he still took the risk to enter Fanteon City. This is premeditated. That's why we lack evidence. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. We lack evidence to prosecute him. Lord Roland, Your Highness. A slightly anxious voice entered Wu Yin and Sylvia's ears. Wu Yin and Sylvia turned their heads at the same time. They saw Corset anxiously running towards them. What's wrong? Wu Yin had a bad premonition when he saw Corset's anxious expression. Corset's next words confirmed Wu Yan's premonition. Not good. Lord Yashur and Ai Chan are missing. Chapter 1402. Fanteon City, inside the airship of the Cypheros Empire. In a vast space at the rear of the airship, there was a very strange instrument. It looked like the tail or head of a ferocious beast. It was beautifully decorated, as if it had been plated with real gold. It emitted a dazzling halo. Although its appearance was strange, there was a transparent round cover in the center of the device, allowing people to see the situation inside. It was like a cockpit, but more like a capsule. There were cables hanging from the bottom, connected to some mechanical devices with screens installed on the ground. The instrument was very large, more than enough to fit an adult dragon. The side of the instrument was inlaid with countless sparkling crystals. These crystals were all dragon chi crystals. The instrument was inlaid with dragon chi crystals? Wasn't that the element that a product born from magical engineering should have? This enormous instrument was none other than a Magitech instrument. Near the magical instrument, several people in white overcoats, who looked like researchers, were leading about 10 technicians in work clothes. They were observing the instrument's movements while burying their heads in the instruments with screens, constantly operating something. As the magical instrument operated, buzzing sounds could be heard. The 1,000-year chi crystals inlaid on the instrument's body were sparkling, causing the air to ripple with dense magic power. If one looked closely, they would discover that in the capsule of the magical instrument, a petite girl and a naked boy were hugging each other like conjoined twins. Their eyes were closed, and they were moving up and down. The boy and girl were the missing Yashu and Yak. At the front of the magical instrument, a dark-skinned petite girl and an old man in a white coat stood together. They stared at Yashu and Yak in the capsule with different expressions. The dark-skinned petite girl's expression changed slightly, as if she was disgusted, but also as if she was trembling. Clearly, she was disgusted by the instrument, or rather, by the matter of Yashu and Yak being thrown into the instrument. She was disgusted. The old man's expression was calm, or rather, cold and emotionless. It was as if the two in the instrument weren't living beings, but two pieces of meat. It made one shudder. Looking at Yaksu and Yak in the capsule, Anya's expression kept changing. In the end, he asked, "May I ask, why did you call me Yasho? Will Blake and the young dragon, Acker, be thrown into this machine?" "Oh?" The doctor seemed to be surprised that Anya would ask such a question, but he still answered truthfully. "This is Mikavez's idea." "Sir Mikao's?" Anya clenched her fists. "What's your goal?" "To awaken the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family." The doctor did not hide anything. His wrinkled eyes twitched, and his eyes flashed with shrewdness. It said that in ancient times, there was a great number of people. Actually, all dragons will transform into holy dragons. All dragons will transform into holy dragons? Anya was extremely surprised. The Dragon Clan has a long history. Now, they have fallen to the point where they need to rely on humans to survive. However, in ancient times, the Dragon Clan was the overlord of the continent. If they didn't reach this level, how could they dominate the entire continent? The doctor explained in a realistic manner. The reason why the dragons of the Dragon Clan can transform into holy dragons is all because of this machine. After that, the doctor's gaze fell on the instrument again. According to Mikaves, this machine can't be transformed into a holy dragon royal family. It can be used on those dragons that can't transform into holy dragons after they mature. It can forcefully transform them into holy dragons. Anya looked at the instrument as well. Then, if it's used on the young dragon Acker, that means yes. The doctor's eyes were filled with fervor. We plan to use that effect to forcefully awaken the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family and return to their original dragon form. Anya's heart clenched, and she asked with a trembling voice, "What about Yaksu? What about Blake?" "He is the knight chosen by the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. He is the master of the Dragon Queen." The doctor answered expressionlessly. "If he's gone, even if the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor awakens, he will quickly die without the star essence. Then, this experiment will be meaningless." "You mean?" Ania's pretty face turned pale in an instant. "That's right." The doctor smiled coldly. "Use the machine's effect and the magic power in the Millennium Chi Hua crystal. When the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family awakens, forcefully merge it into the body of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor. Then, Blake will become an organ that exists solely to provide star essence." Whoa! All of a sudden, the instrument trembled violently. Its entire body was suffused with red light and electric arcs, and an alarm-like echo rang out. "What's going on?" The doctor and Anya were both shocked. As soon as the doctor's voice fell, the panicked voices of the staff below also sounded. "There's an abnormal reaction. The magic power detector is displaying abnormal values. An unknown magic reaction has been detected. It's increasing in intensity. The machine has lost control. It's refusing to accept the emergency stop signal. The situation is critical." "Wah!" The doctor's face turned pale. "Woo!" The entire space began to tremble as if it was on fire. The temperature in the air continued to rise, and the machine's condition became more and more abnormal, causing the atmosphere of panic to spread. Everyone's anxiety was written all over their faces as they desperately operated the machine. The atmosphere became incomparably dangerous. "How can this be?" The doctor's face became more and more unsightly. "What's going on?" Anya's face tensed up. "Dong dong." At this moment, a heartbeat-like sound rang in someone's mind from the machine. It turned into a ripple and fluctuated. Just now, Anya and the doctor were both stunned. In the next moment, the vibrating machine became silent. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire machine exploded, and bright red flames began to burn in the entire space without warning. "Wah!" The staff began to flee in panic. "Don't panic. Calm down." The doctor yelled, but no one listened to him. Wah! A dazzling brilliance suddenly rose from the center of the sea of fire, like a pillar of light shooting up, directly melting the ceiling of the airship and rising into the sky. In the pillar of light, Yashu and Yak still had their eyes closed, hugging each other as they floated in the dazzling pillar of light. Everyone present could clearly see that at this moment, AI Ku's body was fluctuating with a dense wave of magic power. That magic power was at least 10 times stronger than any dragon in the world. On Yashu's body, a snake-shaped star carving was engraved all over his arm, and it flashed with a blazing red light. Not long after, Yashio and Yak seemed to have dissipated. Their bodies emitted stardust like light and turned into starlight particles, disappearing without a trace. Anya stared blankly at this scene, muttering as if she was dreaming. They disappeared, Wong. At the same time, everyone in Fantion City saw a pillar of light suddenly shoot into the sky from the airship of the Cypheros Empire. It didn't take long for it to connect to the dark night sky. What? What is that? Everyone in Fantion City was stunned. Within the pillar of light, an exquisite geometrical pattern abruptly emerged. It was as if it was engraved in space. It was also like a pair of wings that slowly spread out. Immediately, two hollow ring-shaped magic arrays, with the pattern as the center, slid to the sides. Not long after, they formed an oval-shaped luminous object. The originally dazzling full moon dimmed under the illumination of the mysterious glowing object. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the mysterious glowing object's appearance was extremely similar to an egg. Yes, it was an egg. An exquisite geometric pattern was engraved on the egg, emitting intense light like the sun. The pattern was identical to the star carving that covered Yasha's entire arm. Pairs of wings spread out around the egg, surrounded by two ring-shaped magic circles. Blinding light rose. In the sky, an egg covered in two ring-shaped magic circles and surrounded by angel-like wings was imprinted in the eyes of everyone in Fantion City. The egg was glowing brightly and had two ring-shaped magic circles on it. The egg was surrounded by angel-like wings. It was imprinted in the eyes of everyone in Fantion City. The calm before the storm descended upon the world. Chapter 1403. What is that? In the ballroom where the masquerade ball was held, the beautiful palace music and the nobles' joyful laughter seemed to have been cut off. Everyone in the ballroom gathered on the balcony where they could clearly see the outside. They were all dumbfounded as they stared at the gigantic winged egg in the sky. "It's so beautiful." Sylvia stared blankly at the glowing object floating in the sky. She unconsciously let go of Wu Yan's arm and immersed herself in the beautiful scene. Sylvia wasn't the only one. Almost everyone in the ballroom had an intoxicated look in their eyes. They were all attracted to the glowing object. Wu Yan was the only one who stared at the egg in the sky. His expression became more and more serious. Inside the glowing egg, Wu Yan sensed a magic power not inferior to that of the old generation vampires in Blood Frenzy. He also sensed a familiar presence. Yeshu, Yak. Wu Yan clenched his teeth. It can't be. Look, dragons. In the ballroom, a nobleman with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the distant horizon, causing everyone present to look up at him. Holy dragons equipped with riding equipment flew over from all directions in Fantion City. They were enveloped in magic power and looked like glowing stars. They all flew toward the egg in the sky. "What's wrong with the holy dragons?" Sylvia asked anxiously. However, no one could answer her question. Holy dragons appeared one after another. They soared into the sky and gathered around the egg. Usually, there were very few holy dragons, but now there were so many of them that they could be compared to a group of ordinary dragons. There were more than 100 of them. Moreover, these holy dragons were all equipped with riding equipment. This proved that they all had a master. Furthermore, these holy dragons were all holy dragons. They were most likely holy dragons from Lorea's Holy Dragon Knights. Only Lorea's Holy Dragon Knights could have so many holy dragons. However, they were only able to see the holy dragon, but not the riders of the holy dragon. What the hell was going on? Ah! At some point, Sylvia cried out in surprise. Lancelot! In the sky. Lancelot was one of the holy dragons that were gathering towards the giant egg. Lancelot, where do you plan to go? Sylvia shouted, and even started chanting a summoning spell. Unfortunately, Lancelot did not appear at all when the incantation was cast. Lancelot! Sylvia's face paled. Lancelot actually disobeyed my orders. Lancelot disobeyed your orders. Wu Yin flinched at first. Then his eyes narrowed. Don't tell me those holy dragons all disobeyed their master's orders. That's why there are no riders? Sylvia's expression changed when she heard that. The holy dragons disobeyed their master's orders? This isn't a joke. If the holy dragons in Loriamin's holy dragon knights all disobeyed their master's orders, then without the help of the dragon tribe, Loriamin's holy dragon knights would be crippled. At this moment, if other forces were to attack Loriamin's Night Kingdom, then without the dragon tribe's power, Loriamin's Night Kingdom could only be considered a small kingdom. It would definitely be destroyed overnight. The situation wasn't optimistic. What the hell is going on? Sylvia's delicate body trembled when she thought of the consequences. Why did the dragon tribe suddenly lose control? What's going on with that egg? I'm not sure about the details. Wu Yin cast his gaze towards the giant egg in the sky and the groups surrounding it. The holy dragons that were circling in an orderly manner as if they were worshipping the dragon tribe. What I can be sure of is that the situation is troublesome. While speaking, in the sky, the glowing egg also began to change. Silver feathers floated down from the wings surrounding the egg. Like white snow, they adorned Fanteon City like a dream. Then, on the surface of the huge egg, a kacha sound was heard. At the same time, a crack appeared on the surface of the huge egg. Everyone in Fanteon City felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw this. Kacha, kacha, kacha. In the next moment, cracking sounds echoed in the night sky, clearly entering everyone's ears. Following the cracking sounds, the egg cracked open at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pop! In the end, the beautiful winged egg shattered. Beezy, a blinding flash spread out like an explosion, covering the entire city of Fanteon. The dazzling light made everyone in Fanteon City shriek and close their eyes. Sylvia, who couldn't stand the dazzling light, did the same. When she opened her eyes again and looked up at the sky, her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. The huge winged egg had already disappeared. In its place was a dragon that was over 100 times larger than the largest holy dragon and even larger than an airship. It had pink fur, bright red eyes, and a triangular horn on its head. 2 horns were on the left and right sides of its head, and 1 horn was in the middle of its head. It was like the horn of a unicorn, standing straight up. The dragon's body looked like it was covered in ice-cold armor. Its body was filled with power. Its wings were different from ordinary dragons. They were more like feathers than wings. Like an angel, there were 2 pairs of wings with 4 wings. Everyone in Fanteon City was stupefied when they saw the dragon in the sky that looked like it could support heaven and earth. What was that? Roar, 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 roar. As if it had heard someone's question, the giant dragon opened its bright red eyes. A loud roar that was enough to disperse the clouds in the sky rubbed against the air and turned into a storm-like airwave that shook the entire night sky. At the same time the dragon roared, a naked person slowly emerged from the dragon's body in the middle of the 3 horns that formed a triangle above its head. One of his hands and lower body was buried in the dragon's body. Only his upper body and an arm with a strange pattern of a snake were exposed to the air. His eyes were tightly shut, and he looked like Jesus who had been nailed to the cross. It was creepy. Sylvia's eyes widened in shock when she saw this person. Yeah, sure. Wu Yin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If Yashur showed up there, then what about Yak? That dragon. Wu Yin stared at the roaring dragon. Could it be Yak? While Wu Yin was thinking about this, the dragon descended from the sky and stomped on the ground with a powerful stomp. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, the Cypheros Empire's airship was trampled into two by the dragon's foot and exploded into pieces. What? What is going on? In the crowd, Klaus pretended to step forward and exclaimed in surprise. The Chivalry Nation's dragon actually destroyed the most advanced airship that our nation is proud of. Hearing Klaus's words, the people present finally reacted and began to make a ruckus. The Chivalry Nation's dragon destroyed the Cypheros Empire's airship? Are they trying to start a war? Nonsense! Sylvia tore off her mask angrily and pointed at Klaus. Are you slandering our Chivalry Nation? Your Highness Sylvia, your words are not convincing at all. Klaus shook his head in grief. Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. The Chivalry Nation's dragon personally destroyed our airship. Isn't that the truth? You. Sylvia clenched her fists but couldn't find any words to refute. She was so anxious that she was going in circles. The dragon tribe only contracted with the Chivalry Nation's people, and only the Chivalry Nation's people had the right to control the dragon tribe. So far, the only exception was the Chivalry Nation's people, and it was specially arranged by the Dragon Mother. Under such circumstances, the Chivalry Nation's responsibility should be pinned on the dragon tribe. It was also because they understood this that the scene was so noisy. Sylvia was also speechless. If this continued, the Cypheros Empire could use this as an excuse to make a fuss and make the Chivalry Nation suffer. The Chivalry Nation of Lorimon was in a difficult position. Klaus's lips curled up imperceptibly, but it didn't last long before it was mercilessly dispelled by a voice. I don't think so. Chapter 1404. I don't think so, right? Wu Yin patted Sylvia's shoulder and pulled her behind him. He looked at Klaus, whose smile froze on his face, and sighed. Sir Klaus, you set yourself. Everyone here saw it with their own eyes. Wu Yin raised his voice and pointed at the dragon that was destroying the Cypheros Empire's airship. That giant dragon came out from that giant egg, but that giant egg came out from that pillar of light at the beginning. Everyone should have seen that the pillar of light came from the Cypheros Empire's airship, right? Wu Yin shrugged at this point. It's actually a dragon from our Chivalry Empire. Then, why did it come out from the Cypheros Empire's airship? Everyone present looked at each other in dismay. Sir Loon, could it be that you think that dragon belongs to our Cypheros Empire? A dark glint flashed through Klaus' eyes. He then gave Wu Yin a fake smile. If we can get the protection of the dragon tribe, then it's fine if that airship is destroyed. No, the Cypheros Empire can't get the protection of the dragon tribe. Wu Yin ignored Klaus's ugly expression and casually threw out such a sentence. However, the Cypheros Empire's magical engineering is the best in the entire continent. There should be many strange magical tools that we don't know about, right? For example, Wu Yin had a casual smile on his face. A magical tool that can temporarily control a dragon or make a dragon go crazy. What do you mean? The smile on Klaus's face disappeared. Are you saying that our Cypheros Empire will use magic tools to control a dragon to attack our own airships? Who knows? Wu Yin replied casually. Otherwise, Sir Klaus, please explain why that dragon appeared from the light pillar shot out from the Cypheros Empire's airship, and why it only destroyed the Cypheros Empire's airship. Why is it not interested in the other airships at all? Hearing this, everyone also looked outside. Indeed, after the dragon destroyed the Cypheros Empire's airship, it had no desire to destroy the neighboring airships. It flew straight into the sky and roared as if it was venting something. This time, it was Klaus's turn to be in a dilemma. Roar. The dragon suddenly roared again. It turned its head and stared at the direction of Phantion City like a ferocious beast. The dragon is looking over. Is it coming? Run. Everyone who was admiring the dragon's appearance a moment ago panicked. They all screamed as they fled out of the door, including Klaus, who seized the opportunity to escape. Not long after the ballroom, only Wu Yin and Sylvia were left. Sylvia also seemed to be afraid. She took a few steps back and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. Roland, don't worry. Wu Yin patted Sylvia's hand. His gaze shot to the front of the ballroom like an arrow. The culprit hasn't run away yet. How can we leave? Sylvia paused for a moment. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face tensed up, and she turned her head to look at the center of the ballroom. There, a silver-haired man wearing a silver mask stood straight. He looked at the dragon outside and lowered his head. An extremely sinister aura emanated from his body. Mike Vez, Sylvia shouted in agitation. So it was you who did this? I can't think of anyone else other than him. Wu Yin sneered. Mike Vez, is this the greater feast you were talking about? Mike Vez raised his head. He turned around to face Wu Yin and Sylvia. When Wu Yin and Sylvia saw Mike Vez's face that was hidden under his bangs, their pupils shrank. In the eye sockets of Mike Vez's cold mask, the pair of clear eyes disappeared and turned into a pair of ferocious beast eyes. They were a pair of dragon-like eyes. You! Sylvia was shocked. Wu Yin took a step forward and stood in front of Sylvia. He looked at Mike Vez coldly. Who are you? Hee. Mike Vez changed his usual ice-cold appearance and let out an extremely sinister laugh. The temperament of his body also completely changed. He became eerie and sinister. My name is Mordred. Mordred? Wu Yin frowned. Mordred. Sylvia yelled angrily as if she couldn't believe her own ears. Impossible. You can't be Mordred. Sylvia, Wu Yin asked when he saw how excited Sylvia was. His gaze was still fixed on Mikosius. Who is Mordred? Mordred. Sylvia bit her lower lip. It's my brother, Julius Fall. Your brother's Fall? Wu Yan's frown deepened. But didn't your brother's Fall get killed by him? He was indeed killed. Mikvis, no, it should be Mordred, sneered. But the one who died was another spirit. Sylvia tilted her head in confusion. Wu Yin was also confused for a bit before he exclaimed in surprise. Dual personality? More like two spirits. Mordred laughed maliciously. The other spirit knew of my existence. That's why it colluded with Julius to kill me. Why? Sylvia couldn't help but stand up. Why does my brother want to kill you? Why? Mordred closed its eyes. When it opened them again, its ferocious eyes glinted coldly. Because I will change the fate of the dragons. Sylvia didn't understand what was going on. Why do dragons have to compromise and become slaves to humans? Is it because they don't have enough astral essence? Mordred clenched its fists, its expression becoming even more sinister. That's a joke. If that's the case, why don't you just eat humans as food? Anyway, eating food with star essence can give you the star essence, right? Wah! Sylvia's scalp tingled. I see. Wu Yin understood. It's because you have such dangerous thoughts that Julius wants to kill you. Am I right? Correct. Mordred snorted. He knows that my existence will bring disaster to this world. That's why he wants to kill me. That's unnecessary. Wu Yin snorted. You want to change the way dragons live with just one dragon? What a joke. Is that so? Mordred's lips curled into a devilish smile. Then, what if this dragon is one of the two main bloodlines of the Sage Dragon King? Impoke, the last descendant of the Nihilenia Underworld Dragon King. The Nihilenia Underworld Dragon King? Sylvia was stunned. You! Wu Yin finally understood what's going on. You're the last descendant of the Nihilenia Underworld Dragon King. Ha ha! Mordred laughed loudly. That's right. I am one of the two main bloodlines of the dragons that have fought against the sacred dragons of Avalon for generations, the rightful successor of the Nihilenia Underworld Dragon King, the dragon's royal family. Sylvia's face was drained of blood. If Mordred was truly one of the two great royal bloodlines of the dragon race, then with his identity as the Underworld Dragon King, as long as he defeated Yak, ruling the entire dragon race in the future would not be a dream. He would definitely be able to make the entire dragon race treat humans as pure food to replenish their star essence. When that time comes, the lives of humans will be like hell. Julius tried to kill me, but I was one step ahead of him. I transformed into a spirit body and possessed his body. That was how I managed to escape. Mordred once again revealed a shocking fact, causing Sylvia's delicate body to tremble. Possessed? In other words, this body is Julius's. Mordred smiled evilly. Then he looked at the night sky outside and fixed his gaze on the giant dragon. But now I will soon have a better body. This body is no longer needed. After saying that, Mordred's body surged with a shocking dark aura, turning into a cloud of black mist and shooting out like a stream of light. His target was the roaring dragon under the night sky. Chapter 1405. Roar. Floating in the air, the giant dragon with 2 pairs of angel wings suddenly roared, and a look of pain appeared in its pair of red eyes. At the same time, Yashu, who was naked and unconscious like a crucified Jesus, also let out a painful howl. His body twisted and turned as if he was struggling. The star carving on his left hand flickered like a light bulb before it was extinguished, emitting a dark and evil aura. As the dragon and Yashur cried out in pain together, a dark mist suddenly shot out and arrived in front of the dragon in an instant. It followed the dragon's wide, open mouth due to its painful roar and drilled into the dragon's mouth bit by bit like sewage. Roar! The gigantic dragon and Yasha's pain howls echoed in the sky above Fantion City. Then a strange phenomenon occurred. The armor-like fur on the gigantic dragon's body gradually changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Traces of black filth seemed to be devouring something as it slowly spread across the dragon's body. Before long, the dragon's entire body turned black. Even its 2 pairs of wings were pitch black like a crow's wings. The unicorn-like horn on the dragon's triangular head completely disappeared. The 2 dragon horns on the left and right slowly twisted into a spiral shape. Finally, 9 eyes appeared on the dragon's head, releasing a ferocious red light. Its gigantic body was no longer as majestic as before. It emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Roar! In the night sky above Fantion City, a pitch-black demonic dragon roared at the sky. It was like a demon god from hell had descended between heaven and earth. Roar! 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 However, when such a demon descended, the holy dragons that were worshipping the gigantic dragon all stopped what they were doing. It was as if they wanted to surround it. They formed an encirclement and mobilized the magic power in their bodies. A hostile roar resounded through the night sky. For a moment, the atmosphere above Fantion City became tense. Roar! This time, the black dragon's roar was filled with anger. Obviously, the holy dragons planned to rebel against it. Both the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family and the Nihilenia Underworld Dragon King family had the right to rule over the dragon tribe. However, the holy dragons had disobeyed their master's orders when Yak had awakened and offered their loyalty to the awakened holy dragon emperor. Instead, when the Underworld Dragon King reappeared in the world, they had raised the horn of rebellion. Wasn't this telling Mordred that the dragons only recognized Yak as their king, the peak of the dragon race? Roar! Immediately, Mordred became even angrier. Pitch-black magic power also emerged from his body. A civil war within the dragon clan was about to break out. In the ballroom, Wu Yin looked at the gigantic dragon that had transformed into a pitch-black demon in the night sky and snorted coldly. Looks like Mordred has taken Yak's body. Yak? Sylvia hugged the unconscious Julius' body, her face full of bewilderment. You're saying that the dragon is Aiko? Yashur was right on top of the dragon's head, and when the dragon appeared, it was very powerful. The holy dragons also disobeyed their master's orders and gathered around the dragon, as if they were worshipping their king. Wu Yin looked at Sylvia. A king that could be worshipped by all the dragons, other than Yak, the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. I can't think of any other possibility. Now it's not Yak anymore. It's Mordred. In Sylvia's arms, a weak voice replied to Wu Yin. Mordred's original body was lost because of me. Now, it has taken the body of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family. Soon, it will be able to completely revive as the strongest Dragon King in the world. When that time comes, Mordred will rule over the dragon race and prey on humans like livestock. Humans will be in big trouble. Royal brother. Hearing the familiar voice, Sylvia looked down and saw Julius clutching his head. His expression was pained, but his eyes were clear. She cried out in surprise. Is it you? Royal brother. Long time no see, Sylvia. Julius squeezed out a smile and struggled out of Sylvia's arms to stand up. However, there's no time for us to catch up. We have to hurry and expel Mordred from Princess Yak's body. Do you have any ideas? Wu Yin didn't waste any more time and walked up to Julius. Mordred used to be your fall, and you once shared a body with Mordred. You should know something, shouldn't you? I can share Mordred's memories. Julius nodded and turned his gaze towards Mordred, who was facing off against the holy dragons. To be more precise, he turned towards Yashur, who had fainted above Mordred's head. Julius bit his lips. If Princess Avalon's rider is also here, with his connection with Yak, it's not impossible to chase Mordred out of Yak's body. But now, Julius revealed a troubled expression. Even Yashur has been reduced to a mere tool to provide star essence and has lost his consciousness. Princess Avalon, whose life is connected to his, must not be in a better state. She has no way of resisting Mordred. In other words, Wu Yin turned to face Mordred. The only way now is to defeat Mordred, right? That's one way, but the opponent is the strongest king of the dragon race. Julius smiled bitterly. Although both the Sacred Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Dragon King need to fuse with the incarnation of the Dragon Seed memory and obtain extraordinary wisdom before they can obtain true power, the dragons are already fighting on their own to resist the Underworld Dragon King. If they don't listen to their liege's orders, there's no way humans can defeat the Underworld Dragon King. Is that so? Wu Yin smiled. Looking at Mordred, who was in a standoff with the dragons in the night sky, Wu Yin's wine-red eyes flashed with system perception. Mordred, level 79, impossible to defeat? With a sound as smooth as flowing water, Wu Yin walked towards the balcony. On the back of his hand, the star carving suddenly emitted a dazzling light, carrying with it a wave of mana that soared into the sky. Like a storm, it swept out and blew towards Julius and Sylvia. Sylvia raised her hand to block the incoming gale, but the corners of her mouth curled up in a long-awaited arc. Julius, on the other hand, was shocked. Magic? How could a human use magic power without the help of the dragon chi crystals and the paladin armor? Furthermore, it was such a powerful magic power. How is this possible? Even if the Holy Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Dragon King have obtained their full power, I don't think they can't be defeated. With that, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Wu Yan's magic exploded. In the next moment, a blood-red mist rose from his body. Descend. Black Dragon's lightning trap. In the dimly lit ballroom, cracks started to spread across the space that was shrouded in bloody mist. Beep, beep, beep. It was as black as Mordred's fur, but it didn't have an evil aura. Pitch-black lightning suddenly flashed from the cracks in space, accompanied by the sound of electricity. Within the cracks in space, a scarlet eye slowly opened. An extreme pressure descended upon the world. Feeling the terrifying pressure that almost crushed his bones, Julius' heart began to tremble. What is that? Lightning? Black lightning? Even Sylvia was at a loss. Isn't it white flames? Under the watchful eyes of Sylvia and Julius, the space filled with cracks suddenly trembled and shattered like glass. A pitch-black shadow flew out from the cracked space, turning into a black stream of light, shooting towards Mordred in the night sky. Wu Yin disappeared from where he stood. Chapter 1406. Fanteon City, in a hallway leading to the ballroom on the top floor. The sound of metal boots clacking against the ground could be heard. One could clearly feel the anxiety in the owner's heart. Veronica brought someone with her and quickly walked to the ballroom. It had to be said that Veronica had miscalculated. Because of her suspicions about Macawos, Veronica had been on guard throughout the entire city of Antillon during the ball. She also sent more people to patrol the city, keeping a close eye on the airships of the Sepharos Empire and other forces in an attempt to eliminate any possible attacks. However, Veronica didn't expect that the ones who caused the commotion in the end would be the dragons that belonged to the Chivalry Nation. It was completely unexpected. This was truly unexpected. The dragons were no longer under the control of their masters. The holy dragons of the Lormon Holy Dragon Knights were also out of control. They no longer listened to their master's orders. At this moment, the holy dragon knights that the Chivalry Nation was so proud of were completely useless. This was the weakness of the Chivalry Nation of Lormon. They relied too much on the dragons. Without the dragons' power, the Chivalry Nation's strength had severely decreased to below that of a nation. If the enemy forces were to launch a large-scale invasion at this time, the Night Kingdom would most likely be destroyed overnight. This made Veronica's expression extremely ugly throughout the whole process. Even so, Veronica had to go to the ballroom, first to protect the guests from the top factions of the continent. If the representatives of the top factions of the continent were to die at the hands of the dragons, the Chivalry Nation would be wanted and attacked by the entire continent tomorrow. At that time, the Chivalry Nation would truly be finished. Therefore, even if it was for the sake of the Chivalry Nation, Veronica couldn't go to Fantillon City first to disperse the citizens. She had to come personally to protect those important people. Besides, right now, only someone like Veronica, who could display extraordinary combat strength without relying on the Dragon Clan, had the ability to protect those people. As for Gullian, you still haven't regained contact with your pole? Yes. Gullian, who was also wearing a suit of armor but had lost his holy knight armor, took a deep breath. It completely ignored my summons and refused to accept my request to offer the holy knight armor. The rest of the dragon knights in Loriaman's holy dragon knights are the same. Even Captain Yuzura's Galahad has lost contact. Currently, the holy dragons seem to have gathered in the sky above Fantillon City. It must have something to do with that unknown dragon. Even Ursula? Veronica clenched her teeth. In this way, the entire Loriaman's holy dragon knights have disintegrated. Without the protection of the Dragon Clan, this country, wouldn't it be taken down in one night? This subordinate is ashamed of his incompetence. Gullian lowered his head. Without fall and the holy knight armor, Gullian was only slightly stronger than the average person. Even an earth dragon, pterosaur, or water dragon could easily defeat him. Under such circumstances, there was no way he could take on the responsibility of being the captain of Veronica's personal guards, protect Veronica, and solve her problems. Even acting as a combat force was a problem. This was the first time Gullian realized how insignificant he was. There's no time for you to mourn and complain. While Gullian was unwilling to give up, Veronica still said such a ruthless sentence. Right now, the most important thing is to protect the important people in Fantillon City. One mistake and the knighthood is done for. If you want to mourn and complain, you can do so after this is over. Gullian's expression turned serious. Understood. While they were talking, Veronica and Gullian arrived at the ballroom. Because of the fight between Ai, Ku, and Mordred, the magic power of the dragon glory crystals that were used as lighting in the ballroom was affected and lost its effect. The place was pitch black, and it was hard to see what was going on inside. However, Veronica and Gullian were no ordinary people. They easily saw two figures in the dark. One was Sylvia. The other one was naturally Julius. Veronica and Gullian's expressions changed at the same time. Julius, Julius, who was looking at the night sky outside the open-air platform with a solemn expression, turned his head to look at Veronica and Gullian. His eyes lit up slightly. He smiled. Long time no see, Veronica. Guillen. Veronica raised her eyebrows. Guillen also stepped forward excitedly. Julius, you're not dead. I know you have a lot to say, and I know you have a lot to ask, but if it's possible, please wait until after this is over. Julius raised his hand and stopped the two from asking. Right now, there's something more important. Raising their heads, they continued to look at the night sky. Sylvia and Julius' expressions were extremely grave. This caused Veronica and Guillen to calm down a little. They also walked over and looked at the night sky. There, two pitch-black dragons were facing each other from afar, facing off against each other. That's right, there were two of them. It was covered in pitch-black fur, and its horns were twisted like the horns of a demon. There were 9 eyes on the dragon's head, and there was an unconscious youth hanging from its head. Its entire body was fluctuating with an evil aura. The other dragon was also completely black. However, unlike the other dragon, it didn't have fur. Instead, it was covered in dark armor. Its shoulders were adorned with steel shoulder guards, which looked like wings made of steel. Its back was also covered with armor, which looked like a fan or a net. Its forelimbs had a pair of dragon claws, which didn't look ferocious. It only had 3 claws, which looked like a pair of gauntlets, but they looked extremely sharp. On its back, a tail with spikes, which looked like a huge cone, was vibrating slowly, making a buzzing sound. The dragon's body was pitch black, but its eyes were scarlet. Black lightning flashed around its body. Every time it flashed, the space around it would slightly distort and even shatter. It was terrifying to the extreme. Bathed in black lightning, Wu Yin stood above the dragon's head. Black dragon? Black lightning? Veronica and Guillen cried out in bewilderment. Isn't that a white dragon? White flames. White dragon. White flames. Julius looked over suspiciously. What white dragon? White flames. Veronica didn't answer Julius' question. Instead, she stared at the 2 pitch-black dragons facing off in the night sky. It looks like he has more secrets that we don't know about. Fantion City, in the night sky, roar. Mordred looked at the pitch-black black dragon lightning trap, bathed in black lightning. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This wasn't the first time Mordred had such a feeling. When Mordred was still in Julius' body, he saw the white dragon's burning flame in an image. It was the same at that time. As one of the dragon clan's royal bloodline, the underworld dragon king who ruled over the entire dragon clan, Mordred didn't believe that in this world, other than the sage dragon king Inpoke, who had disappeared for God knows how many years, there was another dragon that could make him instinctively feel threatened. Not even the sacred dragon emperor of Avalon, another member of the dragon royal bloodline. That was why Mordred didn't hesitate to awaken an army of corpse ash dragons to throw the Ansari Academy into chaos and almost destroy it. He wanted to see the white dragon's burning flame with his own eyes and recognize its origins. Unfortunately, Mordred didn't even get to see the face of the white dragon's burning flame. Now, the problem of the white dragon had yet to be solved, and that man had actually summoned a black dragon, which gave Mordred the same feeling of danger. How is this possible? As the king of a dragon race, even if he hadn't fused with the dragon seed's memories and possessed true strength, there shouldn't be any dragon stronger than him. Now, not only did 2 dragons appear, but they were also being controlled by the same person. Just who was this guy? Beep, beep, beep. Just as Mordred's heart began to tremble, in front of him, a thick sound of lightning flashed in the night sky, like thousands of birds chirping in unison. In the black lightning, above the black dragon lightning trap, Wu Yin raised his head and met Mordred's eyes. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. A sense of danger suddenly appeared in Mordred's heart, causing his pupils to shrink. In the next second, the entire world was filled with black lightning arcs. The space also let out an unbearable roar. Chapter 1407. Beep, beep, beep. Pitch-black electric arcs jumped around the dragon's body and spread to the surroundings. In just a moment, They covered the entire sky above Fanteon City. Crack, 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 crack. Amidst the flashes of the pitch-black electric arcs, the space above Fanteon City was visibly shattering bit by bit, as if it was glass that was being struck. Immediately, the space above Fanteon City was severely damaged. It slowly cracked open like a spider's web. Cracks containing terrifying destructive energy spread out at an unimaginable speed, filling the entire sky above Fanteon City with spatial cracks. Electric arcs flashed crazily, and the space shattered inch by inch. The doomsday-like scene horrified everyone in Fanteon City. They wanted to escape, but they didn't know where to go. They could only scream in horror. Some even knelt on the ground and closed their eyes to pray. Even the spectators had such a reaction, let alone Mordred, who happened to be in the middle of the pitch-black lightning arcs and could fully feel the terrifying power contained within them. His 9 ferocious, beastly eyes were completely filled with shock. The ability of the Black Dragon's lightning trap was targeted at the destruction of space. The lightning of the Black Dragon's lightning trap could shatter space at will. Under such a terrifying ability, Neha Renee's Underworld Dragon King couldn't be sure to resist it even if she fused with the incarnation of the Dragon Seed memory, let alone now. Fortunately, Wu Yin didn't release enough magic power to unleash the full power of the Black Dragon's lightning trap. Otherwise, if the Black Dragon's lightning trap was fully unleashed, it would be easy to fill the entire Fanteon City with black lightning. Destroying the entire Fanteon City together with space would be as easy as flipping his hand. Was there no dragon in this world that could defeat the sacred Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Dragon King? It was indeed so. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's Black Dragon and White Dragon weren't true dragons. They were familiars, comparable to natural disaster familiars. If the Black Dragon and the White Dragon were to use their full strength, with the current might of the Black Dragon and the White Dragon, even a peak of the 9th step would be obliterated in an instant, let alone a peak of the 8th step. For an Underworld Dragon King who had yet to fully obtain the power of a Dragon King, Wu Yan only took out a magic power that could unleash less than 10% of the power of the Black Dragon's Thunder Trap. Mordred already felt his scalp tingling from the shattered space above Fanteon City. A deadly sense of crisis rose in his heart. How could there be such a terrifying dragon in this world? How could there be a dragon stronger than me in this world? How could there be a dragon with such power in this world? When did the Dragon Clan have the ability to cultivate such a dragon? If that was the case, then what were the Avalon Holy Dragon Royal Family and the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Royal Family? Why did it exist? He had just seized Yak's body. After getting the chance to revive, Mordred, who was trying to rule the Dragon Clan and turn humans into livestock and devour them, was confused and crazy. It was impossible for there to be a dragon stronger than him in this world. It must be because he hadn't fused with the incarnation of the Dragon Seed memory and obtained true power. That's right. As long as he could fuse with the incarnation of the Dragon Seed memory and obtain true power, he would definitely be able to defeat those 2 dragons. Roar, 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 roar. Mordred's 9 eyes began to flash with a fierce light as he crazily activated his magic power. Now, Mordred didn't have much free time to control his current body. He gathered all his will and launched an attack on the incarnation of the Dragon Seed memory, intending to forcefully fuse with the Dragon Seed memory. As for the body, without Mordred's will to control it, it was crazy and acted at will. Anyway, this body wasn't Mordred's to begin with, but Yak's. Mordred didn't believe that Wu Yin would directly destroy Yak's body. In that case, only Yak would suffer. Roar, therefore. The pitch-black dragon let out a roar. He ignored the threat of the black lightning around him and flapped the 2 pairs of pitch-black wings on his back. His huge body was like a war fortress, setting off a gust of wind and the atmosphere trembling. He charged straight at the Black Dragon and Wu Yan. Wu Yan was stunned by Mordred's action at first, but then he guessed Mordred's thoughts. He curled his lips and rode the Black Dragon. The terrifying lightning that filled the sky above Fanteon City and caused the space to shatter inch by inch was all collected by the black dragon. It slowly dissipated between heaven and earth, falling into a state of no will control. The crazy black dragon brushed past the black lightning that disappeared in time and crashed into the black dragon at the critical moment. Boom! All of a sudden, it was as if two heavy mountains had collided with each other. A muffled crash resounded throughout the world, and a strong gust of wind was stirred up from the impact. It blew away the clouds in the sky and also hit Fantion City below. The frightened citizens were shaken to the point that they staggered and fell to the ground one by one. Roar! Incomparably berserk magic power surged on the pitch-black dragon's body. In the most primitive way, it supported the dragon's strength and also increased the dragon's impact. The black dragon's two three-fingered dragon claws, which were covered in arm-like armor, clamped on the dragon's arms like iron pincers. The dragon's body was continuously pushed back by the impact. Originally, the dragon's body was more than 100 times larger than the largest model of Holy Dragon. It could be said to be incomparably huge. Although the black dragon and white dragon were not small in size, they were not as big as the dragon. Compared to the dragon, they were like children. In addition, the black dragon's ability was not in strength, and it was not at full strength now. This collision easily pushed it back. With an endless sound of friction in the air, the black dragon used its claws to clamp the dragon's arms and kept retreating in the sky. The surrounding scenery was constantly changing. It was not until they reached the edge of Fantion City that the black dragon blocked the dragon's impact and stopped. Roar! The dragon struggled a few times, but it could not break free from the black dragon's sharp claws. Its arms could not move, and it could not pull away. At that moment, it simply opened its mouth and gathered all the magic around its body. The magic swirled up like an air current and flowed to the dragon's mouth. Several overlapping magic formations rippled out in an instant and were placed in front of the dragon's mouth, pointing at Wu Yin, who was standing above the black dragon's head. Dragon's breath. Wu Yin suddenly knelt on one knee and pressed a hand on the black dragon's head. Roar! The black dragon also roared. Its scarlet eyes glowed brightly. In the next instant, a black arc of lightning jumped up and rushed out, hitting the magic formation in front of the dragon's mouth. Bang! With a crisp cracking sound, the black lightning struck the overlapping magic array without any hindrance. Suddenly, the magic array set up by the dragon was shattered as easily as breaking a piece of rotten wood. Moreover, it was the space around it. The black dragon's lightning could shatter space. Without space, there was no way for things to exist. It was the same for magic formations and magic power. Therefore, when space was shattered, the magic formation and magic power that existed in the space would be destroyed along with the space. The dragon's breath magic could not be used. However, space had the ability to automatically repair itself. Therefore, in just a short moment, the shattered space was once again restored to its perfect state. Roar! Not letting go of this opportunity, the dragon once again gathered magic power and set up a magic formation to spit out dragon's breath. Seeing this, Wu Yan's expression showed that he was in trouble. He couldn't damage AI, Ku's body, and even if he attacked, it would have no effect on Mordred. How was he supposed to fight? Was he supposed to keep defending? I have to drive Mordred out of AI, Ku's body. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the opposite side. With his eyes closed, Yashur was buried in the dragon's body with his upper body and one of his hands exposed. Black dragon! Roar! The black dragon's eyes narrowed. It raised its head and directly rammed into the dragon's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the dragon's mouth was closed and the dragon's breath attack was broken. At this time, above the black dragon's head, an afterimage flashed in the air. It flew to the dragon's head and stopped in front of Yashur. Then, a hand gently rested on Yashur's head. Chapter 1408. This place is a very peculiar space. This space is a piece of chaos. There's nothing here. There's no scenery. There's only a piece of space that is as bright as honey. In this space, from time to time, some ripples will appear in the bright chaos. It is like a lake that has water droplets. It is very beautiful. Unfortunately, the scene at the center of the space had mercilessly shattered this beautiful scene. If one looks carefully, one can see that there is a battle taking place in the center of this space. A pitch-black substance occupies a piece of land under the bright space. It is like polluted water in the corner of a clear lake. There are 9 evil eyes on top of it. It is fluctuating with an evil aura. At this time, in this pitch-black substance, there is a flesh-colored tentacle extending from it. It is like a whip. It is whizzing through the entire space. It is constantly lashing out in a certain direction. There is an extremely flirtatious girl in that direction. She is tall and slender and very voluptuous. Instead of calling her a girl, it is better to call her an elegant, noble lady. Looking at her makes one's heart itch. Her waist-length pink hair has a bright red luster, as if it is showing its owner's passion. White as snow skin, ruby-like eyes. There is a pair of dragon horns on her head, but they are not round like Ai Kuz, nor are they like the antlers of the mother of dragons. They are more similar to the horns of a normal dragon, sharp and angular. As for the girl's appearance, those who know Ai Ku will be able to recognize her, because compared to Ai Ku, the girl's appearance is very similar. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are exactly the same. However, compared to Ai Ku, the girl's appearance is undoubtedly a lot more mature and also a lot more flirtatious. Just like Ai Ku after she has grown up, she also has a graceful temperament around her. This proves that the girl's cultivation is very different from the unreasonable Ai Ku. However, this mature and flirtatious girl is currently in a very sorry state. Her hair is not disheveled, but it is a bit messy. The dress covering her body is tattered. The degree of exposure was extremely high, as if someone had forcefully pulled it apart. If someone saw it, their first thought would probably be that it was a young girl who had been forcefully violated by a man, and they would not be able to bear to look at it. However, the flirtatious girl had a leisurely smile on her face. She looked neither hurried nor slow, and the tentacles that were about to hit her would be blocked by a layer of water ripples that suddenly appeared. Even if some managed to slip through and wrap around the girl's body, they would be quickly shattered by a layer of invisible power. Come to think of it, the reason why the girl's clothes were in tatters should be because they were torn apart by the tentacles before they were shattered, right? On the ground, tentacles continuously shot out from the pitch-black substance with 9 eyes, attacking the young girl's body. However, they were either blocked or shattered, unable to do anything to the girl. This caused the evil aura emanating from the pitch-black substance to gradually thicken. Not long after, a coarse, muffled voice that sounded like an angry roar rang out from the pitch-black substance. Why? Why don't you fuse with me? Nabi. Oh. The flirtatious girl named Nabi chuckled. Why should I fuse with you? Aren't you the incarnation of a dragon seed memory that was born to fuse with a dragon king? Was it to bestow upon him supreme wisdom and allow him to obtain true power? The coarse voice was filled with anger. The Avalon Holy Dragon Royal Family and the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Royal Family are both royal bloodlines of the dragon race. Both were originally split from the Sage Dragon King Inpok's bloodline. Strictly speaking, they share the same origin. In terms of qualifications to fuse with you, as a descendant of the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Royal Family, I should be qualified as well, no? Who would want to fuse with something as disgusting as you? The one who spoke wasn't the incarnation of a dragon seed memory called Nabi. Instead, it was a coarse voice that came from above the bright, chaotic space. It was Yak's voice. Taking a closer look, 2 large bird cages were hanging above the chaotic space, and 2 people were locked inside. One of them was Yak, the other was Yashur. You took someone else's body without permission, and now you want to fuse with someone else. Your personality is terrible. Yak didn't hide or disgust at all. Open this damn bird cage if you know what's good for you. Who do you think you're locking up as a bird? Shut up, Avalon's Empress. Mordred roared angrily. I don't have much time to waste on you. Nabi, Yashur gripped the iron bars of the birdcage tightly and gritted his teeth. Don't admit defeat. Don't worry. Even though she was in tatters, Nabi still smiled calmly. I might not be able to do anything outside, but this is my territory. I won't give in so easily. Damned vixen. Mordred spat in anger. Why do you have to reject me? Indeed, as the last descendant of the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon King, you have the right to fuse with me. I can't deny that. Nabi smiled faintly. However, I'm sorry, but I've already decided to fuse with Princess of Avalon. You. Mordred was mad with rage. What's so attractive about those little kids who haven't even grown hair yet? Who are you calling a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet? Yak was furious, but what made her even angrier was that Nabi actually agreed to it. Yak is indeed an immature brat. She doesn't attract me. Nabi shrugged. Unfortunately, compared to her, I don't like Nihilenia, who only knows how to play with her tentacles. What did you say? Even though I was born to fuse with either Avalon or Neharania to give them true power, it's my right to choose who I want to fuse with, Nabi said as if she was adding oil to the fire. That's why I chose Avalon. You should give up. I won't give up. Mordred's furious roar echoed. I want to defeat Avalon. I want to rule the entire dragon race. I want to stand at the peak of the dragon race. I want to defeat that black dragon and that white dragon outside. Don't even think about making me give up. After saying that, Mordred once again controlled countless disgusting tentacles, like a giant python that had found its prey and attacked Nabi. How annoying! Nabi frowned. Her displeased voice echoed in the chaos space. In the next moment, the battle between the two of them continued. Nabi, Yashu slapped the cage in regret. Damn it, can't I help at all? Why can that guy move freely in here, but I can't? AI also shouted in annoyance. I'm a dragon princess too, but your body has been taken over. Yashu scratched his head in annoyance. Yak, can you give me the paladin armor? This dragon dispatching workshop isn't a real space. It's a spiritual space. AI sighed, a little frustrated. That's why I can't make the paladin armor here unless Nabi agrees. But now, she can't even take care of herself. How can I make the paladin armor for you? Is there no other way? Yasha lowered his head, unwilling to give up. At least let me help a little. Speaking of which, isn't it because you were also schemed against by that fellow? Yak rolled her eyes at Yashio. If you were still outside, you might have been able to stop me from going berserk. I can't do anything. Yasha's expression turned bitter. It's Yasha's fault for being careless. He was with Yak and could have gotten the paladin armor at any time. But because he thought he was safe in Fanteon City, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Not only was he kidnapped, but he also ended up like this. If Nabi was taken down by Mordred and forced to fuse with her, not only would Nabi disappear, but Yak would also be killed. When that happened, Yashur could only muddle along as a star essence maker and live out the rest of his life. That's worse than hell. Damn it. Yashur slammed the cage. Can someone help us? As soon as he said that, a giggling voice entered everyone's ears. Young man, do you need help? Chapter 1409. Young man, do you need help? An ethereal voice with a hint of mockery echoed clearly in the chaotic space and entered everyone's ears. That voice, which definitely belonged to the impossible fifth person, caused Yashur and Yak to be stunned. It also caused Nabi and Mordred to stop attacking and defending on the spot. This was the Dragon Workshop, a spiritual space created by the great holy dragons of the primordial dragon clan. It was used to allow the spiritual bodies of dragons to enter and create products. It was the place to create holy knight armors. Therefore, this was Nabi's territory. Nabi was the embodiment of the dragon species' memory. It was the knowledge accumulated by the dragon clan over tens of thousands of years. The dragon clan stored the accumulated knowledge in the Dragon Workshop. As the embodiment of the dragon species' memory, Nabi was the master of this place. Generally speaking, only dragons could enter the dragon workshop. If Nabi invited an outsider, she could also pull their spiritual bodies into the dragon workshop. However, this was not a situation where the fifth one could appear. The Avalon Holy Dragon Royal Family and the Nihilenia Abyssal Dragon Royal Family were engaged in a fateful battle. Mordred was fighting for the embodiment of the dragon species' memory in an attempt to obtain the true power of the Abyssal Dragon King. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Workshop became a battlefield between the two Dragon Kings. No other Dragon Clan members were allowed to interfere. Yashu was able to appear here because he had become a part of Yak's body. Therefore, he was able to witness the battle with his own eyes. However, other than him, it was impossible for any other existence to enter this spiritual space. Did Nabi invite them in? Impossible. Nabi was having a hard time protecting herself. It was useless to invite others in. In this spiritual space, no matter how strong a person was in the real world, they would not be able to defeat the spiritual bodies of the Dragon Clan in this territory that belonged to the Dragon Clan. The other Dragon Clan members were unable to enter the Dragon Workshop due to the battle between the kings. Even if they entered, they would not be able to defeat the King Mordred. Logically speaking, the fifth one should not appear in the Dragon Workshop. It was a pity. His calculations were flawless. However, in this world, an anomaly appeared. I didn't expect that I would be locked up in a birdcage one day. Bang! As the fifth person who suddenly intervened spoke, Yashur's birdcage made a cracking sound. It suddenly cracked open, and then with a crisp cracking sound, it shattered with a loud bang. Wow! As soon as the birdcage shattered, Yashur, who was hanging in the air, also fell down. He let out a blood-curdling scream, but a hand reached out in time and grabbed his collar. You even know how to scream so loudly. Looks like there's nothing else. Phew! Yashur raised his head in fear and looked at the person who grabbed his collar. Then, a playful smile and a pair of wine-red eyes appeared in front of Yasha's eyes. Yashio cried out in surprise. Roland, you really know how to give people trouble. Wu Yin went against common sense and floated in the air, rolling his eyes at Yashio. Do you know that the outside world is turning upside down because of you? Yashur opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the others also reacted. It's you. Nabi and Yak were both surprised. Why are you here? Mordred was startled as well. However, Wu Yin ignored him and glanced at him. Then, he looked at Yak and waved his hand. Bang! The birdcage that Yak was trapped in seemed to have been hit by something as it shattered into pieces. It was only then that Nabi and Mordred realized what had happened. Yak and Yashur were locked in the birdcage because Yak's body was occupied by Mordred. Yashur, who was one with Yak, was also implicated. Both of them were sealed by Mordred at the same time. Now, the birdcage was shattered. This meant that Wu Yin broke the seal that Mordred placed on them with brute force. Was this something a human could do? Mordred's voice trembled. Her angry roar echoed in the entire dragon dispatching workshop. Who are you? Hearing this, Wu Yin, who was holding Yak with one hand and grabbing Yashur's collar with the other, grinned and raised his eyebrows. Take a guess, damn it. Mordred was furious. Swish, swish. A series of sharp whistling sounds broke through the air without any warning, stirring up waves of airflow. The dark red tentacles that could cover the entire dragon dispatching workshop were like wildly dancing vines as they whipped towards Wu Yin with whistling sounds and broken whip shadows. However, before the whips could reach Wu Yin, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yin. With a wave of her slender arm, a ripple suddenly spread out in the space and swept through the dark red tentacles. Bang! Immediately, the countless tentacles seemed to have been sliced countless times by an invisible blade. They broke into pieces of meat and fell to the ground. It's rare that I have a guest here. Can you not treat him so roughly? Looking at Wu Yin, Nabi didn't hide the curiosity in her eyes. I'm curious as to why he's here. I invaded Yashur's consciousness and followed it to this place. Wu Yin didn't hide it and tossed Yak and Yashur to Nabi. As for how I invaded Yashur's consciousness, don't ask. telling you will only add to your troubles. Although he didn't know who this flirtatious girl who looked so similar to Yak was, or where this place was, Wu Yin could still tell that this was a mental space. Originally, he only wanted to use a mental magic to wake Yashur up. If possible, he even wanted to wake Yak up and force Mordred to retreat. Who would have thought that when Wu Yin used his mana to invade Yashur's consciousness, he was pulled to this place before he could wake Yashur up? However, the situation didn't seem to have changed. Since this is a mental space, Yak and Yashur should be able to wake up in the real world after Mordred is forced out of this mental space. They should be able to resist Mordred, right? Wu Yin looked down at the pitch-black substance that was roaring on the ground like sewage. Back when you were still Makawos, you said you'd wait until the next greater feast before you and I duel again. Wu Yin's expression slowly turned indifferent. Mordred, don't you think this is the right time? Rune? Randall. Mordred growled as she waved her tentacles. Do you think that you can defeat me in the Dragon Dispatching Workshop? Dragon Workshop? Wu Yin looked around at the bright, chaotic space. Is that the name of this mental space? That's right. Mordred sneered. In here, all the standards of the real world cannot be brought in. In here, the stronger the spiritual body, the stronger the power. You, a human, indeed surprised me by being able to break my seal. However, can your spiritual power surpass that of the Dragon Clan? Dragons had magical power. Among the spells they controlled, there were many mental spells. With the support of mana and the training of magic, as well as the various advantages that dragons had over humans, it wasn't without reason that Mordred dared to make such a boastful claim. However, Mordred was wrong again. Magical power? Who could defeat Wu Yin now? Magic? Wu Yin has 103,000 grimoires. How could he lack magic and magic? So, would Wu Yin's mental power be weak? The answer, of course, was no. In the next instant, the world trembled as a vast and invisible force descended from the sky, enveloping Mordred without any explanation. Wah! Mordred didn't even have time to be shocked before the force slammed into her. With a blood-curdling scream, Mordred disappeared from this world as if she had been ostracized. Let's go out too. Wu Yin grabbed Yak and Yashur and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the Dragon Dispatching Workshop that was bustling with noise and excitement a second ago, Nabi was at a loss. Chapter 1410. Yuwa. Yeshu fiercely opened his eyes and gasped for air. His body was already drenched in sweat. Yeshu's eyes were wide open and he was gasping for air. When he woke up, Yeshu noticed his current situation. Not only was his body completely naked, his entire lower body and one of his arms were buried in a ball of soft flesh, as if he was buried in a swamp. It was hard to tell whether it was comfortable or uncomfortable, but Yaksu could clearly feel that his left hand, which was covered with snake-like ferocious star carvings, was currently in a heart-wrenching pain. Are you awake? Wu Yin retracted his hand and shouted at Yeshu. Don't be in a daze. Stop daydreaming. Yak should have woken up by now. You need to fuse with Yak's will as a rider and expel Mordred from Yak's body. Oh. Yashur was suddenly startled and hurriedly closed his eyes. The will belonging to the rider was like an old tree that had taken root. It followed the pitch-black dragon below him and fiercely stabbed downwards. Roar! The black dragon that was still wrestling with the black dragon lightning trap suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Its voice was filled with pain. Roar! Roar! As it howled in pain, the black dragon began to struggle. However, its body was tightly gripped by the black dragon's lightning trap. It couldn't break free at all. Damn it! Mordred's pained cries rang out from within the black dragon's body. No! I can't possibly lose. I spent so much effort to find the awakening apparatus and trick Klaus into becoming my supporter. I spent so much effort to finally reach this stage. How can I possibly lose? I must say, you did spend a lot of effort. Wu Yin knelt on one knee and pressed his star carvings hand on the black dragon's head. He closed his eyes. Unfortunately, in your eyes, your enemies have always only been Yak, the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family, and Yak's master, Yashu. You've never put anyone else in your eyes, so you've never thought that in this world. You never thought that there would be someone else who could suppress you. The Dragon King. This is where you failed. Wu Yin mobilized the magic power in the star carvings. A dazzling white light suddenly flashed, illuminating the sky above Fanteon City like the sun at dawn. A pure divine power invaded the body of the black dragon. It attacked a certain dark spiritual entity in its body. It was the purification power of the angel's holiness, Kanace Natsuan. Dong! Ah! Mordred howled in agony as a dull thud echoed in her mind. Now, Yashu abruptly opened his eyes. At the same time, Yak's furious roar resounded from the pitch-black dragon's body. Get out of my body! A blinding light surged out of the black dragon's body and merged with the purification light of the angel's holiness. It flashed in every corner of Fanteon City. In Fanteon City, every citizen couldn't help but close their eyes and reach out to block the strong light that was strong enough to hurt their eyes. Not long after, in the center of the strong light, a cloud of black mist jumped out pathetically as if it had been filtered out. Under the illumination of the white light, it let out a series of screams and turned into a shocking black light. It shot toward the edge of the sky and disappeared from this world. Thus, under the blinding white light, the pitch-black dragon's body gradually underwent changes. The black fur that looked like it was contaminated was washed away bit by bit. The black color faded away. The demon-like twisted horns slowly turned back into a sharp right angle. A horn similar to that of a unicorn grew out from the center of the dragon's head, between the other two dragon horns. The two pairs of crow-like wings also recovered, becoming as pure and holy as an angel. Then, the 9 beastly eyes also disappeared. They were replaced by a pair of clear red eyes. Roar, 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 roar. The surrounding holy dragons roared in joy, celebrating the return of the sacred dragon emperor. They circled in a circle and bowed again. Unfortunately, the dragon's ridiculously large body slowly turned into light particles, disappearing into the gradually dimming white light. A petite girl with long pink hair and a young man appeared from the dragon's heart. They closed their eyes tightly and fell down. Wu Yin rode the black dragon lightning trap and arrived below Yak and Yashur. He caught them with each hand. Wu Yin shook his head with a smile as he looked at the unconscious Yak and Yashur. They really know how to give people trouble. Although that was what he said, Wu Yin showed a joyful smile on his face. He raised one of his hands and slowly spread it open. In the palm of his open hand, a drop of dark red blood floated in the air. It moved up and down like a red gem, very dazzling. Awakening blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor, special item. Extracted from the last descendant of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor when he enters the state of awakening. The blood contains special power. Due to the extraction by the system, it has magical effects. If consumed by a vampire who relies on blood as their foundation, it can strengthen the vampire's ability. If consumed by a vampire's true ancestor, it can increase the level of the vampire by 1 level. Note, due to the extraction by the system, it can only be effective if consumed by the system's user. The effective range is before level 90. When the user reaches level 89, consuming it will be ineffective. Ding! Dungeon Quest 3 completed. Obtained 50,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Dungeon World. Star Carvings Dragon Knight. Dungeon Quest. Acquire. Mission 1. Enter Tokisakagami's Red Jade mode and use the ability of the angel, Zafkiel, to use the Bullet of 12, YOD. When the Mother of Dragons placed the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family in the Abine Forest, she would obtain a drop of the first blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family before he was born and placed in the Abine Forest. Quest Reward. 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points completed. Quest 2. Obtain a drop of infant blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family. Quest reward: 30,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points completed. Quest 3. Obtain a drop of awakening blood of the last descendant of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family. Quest reward: 50,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points completed. Character: Wu Yin equipment points, 111,100 item points, 230000 ability points, 101,000 summoning points, 131000 level 85. Ding! All dungeon quests have been completed. User can now choose to leave the current dungeon world at any time. This dungeon world is now open to user. When user re-enters the world of Star-Carved Dragon Knight, the system will no longer issue any dungeon quests. User can now freely enter and exit the world of Star-Carved Dragon Knight. While AI Ku was still in her human form, Wu Yin took the opportunity to obtain a drop of blood from her. He successfully obtained a drop of awakening blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family and completed his third dungeon quest. At this point, Wu Yin completed all 3 dungeon quests in Star-Carved Dragon Knight. Not only did he obtain 90,000 points, he also obtained a special item that can raise his level all the way to the pinnacle of Tier 9. One could say that Wu Yin returned from this dungeon world with a bountiful harvest. Looking up, Wu Yin saw the rising sun piercing through the night sky. He could almost see the silhouettes of young girls in it. Chuju, Makoto, Ikaros, Yukari, Shokoho Kasumi, Flandrachan, Astria, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Yushitsun, Yushin, Meijio, Origami, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Asuna, Yui, Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and Agurola, who turned into familiars. The girls who were tied to Wu Yan's fate are all smiling at Wu Yan, silently telling him how much they missed him. I want to go back. Holding the drop of awakening blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon royal family tightly, Wu Yan exhaled and rode the black dragon back to Fanteon City. Chapter 1411. The night that made the people of Fanteon City and the important figures of the various top forces in Eluxtron tremble in fear finally passed without any mishaps. Although Yak was forced to awaken this time, and her body was almost taken away in Fanteon City, putting humans in a dangerous situation, the end result was very fortunate. Not a single person was injured, and not a single brick of the building was destroyed. The entire Fanteon City was intact, and there were no accidents. If one were to say what effect Yak's forced awakening had, it was probably that it made the people of Fanteon City panic, and also made the various top forces tremble in fear. The roaring dragon under the night sky, whose body was even larger than the airship, was deeply engraved in the hearts of all the witnesses. During the entire chaotic night, other than the Cypheros Empire's airship being crushed by the awakened Yak, there were no other losses. So, it was said to be a close call. Of course, for the Cypheros Empire, this was definitely not a good thing. The Lorraine Kingdom of Knights was in perfect condition. All the major forces were in perfect condition. The buildings were in perfect condition. The Kingdom of Knights was also in perfect condition. Even the holy dragons had returned to their places and reconnected with their owners. Everything was in perfect condition. However, the Cypheros Empire had lost an airship. That was an airship, not some luxurious ship. Losing an airship like that was not a huge blow to the Cypheros Empire, but it was definitely not a small blow either. Moreover, everyone else was safe and sound, and only the Cypheros Empire was in trouble. How could the Cypheros Empire be willing to accept this? Originally, Klaus wanted to put all the blame for the loss of the airship on the Knighthood Empire and exaggerate the impact to make the entire Knighthood Empire take responsibility. After all, the Cypheros Empire's airship was destroyed by all the dragons of the Lormon Knighthood Empire, wasn't it? It was a pity that Klaus's wishful thinking did not come to fruition. That day, Wu Yin stood up and used the reason that the dragon appeared from the Cypheros Empire's airship last night as a reason to forcefully pull all the representatives present as witnesses and borrow a team from Veronica. Head to the location of the destroyed airships of the Cypheros Empire and collect the fragments of the instruments left behind. Although the device was a magic device, the other factions also had their own magic device experts. After a period of research and investigation, the device was able to forcefully evolve a dragon into a holy dragon and awaken Yak. In addition, Yak and Yaksu had appeared to testify. The arrested Anya, who was originally a member of the Cypheros Empire, also came forward to testify. As a result, the actions of the Cypheros Empire were completely exposed. In the end, not only did the knighthood of Lorea not have to take any responsibility, they even bit back at the Cypheros Empire, causing the Cypheros Empire to take away the national treasure of the knighthood and research it without permission. The crime of causing the giant dragon to go berserk and almost cause danger. Veronica personally ran to Wu Yan's room and told him that this time, they must make the Cypheros Empire bleed fiercely. Of course, regardless of whether the Cypheros Empire bleed or not, the representatives of the various factions were no longer in the mood to hold the Continental Conference. After the incident ended, the Continental Conference that was originally planned to be held in Fantion City was also cancelled. The organizer, the current Pope of the Espadar Cathedral, Lazor IV, officially announced the cancellation of the Continental Conference on the same day. Thus, the various factions expressed that they would continue to follow up on last night's incident, and then they all left on their airships. Klaus also took a carriage back to the Cypheros Empire with a gloomy face. It was believed that the Cypheros Empire would be forced to write a lot of documents on diplomatic issues. Just like Veronica said, they would bleed fiercely. However, the situation of the knighthood of Lorea was not very good either. The giant dragon that night was obviously not an ordinary dragon. Just its strength alone was not something an ordinary dragon could possess. The knighthood had never made it public that they had such a dragon. It was inevitable that some people would suspect that the knighthood had ulterior motives and was planning to hide their trump cards to do something ambitious. Because of this, Yak's identity as a dragon princess could no longer be hidden. It was likely that the various factions would soon know about it. And how should they deal with Yak, the princess of the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family? That was also a diplomatic issue. Only Veronica and the other important figures of the knighthood could have a headache over it. Apart from that, there were also various other problems. The first prince of the knighthood of Lorea, Julius. The fact that Loriaman didn't die and that it had something to do with the entire incident. The problem of Mordred, who had turned back into a spirit and escaped to who knows where. Also, the problem of the final battle between the Avalon Holy Dragon royal family and the Nihilenia Underworld Dragon royal family. There were also many problems that the knighthood of Lorea, Yashu, and Yak had to face and solve. Under these circumstances, the problem of why Wu Yin was able to control the Black Dragon's lightning trap and the White Dragon's burning flame was put aside for the time being. Normal dragon cultivators could only contract with one dragon. That was the most basic of common sense. It wasn't that no one had ever thought of contracting two dragons, but it was absolutely unrealistic. This was because the amount of star essence in a dragon cultivator's body could at most keep one dragon alive. If there was an extra dragon, then not only would the two dragons not be able to get enough star essence, even the dragon cultivator himself might fall into a predicament of lacking star essence. Because of that, a dragon cultivator could at most contract with one dragon. Even if they wanted to contract with another dragon, the Dragon Mother would not agree. Wu Yin, on the other hand, broke the norm by controlling two dragons at once. Not only that, but why was his Boer able to survive in his body was also a mystery. Also, the terrifying power of the white flame and black lightning. All of these mysteries made Wu Yin, whose identity and background were also a mystery, the most mysterious person in the eyes of everyone. This mystery was only known to those from chivalry for now, but Wu Yan's active performance last night had already made him known to the leaders of the other factions. Before long, Wu Yan should be able to truly make a name for himself in Eluxtran, right? Now, this soon-to-be famous person was hiding in his room in Fanteon City. Sitting on the bed, Wu Yan closed his eyes tightly. Mana currents surged around his body like a tide about to go berserk, but they brought unimaginable pressure to the surroundings. Specks of starlight silently rolled around Wu Yan's body. There wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. Upon closer inspection, the star carving on the back of Wu Yan's hand had already disappeared, proving that he'd undone his seal. This wasn't all that surprising. Even with his power sealed, Wu Yan would find time to undo the seal every day when he was alone to cultivate his mana. The process of cultivating mana was extremely boring, and Wu Yan wasn't a patient person, but he liked the feeling of slowly growing stronger. That was why Wu Yan would cultivate his mana every day. He could feel the mana in his body growing bit by bit, experiencing the feeling of growing stronger. He felt very satisfied. That was why Wu Yan could persevere through the boring process of cultivation. Otherwise, with his lazy personality, he'd rather spend more time studying the magic tricks and spells in the 103,000 grimoires. He slowly gathered the insignificant increase in mana and added it to his own. Sensing the obvious increase in mana, Wu Yan slowly withdrew his mana and let the surging mana currents around him calm down. Phew! Exhaling, he slowly opened his eyes. Imperceptible traces of golden light flashed through his wine-red pupils, making his pupils seem even more profound. After a while, they dimmed and returned to normal. And then, stretching lazily, Wu Yan ended today's training session. Normally, Wu Yan would just lie down and take a nap at this time. Or maybe he would go out for a walk and flirt with the maids in Fanteon City. But today, Wu Yan didn't do that. After stretching, Wu Yan flipped his hand. In his palm, a few drops of dark red blood moved up and down. It was the original blood of the Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor. Chapter 14:12. 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor floated above his palm, rising and falling rhythmically, exuding a brilliant gem-like brilliance. It was extremely beautiful. Whether it was the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, infant blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, or awakening blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, they could only raise Wu Yan to the peak of rank 9, stopping at the threshold of demigod rank. Now, Wu Yan had a total of 5 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, 1 drop of infant blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, and 1 drop of awakening blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor. However, he was already level 85, and taking them after level 89 would no longer have any effect. Therefore, Wu Yan could only take 4 drops. These 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor would raise Wu Yan's level to 89, reaching the peak of rank 9. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart heated up, and he took a few deep breaths to suppress it, allowing his emotions to return to a state of tranquility. Then, Wu Yan raised his head and swallowed the 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor. Boom! The 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor slid down Wu Yan's throat at an extremely fast speed, all the way down and into his body. Before Wu Yan could react, the 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor immediately turned into a powerful energy, like a rushing river, rolling down his throat, wandering around a few times and entering his blood. The moment the 4 powerful energies entered his blood, the blood in Wu Yan's body also began to riot. Wu Yan's face paled, then turned red. His body trembled uncomfortably, and his blood vessels also swelled. The blood and the energy from the 4 drops of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor ran amok in his blood vessels, causing Wu Yan a strange pain. Wu Yin did not expect that swallowing the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor would cause such a change, and could only grit his teeth and bear it. Immediately, in his blood vessels, surging waves of energy surged through his blood vessels, colliding fiercely with the rampaging blood. Dong! A collision sound that only Wu Yin could hear rang out, causing Wu Yin to groan, and his face flushed red. Inside Wu Yan's body, his blood and the 4 types of energy intertwined with each other, releasing invisible waves of energy. It turned into ripples and reverberated in the blood of the Holy Dragon Emperor's body, like a hungry wolf who knows how long, scrambling to snatch the ripples of the blood Holy Dragon Emperor to absorb them, one of the blood of the Holy Dragon Emperor God. Every time this happened, Wu Yin could feel it. I seem to be a little stronger. Wu Yin's spirit was lifted, and he seriously looked inside his body. The 4 drops of energy in his blood vessels seemed to have blended with his blood, directly fusing together, and flowed with his blood. Along with this process, waves of invisible waves frequently turned into a invisible ripple, separated from his blood, and swept in all directions in his body. It was constantly absorbed by every part of Wu Yan's body, strengthening him. Body blood, magic, organs, everything in Wu Yan's body was absorbing this invisible ripple and devouring it, turning it into a catalyst to strengthen himself. This feeling of being able to strengthen everything, Wu Yan had only experienced it in the magical pool water from the land of gods. He did not expect it to be this time. He actually experienced it again. However, compared to the magical pool water, the effect of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor was still a little different. What was the difference? The difference was that the magical pool water strengthened and purified everything in the human body on average. On the other hand, the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor gave priority to strengthening the blood, and then the other parts. As a result, the blood was strengthened the most, and the other parts were a little less. If the magical pool water strengthened the blood and the other parts at a ratio of 5, then the strengthening ratio of the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor was 7:3. However, not only did this not affect Wu Yan's improvement, but it was even better. As a vampire true ancestor, Wu Yan's greatest advantage was naturally his blood. The power of vampires came from their own blood, and true ancestors relied on their own blood the most. After being strengthened by the original blood of the Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor, the magic in Wu Yan's body was increasing at an unimaginable speed. Moreover, it wasn't a mindless increase. Instead, it was an improvement in the quality of the mana, and when the quality of the mana was at its purest, it would increase the quantity. The quality of the magic had increased, and Wu Yan's strength was also increasing rapidly. Not long after, the system notification sounded in Wu Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 86. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 87. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 88. Ding! Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 89. As expected, 4 system notifications sounded in succession, and Wu Yan's level was instantly raised to level 89, the pinnacle of Tier 9. At this point, Wu Yan had finally reached the threshold of the demigod rank. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod, who could definitely be called a powerhouse, whether in the main world or the dungeon world. However, this small step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Especially for people like Wu Yin who used the system to earn EXP to level up, it was extremely difficult. After all, at this stage, there was no existence that could provide them with a huge amount of EXP. If they wanted to level up, they had to be down to earth and defeat enemies one by one until they accumulated enough EXP to level up successfully. Leveling up was the most difficult thing to do, not to mention the demigod rank, which was the hardest to level up. However, Just as this thought rose in Wu Yan's mind, a series of system notifications stunned Wu Yan. Beep. Detected that the user has reached level 89. Special quest. Path to Demigod activated. Special quest. Path to Demigod quest introduction. The process of becoming a demigod is extremely difficult. At this stage, simply earning EXP will no longer be enough to satisfy the user's needs. Due to the user's slow progress, when a user and his summoned character reach level 89, the system will open the door for them and provide them with guidance to become a demigod. When a user and his summoned character complete the quest according to the system's requirements, the system will generate an item to upgrade the user and his summoned character to the demigod rank, allowing the user and his summoned character to become a demigod instantly. Quest introduction. The special quest Path to Demigod is a chain quest. Every chain quest will be carried out in a dungeon world, one world per chain. The content of the quest is to collect certain items. These items are the materials required to upgrade the item to the demigod rank. When a user has collected all the required materials in the dungeon world, the quest will be announced as completed. Things to note in the quest. 1. When a user completes the first chain quest, the system will generate an item to upgrade the user to the demigod rank. 2. If the user does not choose to generate an item to upgrade the user to the demigod rank after completing the first chain quest, the second chain quest will be activated. 3. Starting from the second chain quest, the items required to be collected will be able to strengthen the effect of the item to the demigod rank. The more chains the user completes, the stronger the effect of the item to the demigod rank will be. After a certain extent, the item will be able to increase the user's level again before reaching the demigod rank. 4. No matter how many chains the user completes, the final item will only be able to upgrade the user to level 99 at most. After the item is able to upgrade the user to level 99, the effect of the item will not increase anymore. 5. When a user chooses to complete the Path to Demigod mission, the system will automatically allow the user to enter the dungeon world where the items required to be collected are. The dungeon world where the user completes the Path to Demigod mission will not activate the dungeon world. The user will only be able to leave the current dungeon world after completing the Path to Demigod mission. 6. Some special dungeon worlds will add some restrictions to the user to increase the difficulty of the Path to Demigod mission. 7. The user can only bring along 2 summoned characters to participate in the Path to Demigod mission in each chain quest. More than 2 summoned characters will not be able to enter the dungeon world. Beep. Do you wish to proceed with the special quest Path to Demigod? Chapter 14:13. Beep. Do you wish to proceed with the special mission Demigod Path? Following the notification, the system list popped up without any warning and opened up in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan subconsciously shifted his gaze to the system list. What he saw was a 4th option at the bottom of the system list that originally had 3 options: status, exchange, and instance. Demigod Path. There's really a shortcut to becoming a demigod? Wu Yan didn't know if he should be happy or surprised. Originally, he had already mentally prepared himself for a long war. He had planned to transform into a battle maniac and challenge the strongest in the main world. He had even activated Violet's Red Jade mode to challenge the other 5 demigods. Otherwise, he would have gone to some of the more advanced dungeons and slaughtered his way through them. However, Wu Yan knew that it wasn't easy to become a demigod. Otherwise, he wouldn't have boasted to Sylph that he would become a demigod in 5 years. With the system's help, Wu Yan felt that he wouldn't be able to become a demigod in less than 5 years. One can imagine how difficult it is to become a demigod. There are only 5 demigods in the entire Spalier world. Among the demigods he encountered in the dungeons, Violet was the only one he could summon. It's easy to imagine how difficult it is to become a demigod. However, it's different now. As long as he completes the first round of the Demigod Path mission, Wu Yan will be able to obtain the item to become a demigod. This was much faster than honestly challenging each and every one of the experts. Wu Yin stared blankly at the last option in the system list. After a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a thought. System, you really are a good person. With that thought in mind, Wu Yin clicked on the demigod path option. The list changed immediately. Wu Yan's mind just now was filled with the mission description and the things to take note of. Beep. Do you wish to proceed with the special mission, Demigod Path? Wu Yin hesitated for a bit when he heard the same notification for the second time. The fifth part of the mission description stated that when a user chooses to proceed with the mission, the system will automatically send the user to the dungeon world where the required items are. In other words, the moment Wu Yin chose to proceed with the mission, the system will pull him into the dungeon world. However, Wu Yin hasn't said goodbye to his friends here yet. Even though Wu Yin will leave this world, time will stop. The time in this world had also been frozen, but if he wanted to see these friends again, it would be impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. If he didn't say goodbye, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. Sylvia, Corset, and Luca, in particular, had a certain degree of intimate contact with him. No matter what he said, he couldn't just leave like that, right? There was also Rebecca. Even though the two of them were more like friends than lovers, the perfect student council president kissed Wu Yin at dusk after their date. Wu Yin's heart was moved. Even though it was just a kiss on the cheek, Wu Yin started to feel a bit vexed. After a long time, Wu Yin laughed self-deprecatingly. Seriously, what am I worrying about here? Anyway, time will be frozen after I leave this world. It shouldn't take much time to complete the first phase of the Demigod Path mission. I could just come back and gather after I complete the first phase of the mission. After completing the first part of the mission, he'll be able to generate the item to advance to demigod rank. At the very least, Wu Yin had to ensure that he completed the first part of the mission and obtained the ticket to advance to demigod rank. Thinking of this, Wu Yin didn't feel troubled anymore. He directly said in his heart, "System, proceed with the mission Demigod Path." As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice that was as calm as an ancient well immediately responded. Beep. Special mission Demigod Path activated. Special mission Demigod Path mission round. First part mission world. Star Carving's Dragon Knight mission content. Obtain a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood, a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's infant blood, and a drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's awakening blood. What? The mission content that appeared on the Demigod Path interface in the system list and in his mind at the same time stunned Wu Yin. A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood? A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's infant blood? A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's awakening blood? Weren't these the items that Wu Yin had left behind? Moreover, weren't the 3 dungeon missions in the Star Carving Dragon Knight dungeon world the items required for the first part of the mission of Demigod Path? Could it be the system had already calculated everything? Beep. A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's original blood has been detected. Beep. A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's infant blood has been detected. Beep. A drop of Avalon Holy Dragon Emperor's awakening blood has been detected. Beep. The first part of Demigod Path mission has been completed. Completed? Completed just like that? I can ascend to demigod? Even Wu Yin could not react at this time. Wasn't it difficult to ascend to demigod? Did I just get the chance to ascend to demigod like that? Beep. Do you want to create the item to ascend to demigod? However, the system's notification broke the surreal feeling in Wu Yan's heart and told Wu Yan everything was reality. This, although he had already obtained the qualifications to ascend to demigod, Wu Yin unexpectedly did not feel happy. At first, he was still worried about how difficult his demigod path would be. He was even prepared to fight for a long time and become a battle maniac. Then, the system gave him a demigod path mission. Just a second ago, he had decided to come back and reunite with his friends after completing the first part of the mission. Now, he had completed the first part of the demigod path mission. This made Wu Yin feel like he was full of energy and wanted to punch the enemy in front of him, but he ended up punching the air instead. He could not feel happy at all. However, this should be a good thing. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Wu Yin looked at the system list in front of him and pondered for a while before putting it away. The first part of the Demigod Path mission had been completed. He only needed to think about it, and the item to ascend to Demigod would appear in his hands. After using it, he would be able to ascend to Demigod. However, Wu Yin was not satisfied with this. This was because he wanted to continue with the Demigod Path mission. Didn't the third point of the mission already say that? Starting from the second part of the mission required him to collect items that could enhance the effect of the item to Demigod Path. As long as Wu Yin completed more parts of the mission, the effect of the item to Demigod Path would be stronger. It would also allow him to level up before reaching Demigod Path. In this case, he might as well continue and enhance the effect of the item to the maximum before using it. The fourth point of the mission was that no matter how many parts of the mission the user completed, the item would only be able to enhance the user to level 99. After the item could enhance the user to level 99, the effect of the item would not increase anymore. In other words, Wu Yin wanted to enhance the effect of the item to the maximum. When he used it, he would be able to reach level 99 in one go. The pinnacle of Demigod Path. In this era, without Celestials, he was an invincible existence. Wu Yin had such an ambition. Or rather, after reading the description of the item in the Demigod Path mission, Wu Yin came up with this idea. After all, he was already at Pinnacle Tier 9. It would be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent. With his familiars, who below Demigod Path could possibly be his match. Even if he faced a Demigod Path opponent, he still had the Red Jade mode. He could use Violet's power for a short period of time. With Violet's heaven-defying power, she would definitely be much stronger than he was after reaching Demigod Path. Since he had no opponents below Demigod Path and could use Violet's Red Jade mode to fight against Demigod Path opponents, he would be a fool not to seize this opportunity. At this thought, Wu Yin's blood boiled and the corners of his lips curled up. Pinnacle Demigod Path, huh? He could definitely achieve that. Chapter 14:14. Sunlight poured down from the clouds in the sky, causing Lancelot's fur to be dyed with a golden radiance. It was exceptionally resplendent. We've arrived at Ansari. Sylvia, who was sitting on the dragon's back, looked at the corner of the bustling city below and reminded the people behind her. Wu Yin, Yashur, and Yak, who were about to doze off, perked up and looked into the distance. Compared to Fantion City, the city was clearly inferior in terms of land area and prosperity. Wu Yin and the others smiled. Yashur and Yak let out sighs of relief. We're finally here. It had been about a week since Yak was forced to awaken and was almost possessed by Mordred, causing a ruckus in Fantion City. Now, the mysterious dragon's attack on the capital of Lorea's knighthood, Fantion City, which caused the Continental Conference to be suspended, had caused an uproar in the knighthood of Lorea's knighthood. It was still a hot topic that attracted everyone's attention. Even after a week or so, the impact of such a major incident didn't calm down. It was treated as an after-dinner conversation from time to time. No one would forget about it without a long period of time. During this time, Yashur and Yak, who were at the center of the incident, didn't have an easy time. Although the Cypheros Empire's actions against Yashur and Yak had been exposed, and Yak had successfully returned to her original state and the matter had been resolved, Yak's existence had been exposed. That was a fact. The princess of the Dragon Clan. An existence like that couldn't be casually ignored. Thus, it didn't take long for the various factions in Eluxtran to request the Knight's Kingdom to disclose all information about Yak, the Dragon Princess. Yashur also received attention. Under such circumstances, Yaksu and Yak were personally summoned by Veronica for an entire week. They were questioned and investigated day after day, causing the two of them to be deprived of their freedom to go out as they wished. Their lives were extremely oppressive. Fortunately, Wu Yin and Sylvia stayed behind and spent a week with them in Fantion City. Otherwise, the two of them would have long fallen ill from boredom. And today, Yashur and Yak's investigation finally came to an end, and they announced that they had regained their freedom. Thus, early in the morning, Yaksu and Yak couldn't wait to wake up Wu Yin and Sylvia. They rode Lancelot back to Ansari together. Under Lancelot's lead, the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was exposed to everyone's eyes. After a week, the reconstruction of the academy had reached its final stage. Looking down from the sky above the academy, there were brand new buildings erected inside the wall-like academy. Under the sunlight, they shone with a bright luster, as if they had just been fished out of the water. It brought with it specks of light. The academy, which had been half destroyed, was finally restored to its original state. Lancelot. Under Sylvia's instructions, Lancelot tilted his body and landed on the academy's field dedicated to dragon riding. Although the reconstruction of the academy was in its final stage, the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy had yet to resume their classes. Thus, there were many students loitering around the field. Lancelot dove down and landed on the field. The sharp-eyed students immediately noticed Lancelot's presence. "Hey, look, isn't that Her Highness Sylvia's Lancelot?" "That's right, it's Lancelot. Does that mean Lord Roland and Her Highness Sylvia are back?" "It's true. I saw Lord Roland and Her Highness Sylvia. Lord Roland and Her Highness Sylvia are back." Not long after, the commotion began to resound throughout the field and spread further and further, attracting even more people. Lancelot slowly landed on the field amidst the cheers and support of the students. At the same time, on the other side of the academy, two joyful dragon roars reverberated in the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, two black figures, one red and one white, shot through the air at an extremely fast speed and landed on the field without any explanation. Thump! Thump! Two heavy thuds were heard as they landed on the ground. The entire field shook slightly and kicked up a large cloud of dust. Only then did everyone clearly see the newcomers. Gyuvlin, Gawain, Lebecca, and Luca, who were riding Gyuvlin and Gawain respectively. President, Sylvia and Yashur hurriedly dismounted from Lancelot's back. Lebecca, Luca, Wu Yin smiled and jumped down from the dragon's back. Just as he was about to greet Lebecca and Luca, two longing roars came from Gyuvlin and Gawain, interrupting Wu Yin. Before Wu Yin could react, Gyuvlin and Gawain abandoned their masters and came to Wu Yan's side, rubbing their heads against him. "What's wrong with you two?" Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the two holy dragons acting like they were wronged. He rubbed their heads. "You must have made Gyuvlin and Gawain very anxious when you left." Lebecca walked up and said with a smile, "Their appetites have been fed by you. The food the dragons made couldn't satisfy them. Gyuvlin and Gawain have been waiting for you for as long as you were gone. Now that you're back, of course they're overjoyed." Seriously, Wu Yin rolled his eyes. He knocked Gyuvlin and Gawain on the head with his knuckles. "I just came back and you're already ordering me around? Can't you at least let me rest for a while?" Hearing this, even holy dragons like Gyuvlin and Gawain lowered their heads in embarrassment, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Lord Lune, Luca squeezed her small body between Gyuvlin and Gawain and came to Wu Yan's side. "Welcome back, Lord Lune." Luca's crystal-like eyes stared straight at Wu Yan. There was also a hint of longing in her eyes. She went up to Wu Yin and handed him a teacup. "This is a spirit herb tea I personally brewed. It can dispel fatigue." Wu Yin looked at the steaming hot and fragrant tea in the teacup. "Luca, don't tell me you've been preparing this all this time." Luca nodded shyly. "Because I was afraid Lord Lune would be too tired from the long journey." In other words, after Wu Yin left, Luca would brew a cup of tea almost every day for Wu Yin to dispel fatigue when he returned. However, tea wasn't wine. The longer it was kept, the better it was. Luca must have worked hard to prepare the ingredients for the tea every day and waited for Wu Yin to return. She would immediately brew a cup of hot tea for Wu Yin when he returned, all for the sake of dispelling fatigue for Wu Yin as soon as he returned. She was truly a little demoness that made people love and feel sorry for her. "Thank you, Luca." Wu Yin patted Luca's head and took the teacup. "Then, I'll accept your kindness." Wu Yin drank the tea in one gulp. Ugh! Wu Yin's stomach started to heat up as soon as the tea entered his stomach. His body started to warm up as well. His sleepy head seemed to have been stimulated. He became awake, and his strength started to recover. Just as Lucas said, this tea can dispel fatigue. As always, the effect is amazing. Wu Yin couldn't help but praise. "This tea must be expensive, right? It can only dispel fatigue. The effect is good, but it's not as expensive as Lord Loon thought." Lucas smiled calmly. "In the Kingdom of Knights, you can buy it for around 100,000 eccles, 100,000 eccles." Yashu, who came from a poor family, was shocked. "That's not expensive?" Wu Yin laughed dryly. "If it can dispel fatigue in an instant, 100,000 eccles is worth it." The Princess of the Kingdom of Knights said, as if it was a matter of fact. "No matter what, I'm relieved to see all of you so energetic." Lebecca walked over and looked at everyone with a smile. "Let's go to the dining hall. We'll talk while we eat." Chapter 14-15. Ansari Dragon Academy. Inside a cafeteria. This was a typical single-story building built with red bricks in the Ansari Dragon Academy. It was also a student cafeteria. This student cafeteria was only open to the Ansari Dragon Academy. It was specially designed to provide meals for the students of the Ansari Dragon Academy. Whether it was the dining table or the chairs, the various items and styles in the cafeteria were all designed in the same style of the Shepard Kingdom, giving off an elegant and refined feeling. In the Ansari Dragon Academy, the upper-class students would usually only dine in the high-class cafeteria in the city. Those from poor families would choose the cheaper cafeteria below the student dormitory to fill their stomachs. Therefore, most of the students who dined in this cafeteria were from middle-class families. Today, the student council president, Lebecca, booked the entire cafeteria for Wu Yin, Sylvia, Yashur, Yak, and Cosette, who just returned from Fantion City. Steaming plates of food were placed on the table by the waiters. They were placed in front of Wu Yin and the others who were sitting around the table. Oh, Yak held a large piece of beef in her left hand and a piece of beef in her right hand. She opened her small mouth and took a bite from the left, then the right. She was very busy, and her face was full of happiness. Lucas sat in the corner, quietly serving tea and food to Wu Yin like an obedient little wife. Cosette sat beside Sylvia, serving tea and food to Sylvia. As for Lebecca, she sat quietly in her seat. She listened to Wu Yin, Sylvia, and Yasha's explanation of the dragon attack that caused quite a commotion in Fantion City. In other words, was that giant dragon actually Yak? After listening to Wu Yin, Sylvia, and Yasha's explanation, Lebecca glanced at Yak, who was still eating and drinking with a dejected expression. The Avalon Saint Dragon Emperor is indeed extraordinary. Even though he's only been born for 3 months, he can't be underestimated. You see me in a different light now. Yak puffed out her chest proudly. However, she soon withered like a frosted eggplant. Unfortunately, not only could I not control myself back then, my body was even taken away. Cheer up, Yak, Yashur said softly. That's not your fault. You're still young. When you're older, you'll definitely be able to control yourself. I'm not young. Yak frowned and took a bite of beef with a conflicted expression. Then, her face turned into a happy expression. What an obvious expression. Wu Yin shook his head and looked at Lebecca. Anyways, it's in the past. Mordred won't be able to do anything for a while. You guys don't have to worry so much. Everything will be fine when it's time. That's right, there's no point in worrying. Lebecca rubbed her brows. I'm just a student council president. I should leave this kind of national matter to someone as capable as Her Highness Veronica. President Lebecca, you're a Saint Dragon Knight. Your status is no different from a noble. If this can only be considered as insignificant, even I, a Dragon Knight, would feel guilty. Sylvia smiled wryly. Right now, Yak is in our academy and her identity has been exposed. There will be many people targeting her in the future. President Lebecca, you're the strongest in our academy. Without your protection, Yak will be in danger. Of course, I don't mind doing my part. Lebecca parted her deep red hair with her hand and wore the same confident smile on her face, as well as a hint of a smile that wasn't a smile. However, Sylvia, there's something you're wrong about. Right now, the strongest person in the academy isn't me. Lebecca shifted her gaze to Wu Yen. Sylvia, Luca, Corset, Yashur, Yak, and the others also looked at Wu Yen. Only then did they remember that this person was the strongest person in the entire academy, the entire Night Nation, and even the entire continent. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Wu Yen sighed. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth in a shocking manner. Don't count on me. Perhaps I'll have to leave this place for a while. Leave? Everyone was stunned. For a moment, they were unable to react. By the time they regained their senses, their eyes were wide open. Leave! Everyone in the cafeteria cried out in unison. Everyone was panicking. Leave? Lebecca frowned deeply. What's the meaning of this? Sylvia couldn't help but stand up and shout in front of Wu Yen. Where do you plan to go? Don't tell me you plan to part ways with us. Lord Roland. Luca grabbed Wu Yan's clothes, her face pale. Even Corset put away the smile on her face and became serious. Yashur and Yak were also at a loss for what to do. They didn't think Wu Yen was referring to traveling for a period of time when he said he was leaving. Since Wu Yen said something like, don't count on me, then the place he's heading to must be very far away. How could this not cause panic in everyone's hearts? What are you all doing? Wu Yen hurriedly signaled for everyone to calm down. I only said that I'll be leaving for a while. It's not like I'll be back forever. Why are you all so anxious? But. They still couldn't get over it. All right, everyone calm down. Lebecca was the first to calm down. Her emerald eyes were fixed on Wu Yan's face. Where are you going? Where am I going? Wu Yan scratched his face and smiled. I should say I'm going back. I'm going back to where I came from. Going back. Sylvia could not hide the trembling of her body. This is your home. Where do you plan to go? Even though she said that, Sylvia knew very well that the knighthood of Lorea isn't Wu Yan's home. If Wu Yan really is hiding in the knighthood of Lorimon, with Veronica's status, she would have investigated Wu Yan's background a long time ago. She wouldn't let Wu Yan get the title of mystery. In other words, Wu Yan wouldn't be staying in the knighthood of Lorea. Obviously, only the people of Knight's Empire can obtain the dragon's larvae gifted by the Dragon Mother and become a dragon breeder. Wu Yan also has his own dragon, but there's no information about his background anywhere in Knight's Empire. This is also a puzzling issue. However, Sylvia didn't care about this anymore. She only knew that the man of her dreams was planning to leave the knighthood of Lorea and go somewhere far, far away. In that case, when would the next time be? Sylvia didn't dare to think about it. Not just Sylvia, even Luca didn't dare to think about it. Lebecca and Corset were both wearing heavy expressions. The atmosphere was quite oppressive. I say, aren't you all being too negative? Wu Yan clapped his hands and shook his head. I said I'll be leaving, but it won't be for too long. Don't worry. Rather than saying it won't be for too long, it would be more accurate to say he'll be back in an instant. Of course, this was for the people who were frozen in time after Wu Yan left. How long do you plan on leaving? Lebecca asked. I told you it won't be for too long. Wu Yan gave everyone a reassuring smile. It might be a day or two, or it might be a little longer. However, it won't be so long that you won't be able to see me after graduation. Hearing this, the expressions of Lebecca and the others became much better. Lebecca was already a third-year student in the advanced course class. There were only a few months left until graduation. Since Wu Yan said so, it meant that he would be back in a few months at most, right? Thinking of this, everyone felt a little lonely, but they pulled themselves together. Following this, the dinner became a farewell party for Wu Yan's temporary departure. Everyone asked about Wu Yan's well-being and gave him some advice. While Wu Yan blushed with shame, he couldn't help but keep a smile on his face. Therefore, No one noticed that in the silent Luca's eyes, a trace of determination flashed through her eyes. Chapter 14:16. Night. The sparkling firelight drifted back and forth between the grass and trees, and the chirping of cicadas echoed in the night where the fireflies were active. The chirping was quite loud, but didn't make people feel noisy at all. Instead, it made the surroundings abnormally quiet. In the rebuilt Apollo's abode, some of the windows were dark, and the sound of breathing could be heard from inside. Some of the windows were still lit, and shone strands of light onto the empty space outside Apollo's abode, forming various patterns. It was a beautiful night. It was a tranquil night. For Wu Yin, it was also a night where he was about to bid farewell to himself. Standing in the center of his room, Wu Yin looked at the scattered items on the floor and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Among these items were the farewell gifts from Lebecca, Sylvia, and the others. There were also some medicinal herbs with astonishing effects that Luca prepared for him. There were also clothes, food, and daily necessities that Corset forced on him. Among them, there were even some items that Yashur had given to him in case he needed them. Yak had also prepared some gifts. Even the three holy dragons, Guffrin, Lancelot, and Gawain, had reluctantly bid him farewell and gifted him some dragon glory crystals. Because of Wu Yan's personal problems, they didn't prepare too many items, but it was definitely not a small amount. If Wu Yan had no other choice but to carry these items with him, he should be able to pack them all into a large backpack that was as tall and as wide as a person. Really, scratching his head, Wu Yan sighed. Although most of these items were useless to him, they were still a token of everyone's goodwill. Even if Wu Yan didn't need them, he had to bring them along. Fortunately, I have the Gate of Babylon. Sighing in relief, Wu Yin raised his hand. The star carving on his palm responded to his action and shattered in an instant. The star essences returned to his body with the return of his power. They floated up and down as they floated around him. Looking around at the specks of star essence, Wu Yin waved his hand. A crimson rainbow light suddenly appeared. From top to bottom, the entire space was divided into two as if a door was opened. Slowly, the entire space was dyed crimson. At the same time, the scattered items on the ground were also lifted up by a gentle force. They were suspended in the air and circled around. They flew into the pink door one after another, disappearing in a series of ripples. Then, Wu Yin threw the dragon-shaped doll that Sylvia gave him when he was a child into the Gate of Babylon. With a wave of his hand, the crimson space slowly and forth and gradually disappeared. This should be fine, right? After looking around the room, he made sure he didn't leave anything behind. Wu Yin pulled up the system list. First, Wu Yin wanted to return to the date battle world. After spending 3 months in this world, almost a day had passed in the date battle world. First, he will return to the date battle world to get the display device he needed. Then, he will return to the Spalier world to discuss the Demigod Path mission with Yukari and the others. After that, Wu Yin can begin the second phase of the Demigod Path mission. Now, Kotori, Kurumi, and the others were still in the world of date battle, waiting for the display devices to come out. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the others, on the other hand, were training in the diluted magical pool. He will return to the date battle world to meet up with Kotori and the others before returning to the Spalier world. He should be able to catch up with Chuju and the others when they finish absorbing the magical pool water. Besides, Kotori, Kurumi, and the other girls in the date battle world haven't soaked in the magical pool water yet. They need to go back and use it once. With that in mind, Wu Yin searched for the date battle option in the instance dungeon option. But at this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from the window of the room. Wu Yin stopped what he was doing and turned around. He looked over. He didn't know when, but one of the windows in the room was opened. The night breeze blew into the room. Outside the window, a small head poked in and stared at Wu Yin. Wu Yin paused for a moment before he exclaimed, "Luca?" That's right. It was Luca who poked her head in from the window. facing the night breeze that blew into the room. Luca's short platinum hair fluttered gently. Traces of moonlight shone on it, as if it was covered with a layer of white frost. Under the moonlight, it revealed a sense of mystery. Luca's unique pointy ears made her look like a little fairy that came out to play in the moonlit night. She made people's hearts beat faster and their spirits soar. Luca, for a moment, Wu Yan was dazed. After confirming that he didn't see wrong, he quickly put away the system list and walked to the window. "Why are you here?" "Rune-sama." Luca pursed her lips and whispered, I want to talk to Rune-sama." Luca exuded a delicate and seductive aura as she murmured, "It's easy to soften a person's heart. Wu Yan is no exception." He scratched his cheek and extended his hand towards Luca. "Then come in first." "Okay." Luca nodded. She took Wu Yan's hand and climbed in through the window. That's when Wu Yan noticed that Luca climbed up from downstairs. She didn't ride Gawain. "This is the 3rd floor." Realizing this, Wu Yan frowned and reprimanded her. "What if you fall down and get hurt?" There are trees everywhere in Yekubrad's territory. Some are even taller than this. I used to climb them when I was young. I'll be fine. Luca didn't look like she had done something wrong. Instead, she smiled happily. "Rune-sama, you're really gentle." Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Luca. "You didn't come here just to praise me, did you?" Hearing this, Luca stopped smiling and went silent. After a while, she raised her head again. Her beautiful amethyst-like eyes stared straight at Wu Yan, and her tone became a bit sorrowful. "I don't know why, but I suddenly wanted to see Rune-sama. That's why I came here." Wu Yan fell silent when he heard this. Luca must have realized that he would be leaving tonight, so she wanted to say goodbye to him. "Silly girl," Wu Yan said softly as he rubbed Luca's head. "I'll only be gone for a short time. It won't be long." But Luca looked downcast. "I still feel lonely when Rune-sama isn't here." "You." Wu Yan didn't know what to say. Luca stared at Wu Yan's face. Her amethyst eyes swayed like limpid autumn waters. It was as if they could suck him in. It was very moving. Suddenly, Luca reached out and untied the satin belt on her clothes. Following an extremely soft, rustling sound, the loose nightgown on Luca's body slid to the ground with a shio sound, forming a circle with Luca's small feet as the center. Luca's beautiful and slender body was exposed to the air. She's so slender that it's like looking straight at her is a sin. Wu Yan didn't expect Luca to do something like this. His heart skipped a beat, and he yelped out of reflex. What are you doing?" "Rune-sama." Luca didn't answer. Instead, she used her actions to prove her thoughts. She threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan felt the fresh breath of the forest and the soft touch. Wu Yan didn't even have time to be surprised. Luca looked up and said softly, "Please stay for one more night. Let me feel you." Luca looked into Wu Yan's eyes and slowly closed her eyes. Looking down at Luca's face that is so cute and pretty as if it's against the rules, looking at her seductive blushing face, Wu Yan's breathing quickened. Luca's next words ignited the last trace of hesitation in Wu Yan's heart. "Rune-sama, please love me." Damn it. Wu Yan's tense nerves snapped. He gasped and picked up Luca's small body. After a painful cry, Lien Yi's Jiao Chuan sound replaced everything in this space. It was also a long night. Chapter 1417. Heavenly Palace City. It was morning, but the sky above Heavenly Palace City was covered in dark clouds. It could rain at any time. It was still early, but the surroundings were already very dark. The pitch-black sky gave off an unimaginable pressure. In this kind of weather, after Shirori asked them to go out and buy some things, Toka, Yeju, and Shixien, who were walking back to Itsuka's house, were not in a good mood. Toka, Yagashur, and Shixien weren't in a good mood the entire day. It's just getting worse now. It's already been a day. Yi Jia sighed and looked listless. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. His voice sounded a little weak. Master has been gone for a day. Correction, Xian narrowed her eyes while carrying a bag full of ingredients. Master left in the morning. It's not night yet. So, to be exact, Master didn't leave for a whole day. Don't say that. Shido also has his own things to do. Although she said that, Toka's face showed that she was not interested at all. And it's only been a day. Back in the other world, Shido left for a very, very long period of time. For a very, very long time? Yagashir looked at Toka. How long is that? I remember. Toka counted with her fingers. It took her a while to come up with an answer. About 10 days? Surprise. 10 days? Xian's silver eyes widened slightly. Master said the time ratio between our world and his is 100. If it's 10 days, doesn't that mean Master spent a few years in the other world? I'm not sure. I'm not sure either. 10 Fragrance frowned in confusion. Shido didn't tell us. I think you didn't realize it. I'm sure everyone knows. Yi Jia couldn't help but put down his arrogant attitude and started complaining. The three elven girls chatted and walked towards Itsuka's house. Soon, Itsuka's house appeared in front of the three elven girls. However, when the three elven girls saw Wu He's house, they immediately turned to Wu He's house. He stopped in his tracks. A young girl was standing at the entrance of Wu He's house. Her long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and she was wearing a white dress. She wasn't tall, but she was exceptionally hot, especially her chest. The front of the dress was protruding, as if it could jump out at any time. She had a voluptuous figure, just like the models on TV. She was pretty and cute, and her face was not inferior to that of a celebrity. No matter how you looked at it, she was a charming young girl. However, the girl's beautiful face. At this moment, he was a little depressed. 10 Fragrances exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that Mei Jio? Oh, Mei Jio, who was hesitating in front of Wu He's door, turned around when she heard the noise. She finally noticed Toka, Yejusher, and Xian. Mei Jio's originally gloomy face suddenly brightened up and became cheerful. Mei Jio suddenly opened her arms and ran towards the three elf girls. Miss Toka, Yaju-san, Miss Xian. Wah. Seeing Mei Jio charging towards them so boldly, Mei Jio immediately sensed danger. Jiu Xiang, Yeju Shi, and Xian seemed to have sensed danger in an instant. They screamed and dodged in the nick of time. Bang! Mei Jio didn't slow down in the slightest. She simply passed through the bodies of the three elven girls who dodged her and crashed into the wall at the side. It hurts. Mei Jio almost shed tears. She covered her nose and looked at Toka, Yeju Shi, and Xian in grief. Why did you dodge? Huh? Yeju Shi made a confused sound. There's nothing wrong with dodging when you're being attacked, right? This isn't an attack. Mei Jio shouted in dissatisfaction. I just wanted to give you a hug as a sign of friendship. Most people would do that, right? Toka was surprised. Is that so? Of course. Mei Jio smiled and opened her arms again. So, Miss Toka, hurry up and give me a hug as a sign of friendship. As she spoke, Mei Jio hugged her openly. Xiang couldn't help but feel that Mei Jio's words were correct. Just as Mei Jio was about to succeed, Yi Jio and Xian pulled 10 incense away from Mei Jio as if they were running away from the plague. Don't be fooled, my beloved. Warning, Mei Jio is lying. So that's how it is. Toka's face turned ashen. What? Her plan was ruined. Mei Jio puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, after messing around for a while, Toka asked in confusion. Mei Jio, why are you here? Mei Jio seemed to remember something when she heard Toka's question. Her cheerful face immediately sank. I'm here to look for my beloved. Hearing this, Toka, Yejuya, and Xian, who had recovered from their fight with Mei Jio, became depressed. Wu Yin only left in the morning. It hasn't even been a day since he left, but the girls missed Wu Yin dearly. They didn't feel it before, but now they do. Once the man who was so important to them was gone, their hearts would feel very uncomfortable. They would feel empty, as if a piece of their hearts had been dug out. Otherwise, Meijio wouldn't have come here immediately after returning home in the morning. After all, Meijio knew that even if she came here, Wu Yin wouldn't be here. Before I came, Miss Origami came as well. Meijio shrugged. She should be inside now. The girls' faces were all filled with dejection. Ah! Meijio shouted as if she couldn't take it anymore. My dear, when are you coming back? Following Meijio's shout, a light ringtone suddenly came from Tin Fragrance's body. Toka jumped in fright. She quickly took out her phone and didn't know what to do. Whoa, it's ringing. Shirori said which button to press to pick up the call. You ask me. I don't know. Panic. Shisian isn't familiar with phones either. The three elf girls who weren't very familiar with human society panicked, and Meijio reacted instead. Give it to me. I'll answer it. Meijio grabbed Toka's phone and picked up the call skillfully. Hello, this is Nightler. It's not convenient for Miss Toka to pick up the phone right now. Let me. Meijio's voice stopped abruptly as if she was being strangled. After a while, Meijio's face lit up and she shouted, My dear, you're back. When Toka, Yogia, Shisian, and Meijio rushed into the living room, they saw a group of people chatting on the sofa. Among them, there was Kotori, Kurumi, Yoshino, Origami, and Toka, who had just entered. All the elven girls were present. Between Kotori, Kurumi, Yoshino, and Origami, there's a man sitting there. It's Wu Yin, who just returned from the Dragon Knight world. Dear love, Meijio happily yelled. She pounced on Wu Yin even faster than when she pounced on Toka and the others. She's even bolder than when she pounced on Wu Yin. Wu Yin, who was chatting with Kotori, and the others heard the noise. He sensed something was wrong and dodged. Bang! The next moment, Meijio's entire body fell onto the sofa. Her nose hit the armrest hard, and she howled in pain. Why? Why is my dear? Are you all right? Wu Yin, who finally saw the person who came, helped Meijio up. Reflex. I didn't do it on purpose. As noisy as always. Kotori pouted. We're talking about something serious. Can you stop messing around? Something serious? Toka, Yogia, Shisian, and Meijio, who were immersed in the joy of Wu Yan's return, were stunned. I was just about to tell you girls. Wu Yan looked at the girls around him, and he started making a declaration. We're going back to Spalier World tomorrow. Chapter 14:18. Behemoth Forest Camp. Inside the clear lake, Chuju Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokoho Kasuka, Flandrachon, Astria, Kanuha Desai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and the other girls are all in a deep sleep. They're soaking in the lake with their eyes closed. Taking a closer look, in the clear lake water, strands of strange water were slowly flowing along the smooth and delicate bodies of the young girls. It was as if the water had passed through their skin and drilled into their bodies. It was somewhat creepy. However, those in the know that this is definitely not a bad thing. It has been 2 days since Wu Yin, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino returned to the date battle world. In these 2 days, many girls have been soaking in the diluted water of the mystical pond, absorbing the mystical pond water, causing themselves to enter a strange state of metamorphosis, gradually improving their strength. Back then, it took Wu Yin 5 days to complete his transformation using the complete miraculous pond water. The water that the girls are using now is diluted, so not only is the effect weakened, it also lengthened the time required for each of the girls to complete their transformation. Everyone has their own limits. When they reach a state of saturation, the magical pond water will no longer be effective. Therefore, the time it takes for the girls to complete their transformation varies from person to person. At the very least, not a single girl completed their transformation in 2 days. No, to be exact, on the first day, a young girl came out of the lake. She held an umbrella in one hand and a paper fan in the other. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Yukari stood on top of a rock and looked at the girls in the lake with a faint smile on her face. Yukari has been in this state for 2 days. In other words, while the girls were in a state of transformation, Yukari has been taking care of them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she didn't abandon them. Less than an hour after entering the lake, Yukari came out of the lake. The reason is simple. Yukari reached a state of saturation after an hour of soaking. She can't absorb a single drop of the magical pond water. This was not a strange thing. At Yukari's level, it is extremely difficult to improve even a single step. Something like the magical pond water that can be used on anyone has limited effect on Yukari. Therefore, after an hour, Violet's improvement had reached its limit. However, Violet wasn't dissatisfied with this at all. In fact, she was very satisfied. Just the fact that the pool water was effective on her was enough to satisfy her. After all, Yukari isn't a tier 8 or 9 powerhouse. She is a true demigod. Even a demigod powerhouse can improve by a little. This is enough proof of the magical pond water's miraculous effect. After living for such a long time, Violet couldn't even remember how long it had been since she had improved. Now that she had improved, although it wasn't much, Violet was content. Standing at the top of the rock, Violet looked down at the young girls who were quietly transforming in the lake. A leisurely expression appeared on her face. Yukari's aura is. Indeed, in the past 2 days, the auras of the girls have been increasing at almost every moment, and each time, it was extremely subtle. However, with Yukari's ability, it wasn't hard for her to notice this. This also allowed Purple to confirm that when the girls came out of the lake, each of them would more or less increase in strength. However, it's still not good enough. Purple smiled leisurely. There are many people in Fantasy Village who are stronger than you. There are also some who are stronger than me. You have to grow as fast as you can. As she said that, the smile on her face suddenly faded a little. She turned her head and looked at a corner of the lake. Over there was a slight change in the space without the slightest warning. It was as if the space was twisting, and there were traces of abnormal energy. Yukari narrowed her eyes when she saw this. At the same time, the space expanded, and one figure after another suddenly flashed out. After returning from the date battle world, the group of people only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the scene that was imprinted in their vision had completely changed. The living room of Yukari's house turned into a mountain and a lake. There were naked, beautiful girls soaking in the lake. They looked like they were sleeping. This shocking scene stunned Yukari, and Yukari. Yukari was stunned. What's going on? Wow. Yukari was also shocked. Yukari often reads novels, but I don't know what this is. Wow. Yukari was the only one who looked at the girls in the lake with sparkling eyes. This is an absolute scene. An absolute scene. Origami didn't say anything. She turned to Wu Yin and silently asked him a question. It's not over yet? Wu Yin was slightly stunned. He scratched his face. Looks like it won't be over in a short time. It's been 2 days. A pitch-black spatial fissure appeared and ferocious eyeballs spun around. Zi shouting walked out of the fissure like he was taking a stroll. He sized up Yakuya, Yuxian, Meijio, and Origami with his purple eyes. He then looked at Wu Yin with a smile that didn't look like a smile. You've gained quite a lot. Yukari. Wu Yin was surprised to see Yukari beside him. Yukari. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yukari called out. Her gaze swept across the 4 elven girls one by one, and she nodded with a smile on her face. You're all back? The girls nodded in response to Yukari. Wu Yin looked at Yukari with eyes that flashed with the light of the system's perception. Yukari, level 96. Level 96. Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Yukari, you leveled up? This is the result of years of accumulation. This diluted pool water alone can't help me level up. Yukari turned around and looked at the girls in the lake. This pool water gave me a push. The effect is not bad. That's good. Wu Yin nodded and looked at the girls in the lake. So, when will they finish? Some are fast and some are slow. Yukari answered. Judging from the increase in their aura and the change in their frequency, it will take a long time at the latest. But today, 2 of them should come out. I see. Wu Yin thought for a bit and looked at Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yukari. Kotori, You haven't used it yet. Go in. Kotori and the others had no objections and nodded in agreement. Wu Yin looked at Meijio, Yagoya, Yu Xian, and Origami, who were silent due to the unfamiliar environment, unfamiliar situation, and unfamiliar characters. He shook his head and chuckled. All right, don't be so reserved. I'll introduce you to each other in the future. For now, enter the lake with Kotori and the others. Go in. Yakuya asked curiously. Is there something strange about the lake? Why are they soaking in it? To put it simply, this is a lake that can help you guys improve your strength. Wu Yin said concisely. You only need to soak in it for a while, and your strength will increase. It can increase our strength. Yi Juya and Shi Xian's eyes lit up. They even turned to look at the lake. Soak in it with those cute girls? Meijio rubbed her hands together excitedly. I'll go in. If you don't, I'll go in. You can go in, Kotori added coldly from the side. But you're not allowed to come near us. Meijio instantly let out a dissatisfied sound. You guys. Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All in all, go into the lake and improve your strength as much as you can. Wu Yin looked at Yukari. Yukari, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Yukari glanced at Wu Yin and seemed to have sensed that what Wu Yin wanted to say wasn't as simple as it seems. She nodded without saying anything. Hey, darling. Meijio snuggled up to him and spoke in a soft voice. Aren't we going in together? Huh? Wu Yin laughed dryly. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.